programs to give you latest news bulletins. Stay tuned to this station. Here comes the big bandwagon. A while, let us...
One moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dahlstead. Hello, everybody. Well, folks, a trip all the way out to Hollywood just wouldn't be complete without getting some of that product for which Hollywood is famous color that we've had. Of course, I mean that.
Very finest. And here's the proof. Menon is the choice of more skin specialists, more doctors of dermatology than any other brand. More than the next two leading brands combined. Remember, for Christmas, Menon gift boxes for men. As our story opens, it is 5:30 a.m. at the United States Marine Corps base, and the bugler is lustily, if not melodiously, heralding the arrival of a new day.
Hey, Pumpkin, that's Reveille.
Yeah, pretty, ain't it?
You know, the beds they give you here make it a pleasure to get up in the morning.
Well, when you get rich, Lighthouse, you can buy your own bed.
Yeah, I got it all picked out, only it ain't exactly a bed.
No?
No. It's one of them chasing lounges.
A chasing lounge?
Yeah, I was reading all about them in the Sears and Roebuck catalog.
I never heard of it.
Well, they ain't really for sleeping. They're for people who get tiresome in the afternoon and feel like collapsing.
Hey, did you guys hear Reveille?
Sure.
Well, doesn't it mean anything to you?
Nah, we're not music lovers.
So you don't like the bugle, huh?
At this time of morning, we wouldn't even like a sympathy or...
Declared San Francisco in a state of emergency tonight and demanded the immediate cessation of all strikes in order to present a united front. Bulletin from Washington. Secretary Morgenthau tonight closed the nation's border to Japanese nationals and imposed a strict ban on any financial transaction by Japanese aliens. We return you now to Hollywood.
Always looking for a fight, that Sergeant Bliss. They tell me he won't even talk to himself without taking his glasses off.
I understand he found out about Sergeant Quake sending him that fake telegram last week.
Yeah, and he promised to punch Coit in the nose the first time he runs into him.
Well, with Bliss, a promise is a promise. Sure, he's very promiscuous.
Boy, there's nothing like a good cold shower once you get under it.
Yeah.
It wakes you up, fills you full of pep, and makes you tingle all over.
Is the water any colder than it usually is?
I don't know. I ain't under it yet.
I sent for you, Captain, was to tell you that I've just been advised that a high-ranking official of the Navy Department is expected to arrive in camp today.
Thank you, sir.
He'll undoubtedly want to review your company, and it's very important that the men and equipment under your command be ready for his inspection.
I can assure you, General, the Company K will do everything possible to make a good impression on it.
It's very important that you check the report on company property and see that any shortages are made up immediately.
Yes, sir. I'll start on it at once.
Drop everything else that you're doing and get those reports to me not later than noon. We have no time to lose. That's all.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain Flagg?
Yeah? What is it, Quest?
Say, Flagg, Sergeant Bliss just found out about that phony telegram I sent him last week, and he says he's going to punch me in the nose today.
Well, you have lovely weather for it.
He can't scare me with any of his threats. But when I tangle with Bliss, I want to be able to do a good job of it.
Well, nobody's stopping you, unless it's Bliss.
Don't make me laugh. We've just got to think of something to stall Bliss along until I'm in condition to knock his head off.
I haven't any time to help you solve your personal matters, Quest. Go and find Sergeant Bliss and tell him I want a complete report of small arms.
Bliss? Oh, I just got through telling you that Bliss is going to give me a punch in the nose the minute he sees me.
Well, tell him I want him to give you the report first.
Listen, I wouldn't talk to that guy.
Well, what's the matter? You afraid of him?
You know I'm not afraid of him. But what chance would I stand with a sprained wrist?
Oh, you told me once that you could lick him with one hand.
I could, but this is the wrong hand.
I also want you to tell Corporal Gowdy to make a detailed list of all automatic weapons and extra equipment.
I'll do it right now. I think he's in the library here. I'll tell him.
Yeah. And then come to my office as soon as you get through.
Okay, Flag. Hey, Gowdy, what are you doing?
I'm reading a book.
Well, you can put it down now. I'm impressed.
You know, it wouldn't hurt you to read a book once in a while.
Well, who would I read it to? All the dames I know would run a neck.
Why don't you read him a book on how to make love?
I haven't written it yet. Hey, you know, I pulled a fast one on a little blonde last night. I said to her, honey, you'd be very proud to go out with a murine. And she said, you don't mean murine. Murine is for the eyes. And I said, well, am I hard to look at?
Yeah, that's very funny. Say, I meant to tell you, I was talking to that friend of mine, Dr. Sterling. You remember, you went up to his office last week.
Oh, you ought to remember. He gave me some pills to pep me up for the prize fight. And they turned out to be sleeping pills, and I was asleep in the ring.
Yeah, but you didn't see Dr. Sterling. That was some old guy that was minding the office for him. A guy who all his life has wanted to be a doctor, and when you walked in the office, he couldn't resist the temptation to make believe he was Dr. Sterling.
Well, he certainly fixed me up good.
The old guy's very sorry about the whole thing. He's coming down here today to apologize.
Oh, what good is an apology? In the meantime, my wrist isn't getting any better, and Sergeant Bliss is looking for me.
Well, what does Bliss want?
He's looking for a fight.
Well, you can't give him one. You got a sprained wrist.
He doesn't know about that, so he'll be expecting a fight.
Then he'll have to wait. You know you can't get blood out of a turnip.
I know that, but this nose of mine isn't a turnip.
Now, let me know how everything comes out. I want to finish this book.
Listen, your reading is over to today.
Huh?
Captain Flagg wants you to get a list of all the automatic... Say, let me see that book. Hey, where did you get this?
Are you kidding?
No. This has given me a terrific idea. I'd like to know where you found it.
Can anybody hear us talking?
No. Where did you get it?
Out of the bookcase. They keep books there, too, you know.
Are you telling me the truth when you say Sergeant Quirt isn't here?
Sure, what would he be doing in the kitchen?
I thought maybe he'd come in for some of those delicious beans of yours.
What's the matter with him? I've been cooking them for years.
Sure, and they taste like it. You know, you just cook them as a matter of routine. Your heart isn't in it.
My heart's not supposed to be in it. The recipe calls for pork.
How long have you been in the service?
Since 1925.
Well, don't you know the Marines' motto?
Sure, Semper Fidelis, always faithful.
And if you're a good Marine, why do you use Navy beans?
Listen, Bliss, you're a gunnery sergeant, and I'm a mess sergeant. I don't tell you what to do on the rifle range, and I don't want you telling me what to do on the kitchen range.
Well, I'm going to tell you. That spinach you gave us last night had sand in it.
So what? I'm doing the best I can. I'm serving my country the same as you are.
But you don't have to serve it in the spinach. I didn't come here to argue anyway. I came here to find Sergeant Quirt.
I've already told you he ain't here.
Well, that's too bad. I had a little something I wanted to give him.
Yeah, he may drop in later. You can leave it with me if you want.
I'd like to, but it's a little present just for him.
If you give it to him now, aren't you afraid he'll open it before Christmas?
No, he won't be able to open it before New Year's. It's a black eye I'm giving him, and it's a hand-painted one.
Flag, this is the best idea I've had in years.
Did you get those reports for me, Quest?
I got the idea from a book that Gowdy was reading in the library. The Science of Hypnotism.
Hypnotism?
Yeah, I'm going to hypnotize Bliss.
Are you crazy? You don't know anything about hypnotism.
Neither does Bliss, so we're both starting out together. Did you ever see a reptile hypnotize a bird?
Yes, no. I haven't time to watch you.
But it's all done with the eyes and the mind.
Well, you've got the eyes.
Well, according to the book, there's nothing to it. Now, this is how it's done. I see Bliss coming toward me.
Look, Quack, I don't have time for this sort of foolishness. The general
I
is
give
coming
him a
on.
hypnotic eye like this. Now, Bliss's nicknames are Bulldog, Wildcat, and Tiger because he thinks he's wild. So when I'm giving him the beady stare, I plant in his subconscious mind that he isn't wild. I keep staring at him and repeating, I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour. I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Just a moment, we will return to our story with Victor McLaglen as Captain Flagg and Edmund Lowe as Sergeant Quirt. Ladies and gentlemen, any man on your Christmas list will be mighty pleased to receive a handsome Menon Christmas gift box. A gift box of Menon shave products. They're America's finest. The favorite with skin specialists. Yes, a recent impartial survey proves this important fact. Proves that more doctors of dermatology, specialists on skin care, use Menon shave products than any other brand. More than the next two leading brands combined. No other shave products offer such authoritative proof of quality. A fact that makes Menon gift boxes for men the perfect Christmas gift. There are 4 Menon gift boxes, each with a magnificent cover picture painted by a famous artist. Inside each gift box is a generous supply of Menon shave products. 2 kinds of Menon shave cream, plus Menon skin bracer, plus Menon talcum for men. These famous gift boxes sell for only $1.25 each, with a big deluxe box at $2. They're exceptional values. And so for the man in service, for the man at home, make this Christmas memorable with a Menon gift box. Every man will appreciate it, because man to man, it's Menon.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour. Now, I just keep saying it over and over. Pretty soon, Bliss repeats it after me.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Yeah, that's it. And after he repeats it a few times, he starts believing it. Then when I have him under my hypnotic spell, I can make him do anything I want. Now, what do you think of that idea, Flagg?
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Don't look at me that way, Captain.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Flagg! Flagg! Not you. I was only showing you how I was going to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. You know what it takes me?
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
I don't know what's going on over there, but I'll be right over and find out.
I'm in my tower, growing milder every hour.
I don't know what's going on over there, but I'll be right over and find out.
Now, you fellows understand that service in the Marine Parachute Troops is strictly voluntary. These troops are hand-picked, and only top-grade Marines are accepted. You know what it takes to be a parachute jumper? You know what it takes for a man to go up 25 or 30,000 feet in the air? I said, what does it take?
An airplane.
All right, never mind the wisecracks, Thumpkin. And you, Lighthouse, what are you looking so disgusted about? I don't like your altitude.
Hey, Corporal. If a guy goes 25 or 30,000 feet in the air, can he get down all right?
Well, they never left anybody up there yet. But supposing you jump out of a plane and your parachute don't open, then what? Then you bring it back and they give you another one. You mean they won't be mad at you?
Ain't it dangerous in one of them planes?
No, in case of any trouble, you always have a radio.
Well, if there was any trouble, I'd be too nervous to sit around and listen to the radio.
Above 17,000 feet, you have to breathe oxygen.
Hey, what's that?
It's pure air out of a tank.
Hey, are you kidding?
What do you mean, am I kidding?
Well, I've ridden in them tanks, and I didn't think the air was so good.
This is a different tank. How do you know which one he was riding in? Hey, Gowdy. Hey, watch yourself now, fellas. Here comes Sergeant Squirt. I've been looking all over for you, Gowdy. Something terrible happened. Yeah? Yeah. I was showing Captain Flagg how I was going to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss, and before I knew it, I had Flagg hypnotized. Now, where's that book? I left it in the library. Well, let's go find it. You gotta help me get Flagg out of this thing. Okay. Read your handbooks for a few minutes, fellas. I'll be right back. Did you guys hear what Sergeant Quake told Corporal Gowdy? No. Well, I did, and I very
Well, what can you expect?
Group.
You don't mean group. You mean drop.
Well, what can you expect from a trip?
Captain Flagg has been hypnotized.
Hypnotized.
Yeah, he's in a transom.
I never understood much about that stuff.
Well, it's the way that you put people in a coma.
Well, ain't that hard to do?
Not when you know how. Say, for instance, you wanted to hypnotize me. You would just stare in my eyes and work on my unconscious mind.
Here's his office. I'll go in first.
I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour.
Oh, Captain, will you snap out of it?
How do you feel, Captain Flagg? I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour.
Oh, it's worse than I thought, Quirt. Well, maybe a sudden shock will bring him out of it. Pull his chair out from under him.
I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour. I heard somewhere once that tickling would bring him out of it.
Tickle? Well, let's try it. Take your shoes off and we'll tickle his feet.
Okay.
The other one, too. All right. Now, you tickle one and I'll tickle the other.
You take the right foot. I'm left-handed.
Come on, Captain. Snap out of it. Can't you feel us tickling your feet?
Oh, I'm just a little wildflower. Going milder every hour.
Tickle harder, Gowdy.
I'm tickling as hard as I can. Oh, I'm just a little wildflower. Going milder every hour.
Oh, this isn't doing any good. Maybe if we could make him mad, it would bring him to.
Well, flapping might help.
Well, we gotta do something. All right, let's start clapping him.
Okay. Gee, I hate to do this, poor Captain.
Well, we're doing it for him.
Doesn't seem to be doing any good.
It will. Keep it up.
What's going on here? Oh, it's General Erskine. Is this any way for you men to treat your commanding officer? I'm just a little wildflower. Growing milder every hour.
captain sprawled on the floor, his shoes off, and a sergeant and a corporal slapping his face. What's the meaning of this?
Well, Captain Flagg is hypnotized.
Hypnotized?
Yes, sir. And we're trying to bring him out of it.
We've tried everything, sir.
Yeah, I was showing Captain Flagg how I was going to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss, and, well, before I knew it, the captain was hypnotized.
And why should you want to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss?
Well, he's looking for me to punch me in the nose, sir, and I can't fight because I got a sprained wrist.
And why don't you go to Bliss and tell him the truth about your wrist?
The truth? Well, that's an idea, sir. I never thought of that.
First, we must do something about Captain Flagg.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Here, help me sit him up here in this chair. There we are. The corporal, run over to the base hospital and get Dr. Cleary.
Yes, sir. Feeling all right, Doctor, until you came along.
Well, it's lucky I came along. You're as good as dead.
You really mean that?
Mean it? Why, if any undertaker should come along now and see me talking to you, they'd start bidding for you. I hate to tell you this, but you got promontory cerebral meningitis.
Washington, the War Department gave the White House a preliminary estimate of 104 dead and more than 300 wounded tonight in the Army forces alone as a result of Japan's bombing of the island of Oahu. Neither figure included civilian casualties in the raid on Oahu, the principal island in the Hawaiian group. We return you now to Hollywood.
Jim.
That's the place to get his mighty power.
Jonah started rowing out to sea and soon met his pals, the three little fishes, who said,
Beep, bop, didn't bottom, bottom, chew.
I would even advise smoke glasses when you're reading Esquire. Read it, but don't try to lift it.
You mean my blood pressure is bad?
Well, I guess offhand it is about 220.
Well, is that too high?
Yeah, a little bit. Of course, everything is high these days. All you got to do is take it easy and don't exert yourself. Any strenuous exercise is a tax on your heart and lungs.
Well, that doesn't seem right.
Why not? There's a tax on everything else.
Why did the general have to suggest my finding Bliss and telling him the truth about my wrist? I'd rather take a punch in the nose than do this. But I guess it's the only way to keep from getting a punch in the nose. Well, here comes Sergeant Bliss now. Well, I better talk fast.
Hey, Quirt, I want to see you.
I want to see you too, Bliss.
I was looking for you, Quirt.
So was I. I don't mean I was looking for me. I mean I was looking for you.
Beautiful day, isn't it? Just smell that air.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I hope I can keep right on smelling it.
Blue skies, sun shining, birds singing in the trees. That's wonderful to be alive.
What are you alive with?
You know, it's silly to have a grudge against anybody. I'd rather be kind and sociable. Did I tell you I just found out I had a bad heart?
When did you find that out?
About 10 minutes ago. Mustn't overexert myself or have any excitement.
Well, I certainly wouldn't take advantage of you if you were in that condition.
You mean you're willing to be friends?
Why, sure.
Then the two best top sergeants in the Marines ought to shake hands.
Oh! Look out, that's my sprained wrist.
Two fine doctors and a reputable psychiatrist can't do anything about Captain Flagg's condition.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
As an active psychiatrist for over 20 years, this case of hypnotism is the most baffling of any I've ever witnessed.
Isn't he out of it yet, sir?
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
The doctors have tried everything, Sergeant, but nothing seems to do any good.
May I try something, sir?
It's useless, but you may try.
Thank you, sir. Captain Flagg. Captain.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Flag, there's a beautiful blonde here to see you. She's the most gorgeous girl you ever saw. She's crazy about you. Give me a glass of water, somebody. She's mad about you. She's crying because you won't talk to her.
Here's the water, Sergeant.
Don't let her cry. Can't you feel her tears dropping on your cheeks? Can't you feel her patting your face? Can't you feel her stroking your head? Well, this little blonde is crazy about your Flag.
Oh. Hello, Fred. Where's the blonde?
I thought that would bring you out of it. Captain Flag and Sergeant Quirt will return in just a moment. Gentlemen, you know it's always important to look your very best, to keep your face looking smooth and well-groomed. And it isn't difficult. In fact, it's extra easy the Menon way. See for yourself. Just try the quick 3-step Menon shave. Now, here's how you do it. Step number 1. Use your favorite of the 3 Menon shave creams. Brushless, plain, or mentholized lather. Each is the finest of its kind. Step number 2. Pep up your face with Menon Skin Bracer, America's most popular aftershave lotion. It's refreshing, soothing, and how the ladies like its subtle aroma. Step number 3, the important finishing touch. Menon Talcum for Men, America's favorite. Takes the shine off your face, but its neutral tint doesn't show. And that's the 3-step Menon shave, gentlemen. Menon Shave Cream. Menon Skin Bracer. Menon Talcum for Men. Man to man, it's Menon. For men in the U.S. services and for men at home, this Christmas give Menon gift boxes. They're handsome, practical, outstanding value. Each gift box contains everything for the perfect shave. The 3-step Menon shave. Choose from 4 different boxes, each with a picture cover painted by a famous artist. 3 Menon gift boxes are priced at only $1.25 each. The big deluxe box sells for $2. Here or in Canada, see your druggist for these outstanding gift boxes for men by Menon.
You know, Flag, I admire you. You're very understanding.
A captain has to be understanding.
A captain? Well, you could be a major. All you'd have to do is to see the right people in Washington.
Sure, it'd be a cinch.
And with your physique, you could be the best-dressed officer in the Marines. All you'd have to do is to see the right tailor.
Yeah, there's nothing to it.
And you could be the handsomest man in camp if you'd see the right barber.
You really think so, Quirt?
Sure. But if you ever want to be a wildflower, see me.
Captain Flag and Edwin Lowe as Sergeant Quirt in the humorous side of military life. Written by John P. Medberry and presented each week at this time by the Menon Company, the greatest name in shaving. Original music on tonight's program was composed and directed by Lou Kozloff. Hal Gibney speaking from Hollywood Radio City. Christmas seals are the stamps that help fight tuberculosis. Your contribution to the health and strength of our nation. Buy your Christmas seals today. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sections by John Charles Thomas, Fred Coots, and the Squalier Singers, and a few words from Dr. Frank Susan, honorary chairman of the first annual Bible Week, which begins tomorrow. Heading the program tonight is Eddie Dowling, master of ceremonies for this half hour of great music, fine singing, and dramatic eloquence. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Dowling.
Good evening, everybody. To me, this is a solemn moment.
I'm sure it is to everyone gathered here with me tonight. A solemn moment and a most stirring one. Starting tomorrow, many Americans of all faiths will attest once more their ancient allegiance to the teachings of the Bible. We here tonight, in this critical hour, have the privilege of starting that national effort. A national effort toward goodwill and true religion. As I look around at John Charles Thomas, at J. Fred Coote, Frank T. Kingdon, and the Schwalier Choir, and all the rest of us gathered here, I know that one peace overtops all others in our hearts, as it must yours at this crucial moment. Down the ages has come the story of man gaining humanity to man, the story we call history. But beside it runs another story, the record of the slow spiritual ascent of man toward the angels, the story we call the Bible. We are glad tonight to pay our little tribute to that story of the long, upward striving of man's spirit. The Bible gave the world the Ten Commandments, that cornerstone of all civilized morality and law. And from the Bible comes that prayer which rises most naturally to the lips of most. Set to music by Malak. We are privileged tonight to hear it sung by one of America's greatest artists, John Charles Thomas.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, the government of the Dutch East Indies has just declared war on Japan. The Dutch East Indies are now in the war on Japan. This news was brought to us in New York by the NBC correspondent in Batavia in the Dutch East Indies, Sidney Albright. Keep tuned to the station for further details.
To give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever.
Thank you for a magnificent song. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to give tribute to the Bible. At such a moment, it would be impossible not to remember that book of books is not only the foundation for our morality and law, but is also the great comforter of mankind. Since the days of Eden, bewildered humanity in its hour of grief has turned to comfort to one of the finest books in the Bible, the book of Psalms. But the Bible is also mankind's moral compass. Today the world stands assailed by hate and doubt. In this hour, let us here in America refresh our hearts and cleanse our minds with words immortal over the centuries. Words which have been a beacon light for generations, showing to all who care to listen the sharp difference between good and evil.
have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Yet he passed away. Lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not keep up. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace.
Fear not them which kill our body, but which are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him: a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that deviseth wicked imagination, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female. For ye are all one in Christ Jesus. And if ye be Christ, then are ye Abraham's seed and heirs, according to the promise.
And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
I saw a new heaven and a new earth. The first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away.
telling again. I dare say every person present here tonight and every person listening in has his or her favorite biblical passage. We all know, I think, the story of Ruth and Naomi, of David and Jonathan. Tonight, however, we have chosen as our favorite the story of the Good Samaritan. And now in Hollywood, Walter Pigeon will read that immortal parable.
And behold, a certain lawyer stood up and tempted him, saying, Master, what shall I do to inherit eternal life? He said unto him, What is written in the law? How readest thou? And he answering said, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. And he said unto him, Thou hast answered right. This do, and thou shalt live. But he, willing to justify himself, said unto Jesus, And who is my neighbor? And Jesus answering said, A certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment, and wounded him, and departed, leaving him half dead. And by chance there came down a certain priest that way, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise a Levite, when he was at the place, came and looked on him, and passed by on the other side. But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him, and went to him, and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him. And on the morrow, when he departed, he took out 2 pence, and gave them to the host, and said unto him, Take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee. Which of these 3, thinkest thou, was neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves? And he said, He that showed mercy on him. Then said Jesus unto him, Go, and do thou likewise.
Another war bulletin. San Jose, Costa Rica. Costa Rica declared war. Japan tonight, and other Latin American nations are expected to follow. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
The firmament of his power, oh, presence of his might, and the greatness of his wonders, oh, praise him, according to his majesty. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, with the sound of the trumpet. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Praise
Eddie Dowling again. All over America tonight, in thousands of homes, hundreds of thousands, I might say, there are mothers and sweethearts who are praying for their boys. No man knows what the future may bring. The event, as George Washington said, is in the hands of God. But for Americans everywhere, Otto Harbach and Fred Shakespeare have written a message of eventual hope in the form of a new song which will be heard now for the first time by any radio audience. A bugle calling tonight. That is very heartwarming. I'm sure that everyone listening in prays that day isn't far away. And now, Dr. Kingdon, won't you tell us a little about First Annual Bible Week in America and the Layman's National Committee which is sponsoring the week? As I understand it, the committee is a group of laymen of all faiths. Is that so, Doctor?
It's just as simple as that, Eddie. The Layman's National Committee started less than 2 years ago as a small group of 11 men. And 11's not that number when you remember that that's the number of the apostles who were left after Judas left them. These men, all laymen, believed that the political structure of America was founded upon faith in God. They realized that religion, in whatever faith it might manifest itself, is not a heritage, but a fresh conquest to be won in every generation. First Annual Bible Week is the natural outcome of that belief. The Layman's National Committee today embraces all three of America's great faiths, Catholics, Protestants, Jews. Its purpose in Bible Week is to urge each one of us to turn his thoughts once more to the books of the Bible, so that we all may renew our faith, each of us according to the light that is given to us. During Bible Week, every American of every creed and faith is invited to join us. Send us a postcard to the Layman's National Committee at 112 Park Avenue, New York City. We'll send you our brochure called Faith of Our Fathers. Its beautifully colored frontispiece is suitable for framing. We'd like to see it in every American home before another year rolls around. Please remember the address, 112 Park Avenue. Bible Week itself will be just as successful as each one of us makes it in his heart. Men and nations, in the service of which, as they lose their lives, they find them. Many dangers beset us as a people. Aware of those abroad, we are very serious tonight, and we are arming ourselves in a program of national defense unprecedented in our history. Yet even while we do so, we are in danger of forgetting the most vital defense of all. Our greatest defense is within ourselves. And our greatest danger is within ourselves. And the symptoms of that danger are bewilderment and hysteria. For if we yield to these, our battle is already three-quarters lost. The very emergency confronting us means that now, as never before, we must know what we believe in, what imperatives are to command our actions, what this America really is. Our first defense is in our own hearts. The armies we raise will be worth little more than the shattered battalions of other countries, unless we are all fighting for an ideal that has come to life in us. We don't have to search far to find the source of that ideal by which America has grown to power. We have been peculiarly a people of one book. The men of the Mayflower set it at the center of their colony in 1620. The writers of the Declaration of Independence went to it for their inspiration in 1776. Every speech of Lincoln carried its overtone through the days of our threatened division. And every frontier of our expanding settlement echoed with its majestic phrases. It gave us one language, one idealism, one culture. It has been the one source of our faith and the one deep well of our inspiration. In the making of the American mind, the Bible has predominated over all other books. Today, it stands as the superb answer to the folly and falsehood of Mein Kampf. And so, we do well tonight to pray in the words of a writer who is known to many of us as a columnist, the words of High Philip, a newspaper man who has found the meaning, the expression of this hour in a prayer. O God, help us to be brave without being boastful, indignant without being intolerant, resolute without being unfair. May we keep constantly in mind thy commandments, and the greatest of these is charity. Charity, in the sense of tolerance and compassion. Keep us strong and yet not truculent. Help us to see the difference between courage and folly, between service and oratory. Make us understand that we are at the crossroads, that this may be the hour of our destiny. We shall need all the elements of our character which easy living has set. O God, give us spiritual strength. Restore our faith, clear our vision, grant us strength and the sustaining memories of our sturdy forefathers and their honest, God-fearing way of life in peace and in war. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Kingdon. That was most inspiring. This is Eddie Dowling again, calling on everybody in the studio and in the radio audience to sing the battle hymn of the Republic. And I want to thank all you ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, and I do hope that our message came to you and that it will buck you up spiritually in this hour of great national crisis. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the cast. We shall now sing the battle hymn of the Republic.
This program has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will interrupt all programs to give you latest news bulletins. Stay tuned to this station.
The makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee, the blend that's friendship in a cup, present direct from Uncle Sam's Great Army Camp at Fort Ord, California, Edgar Bergen, Bud Abbott, and Lou Costello, Ray Noble and his orchestra. Our guests, the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Babes on Broadway, Judy Garland, and Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie. Now, just a minute, Bergen, just a minute. Now, before we start this pickup here, I have a very important message for the 30,000 men here at Fort Ord.
You have?
Yeah.
Well, what is this important message?
Well, just to show you what kind of a guy I am, fellas, I've got a little address book here, see? And it's just dripping with phone numbers, eh? They're all beautiful and lonesome, see? I'm so tired of it all. Does anybody want it? Oh, I lost it.
Charlie, these men are giving all their time and their thought to Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Yes. And they're so busy with their work, why, they forget about girls.
Yeah?
Yes.
You mean to say they've forgotten about girls?
Yes, Charlie.
Looks like some of them have awful good memories.
Well, that's the wrong attitude, Charlie.
Well, how do you know?
Why, Charlie, when I was in the army,
Oh, don't give us that stuff, Bergen.
I'll never forget what my general said to me.
Let these generals rant out of this. What did you ever do in the army?
Well, I was considered a very good marksman in my day.
Yeah?
Marksman, yes.
You?
Yes.
You couldn't bring a rabbit down from a meat hook.
Now, wait. Well, I wish you could have seen me out on the target range this afternoon.
Yeah?
Yes.
I saw you.
Oh, you did?
That spoils it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I must say you weren't at home on the range, buddy.
Is that so? All right, if you know so much about it, what kind of a score did you make out on the rifle range today?
Well,
you want to know? Yes, I would.
Oh. Well, I didn't, I must admit, I didn't do as good as I expected to. But then again, maybe I didn't expect to.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I don't think my bullets were tying.
Oh, now, wait. Never mind the description. Just give me your score. The score, that's all.
The score, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, my score was, it was one.
One.
Yeah.
One what?
One Mortimer.
One Mortimer? Now, Charlie, don't tell me
I'm afraid I did.
that you shot Mortimer's nurse.
Well, I I want the truth, Charlie. Well, I didn't exactly shoot him, no. You see, I was showing the men how efficient their weapon was to the slingshot.
Oh, I see.
Very good, the slingshot, yes. And Mortimer sort of volunteered. He volunteered? Well, let's say he got in the way.
I see.
So help me, Bergen, I didn't know my slingshot was loaded.
No.
I didn't see the pebble in it.
Yes. Well, now, where did you hit Mortimer with this slingshot?
Well, in the stomach.
In the stomach.
Yeah. Sort of pop love.
Well, now, that's pretty serious, young man. So you hit him in the stomach. Well, and you did it deliberately?
No, sir, it was an accident.
Oh, that's better.
I was aiming at his head.
Well, now, was Mortimer hurt?
I don't know.
Well, did he cry?
No, he didn't cry.
Oh, he didn't cry.
No, he just sort of sagged to the ground.
Oh, I see.
I hope it was just a seasonal slump.
Yes, I do, too. Well, was he unconscious, Charlie?
Unconscious?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, you see, with Mortimer, it's impossible to tell.
Oh, I see. Well, where is he now?
Oh, he's outside hanging around.
We'll bring him in. I want to see if he's all right.
Okay, I'll get him for you. You can talk to him. Oh, my dear.
You want to see me, Mr. Bergen?
Yes. Charlie told me that there was a little accident out on the target range.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Mortimer? I say, how do you feel?
Me?
Yes, sure.
Well, I got an awful headache in my stomach, so you have.
Well, you must be a little more careful on that target range.
Well, I didn't think they could hit me.
Well, why not?
Well, I'm out of season.
That's enough of that, Mortimer. Now, tell me what happened.
Well, you see, it was this way, Mr. Bergen. Yes. I bent over to tie my shoelace.
Yes.
And that's when Charlie let me have it.
Oh, I see. I thought he hit you in the stomach.
Well, he sort of hit me in the stomach when my back was turned.
Oh,
Very humiliating.
Well, I hope you're not seriously injured. I say I hope you're not seriously injured.
Oh, no, I'm all right.
No, that's good.
In a couple of days, I'll be sitting pretty again.
The month of months is with us again. Here's a tip for starting each day right in tune with the season.
Darling, breakfast ready.
So am I. Good morning, Mr. Dean, my dear.
The Jason's and one coffee here. It's friendship in a cup, my dear.
A very good morning to you. Well, now, let's see. 365 days times 4 cups of coffee times 50 years.
What are you doing?
I'm figuring out how many times I'm going to have a cup of this good coffee.
Oh, the Jason's and one. Super rich.
I know it is. That's why I'm adding them up.
Delicious?
It's the next step better than delicious.
Right, and the price is thrifty, too.
Well, you know I run into Chase and Sanborn Coffee downtown a lot. At the good hotels and restaurants and clubs.
Yep, more and more of them are serving it all the time.
Folks, get Chase and Sanborn. A super rich blend.
Drip or regular grind. It's
A cup of coffee that sings to say a very good morning to you. From the 1st of January to the last of December, holidays and all, you get the true spirit of Christmas the whole year round in Chase and Sanborn dated coffee. It's super rich, as full of flavor as a pudding full of plums. Freshly roasted, fragrant, it's more than coffee. It's friendship in a cup. And you get it at a saving. Better coffee for less is the Chase and Sanborn rule through our dating and distribution system. The dated coffee is rushed from the roasting ovens to the stores, freshly roasted. It's dated the day your grocer receives it. So an inexpensive package is used, and you save money. Get this holiday coffee the year around. Enjoy true friendship in a cup. Buy Chase and Sanborn dated coffee.
already know. What's up, Bud? Well, I'll let you in on a little bit. I've got Costello believing that they're going to keep him here at Fort Hood, and that I've been ordered by the Army to give him an examination.
Hey, Lola!
That's him now, Ray.
Hey, Judy, Squirrel!
All right, never mind.
Boy. I'm going to be a soldier. Hey, Abbott, I came from a family of fighters. My grandfather was in a Boston Tea Party.
Tea Party?
Yeah, he brought the lemon.
No. You mean he didn't fight?
Fight!
Yeah.
He challenged the enemy to a duel. Then he called his seconds. He yelled, Joe, Max, Mike, Tom, Dick, Harry.
Yeah. All right. Wait a minute, Costello. How many seconds did your grandfather have?
60. He was a minute man.
No. Come on,
But in the Battle of Bunker Hill, they accused him of running away before the battle began.
Did he run away?
No. He just wanted to get a good start when the general said, charge!
Cut out the monkey business. You're in the army.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Did you tell me that the colonel was the big boss around here in camp?
Certainly.
Then how come that other guy has his name on all the doors?
What other guy?
Some guy named Private Keep Out.
Oh. Look, talk back. Let's get on with your examination.
Lou Costello, you dope. You know that.
Well, I know that. I've got to fill out this blank. Now, let's see. Name, Lou Costello.
Yeah.
Home?
One night a week.
No. Wait a minute. Look, where did you come from? Patterson? Okay.
No, Madison NJ.
No. All right. Patterson NJ. Married?
Yes, sir.
Child?
No, to a full-grown woman.
No, you don't know. I mean, have you any children?
Yeah, we got 4 children. Eenie, Meanie, Miney, and Wilbur.
Wilbur? Why Wilbur?
We didn't want any mold.
All right, let's get this blank filled out. Will you please?
Yeah, let's get
Now, will you listen to me, please?
All
All right, let's see the next question here. Oh, yes. Born?
Sure I was born. What did you do? Win me in a package of Cracker Jacks?
No. I mean, what day were you born?
I know it wasn't New Year's Eve.
Now, how do you know that?
Catch me staying home on New Year's Eve.
Look, Costello, how old are you?
Well, I'd have been 24 in October, but for one thing.
And what's that?
I was born in December.
All right. Now, let's get straight. Now, if it was in December, then you were born under Capricorn, the goat.
Born under a goat?
Well...
Where did you live? In a stockyard? I beg your pardon, Abbott. My family's listening in.
Listen, I didn't mean it that way. I mean the sign of the goat. Now, according to the story, you were born under a sign.
Well, according to my old man, I was born in a hospital.
All right, have you had any fighting experience?
Yes, sir. I was in a tongue war.
Tongue war?
I had a fight with 2 white men.
No, come on. Have you had any military experience?
Oh, I've had a lot of military experience.
When was it?
I used to go around with a campfire girl.
Now, look. Let's get into
I don't get that one myself.
I don't get it. No, don't make sense to me at all. Let's look into your physical...
How is your physical condition?
That's me.
Excuse me.
Yeah, all right. All right, now turn around.
I had the wrong line.
All right, come on, let's look it over now. Let's be a little careful about this thing, all right?
Yeah.
Turn around. Say, you're a little corporal.
You mean I'm promoted already?
No.
How long will it take me to make a sergeant?
No. Let's
Someday I may be a captain.
Will you keep quiet,
I may wind up into a second Lululemon.
All right. Now, let's get on with the examination. Now, how are your eyes? Now,
fine.
All right, open your eyes wide.
Why didn't that?
Yes. No. Don't squint. Now, look at my eyes. My eyes are as big as saucers.
And right under them you have cups to match.
But I look as well as you do. In fact, weller.
Weller?
Yeah.
What kind of English is that? Weller. Now, Abbott, you can talk gooder than that.
All right. Look, forget that stuff. Now, see how good your eyes are. Now, there's a chart over there on the wall. See it over there? Now,
where's the chart?
Over there on the wall.
Is that a chart?
Yeah.
Looks like peppers.
No, never mind. Now, please read the first couple of lines.
Okay.
All right.
Elxyski. Next line. Kupachski.
Why, Costello, that's wonderful, marvelous.
That was easy. I know the people.
What?
That's the best deal for Notre Dame.
Oh, well, your eyes are all right. Now, how about your teeth?
My teeth are perfect.
All right. Well, open your mouth. Wait a minute. What do you mean your teeth are perfect? I just saw some of them slip.
I was afraid of that. You caught me with my bridges down.
You'll have to go to see the Army dentist.
I can't do that. I just came from the Army. Just pull out a tooth.
Did you wonder anything when you extracted the tooth?
I wasn't when we started, but when we finished, I was under the stick.
All right, Costello. You must have been under some opiate. Were you under ether?
I wasn't under ether or either.
But suppose I want to make a report about this to the commanding officer. What will I tell him you were under?
Tell him I'm underpaid.
No. What did the dentist do? Look, let's get this straight. Will you please, Costello? What did the dentist give you to make you unconscious?
I don't need anything to make me unconscious.
Well, that I know. Will you look? Will you be sensible? Did the dentist ask you if you wanted gas?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I told him to check my oil, too.
Well, look. What I'm trying to find out is this. Did he give you gas to put you to sleep?
How do you think he put me to sleep? With a bedtime story?
No, you dumb slut. What did he give you for an anesthetic?
Ah, but I'm telling you, I didn't have an anesthetic. I had a toothache.
Costello, please. What did the dentist give you so you wouldn't feel the pain? That's what I want to know.
Look, I'm narcotic.
The dentist, you mean allergic?
I mean narcotic.
A narcotic is a dope.
That's what I was, for going for the guy.
All right.
But I got even with him.
You did?
I let him pull the wrong tooth.
Wrong tooth? Why didn't you tell the man with...
Why should I tell him? I'm no store picking.
Costello, look. It's a good thing I was only kidding about this examination. It's about you for the Army and all that. Because you'll never make a soldier as long as you live.
I won't, eh?
No.
Well, Abbott, I'll have you know that I'm the bravest man in camp. This morning I saved the life of every soldier here at Fort Ord. Every life I saved at Fort Ord. Just this morning I saved their life.
Saved the life of every soldier here at Fort Ord?
Sure.
How?
I shot the cook.
Another war bulletin. The governor of the Dutch East Indies has declared war on Japan and ordered complete mobilization. This news was relayed to New York by NBC's correspondent Sidney Albright in Batavia. A bulletin from Shanghai. The Japanese Army and Navy surrounded the international settlement at 4:40 a.m. today and served notice on the commander of the U.S. gunboat Wake that war had been declared. And from San Jose, Costa Rica. Costa Rica declared war on Japan tonight. The other Latin American nations are expected to follow, so keep tuned to this station for further development. We return you now to Hollywood.
United States Defense Savings Bonds and Stamps.
What are you doing, Charlie? Oh, I'm just looking up superlatives to describe you, my darling. I'm looking up here in Rogus Sidori book.
What?
No, Charlie. Rogus Ignoramus. Rogus Sidori. Oh, yeah, Rogus Dictionary. Hey, let me hear you, Garland. Garland is a loop, see? Yeah, a garland is a loop, and a loop is a hoop, and a hoop is a circle, and I'm getting dizzy over you, Judy.
Oh, Charlie, dear.
All right, Charlie. Judy has a song to do.
Yes, Charlie, it's Sing What the Sings in My Heart.
All right, go ahead, Judy. Sing it. Oh.
When you smiled at me, I heard a melody. It haunted me from the start. Something inside of me started a symphony. Sing with the strings of my heart. Was like a rhapsody. I heard a birdie sing about her nest that her part. Nature seemed to be in perfect harmony. Sing when the strings of my heart. Your eyes make skies seem blue again. What else could I do again but keep repeating through and through?
lovely. But let's not forget, business comes first.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, business comes
Now, we promised to get this order out by this evening, you know.
Yes, we did that. We did that. Yes, we did that.
We've got to get some new customers, too.
Yes, we got to get customers. That's right. Business is business.
Yes.
Yes, the business is business. Yes. What do you mean, you business is business here? Huh? What are you kids talking about? Haven't you heard of it? No. Judy and I have started a Christmas shopping service. Oh.
That's right, Mr. Bergen. We're Santa Claus's Helpers, Inc.
Ain't you? That's right. Give them my motto, Judy, huh?
All right. If the Christmas rush makes you nervous and moody, take all of your troubles to Charlie and Judy.
There you are.
Mr. Bergen, how about you throwing a little business our way? Huh?
Yeah, what about it, huh? Well, around this time of the year, Judy and I could use a little, extra ammonia. You know, ammonia? Ammonia? Yeah, ammonia. Yeah. Very scary stuff. Ammonia, that's what it is. Ammonia. Yeah, you know, it's better known as laughing lettuce. Laughing lettuce. Happy cabbage. Well, but what can you folks do for me, though?
Well, we can do anything. We can do your shopping or mail your packages and save you the trouble of standing in line at the post office.
Oh, well, now, you've got something there. Do you have a wrapping service?
Yeah, yes, we have that, too. Yeah, yes. We handle any package. Unless it takes. Yeah. Well, that's very interesting, but what about trimming my tree?
Oh, we'll trim your tree. We'll trim your house.
Even trim the occupant.
No.
I talk too much.
Yes. And we have an alteration department, too.
Alteration department? Now, what in the world is that for?
Well, you buy the gifts, we order the price tag.
Oh, I see. That ought to appeal to you, Bergen. All right. You better make it snappy, too. We expect an awful rush, business now between now and Christmas. You're anticipating big business. Yeah, we expect to be open 8 and 10 days a week at the rate we're going.
Yeah, you better hurry up, Mr. Bergen.
Sure.
There's going to be an awful lot of confusion around our place.
Oh, yes, it's a mess. Do you get the packages mixed up? Oh, goodness, yes. We'll have enough gifts left over to take care of all of our friends. You know. Well, your wrapping service interests me. What do you charge to wrap a package? 10 cents. Oh, I see. How much does the paper cost?
10 cents.
Well, you can't make any money that way. Well, confidentially, Barry, we show a small profit on the string. Oh.
We can do your shopping for you, too, Mr. Bergen. We know where the sales are.
I see. Well, we can cut your expenses 50%. Is that so? That's almost half. It is. If I'm not mistaken, I think I am. Yeah. But do you think you can make my money go any farther?
Oh, yes, and faster, too.
Well, I believe that, yes. You specialize now.
Yes.
Well, I think you're very ambitious young people, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pass this word around and see if I can send you some business. Yeah, and don't forget, we also have a baby-minding service for shoppers. Baby-minding?
Yes. We call it the McCarthy and Garland Baby Bureau.
Huh?
We have a slogan for that, too.
Yeah. Let us hold your baby while you change presents. Or vice versa.
We sing them lullabies, play patty cake. We even count their pinkies if you care for that sort of thing.
Well, I personally couldn't tell it, though.
Yes, see, not only that, but we bottle them and we bathe them, too. You bathe them? Yeah. Every morning we bathe them from top to from stem to from beginning to we just dunk them. We dunk them. We do like around.
We have special rates for movie-minded mothers.
Yeah, we have that too. Yeah, that's good.
In case any mothers want to go see a picture, we take care of the children.
Yeah, and we have a special price too for those who go to see Look Who's Laughing. Well, that's all very interesting.
Yeah, but we need more business.
Oh.
Say, Charlie, what about Ray Noble? Is he assigned yet?
Not specially, no. Let's go to work on him.
Oh, Mr. Noble.
Noble. Mr. Noble. We've been friends for a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charlie, old man. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit short myself today.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Just a minute. Mr. Noble, are you aware of our boon to the Yuletide shoppers? Wrapping and unwrapping packages and babies?
Yeah. No, not babies. Yeah. Have you got a baby that you want us to watch?
Well, child, there's a baby waiting for me down at Perth. I prefer to watch her myself.
You won't be there, but you get there.
Well, Charlie, maybe Mr. Noble would be interested in our shopping service.
Now, that is something really. Let us talk that up a little bit. I'll tell you what, it's my turn anyhow. We could buy you a Christmas present for you, Mr. Noble. How's that?
Oh, thanks awfully. Yes. Because I haven't yet decided what I'm going to give myself.
Oh, now wait a minute.
Well, how about a smoking jacket?
Well, really, Judy, I don't know. I never smoked one.
Oh, just wasting our time. That's all we're doing.
So too,
Yeah,
darling.
just wasting our time.
Look, maybe we better just concentrate on the boys.
What boys?
Well, you see, we have a special service for our servicemen.
Oh, yes, yes. Yes, we watch out for this one. How does it work?
Well, do you like it as sweethearts for them?
We even take the sweethearts out for them. Oh,
We'll visit their families for them?
yeah? Yes. Well, I think the boys would prefer to do that all that sort of thing themselves. Yeah? It doesn't sound very practical. Oh, but it is. It's really nice and very fitting, too. Let's show them how we do it, Judy, huh?
All right. Now, Charlie's the soldier coming home on his furlough, and I'm the mother.
You're the mother, yes. That's right. See, I'm coming home here. Yes. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Here. Hello, Major.
Oh, don't you? How did you get here so fast?
Boy, you certainly have aged since last I saw you. Just tremolo right through it. Well, I tell you, Major, I came in a tank, Major.
A tank?
Yes, you know, one of those Fort Ord sedans, you know.
Ah, you certainly look dirty. You're all full of soot.
Yes, well, you see, my job is to swab out the cannon. And speaking of cannon, that reminds me, where's Father? Oh.
He's outside knitting. Did you get that last pair of socks he knit for you?
Yes, I did, yes. I'm using them for laundry bags.
Now, my boy, there's something I want to ask you. In all your letters, you told me how much you like working for Uncle Sam, but how do you like his wife?
Well, she says... His wife? Who's that?
Anti Aircraft.
Oh, she's awful nice, too. How do you think I look, Major, though?
Oh, just a little. Yeah, you look all right, thank you. I'm a little disappointed in you, though.
Disappointed? Why?
You've been in the service for 3 weeks and you're still a private.
Oh, what did you expect?
I thought when you came home you'd have some kind of fancy decoration on your arm.
Oh, I did have, but she left me at Del Monte.
Coffee pot is kept mighty busy at this season of the year. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, supper, and when friends drop in between meals. If it's good coffee, people can't get enough. Yes, there's always a hearty welcome for Chase and Sanborn of truly great coffee. It's coffee in the Christmas tradition with an abundance of super-rich, friendly flavor. Yes, Chase and Sanborn dated coffee is just what you've always wanted. Superb coffee, freshly roasted, at a reasonable money-saving price. That's why this blend is so overwhelmingly popular. It's better coffee for less. Our famous dating and distribution system makes that possible. The freshly roasted coffee, fragrant and delicious, is rushed from the rest. Join us again next Sunday, won't you, when Charlie's guest will be Lana Turner. And in the meantime, don't forget, every time you say Chase and Sanborn, please, to your grocer, you're saying thank you to us. This is Buddy Twist saying good night for the makers of Chase and Sanborn. Broadcast will be headed to the entertainment of the first.
Following Japan's declaration of war on the United States, Hawaii has been under 2 air attacks today. More than 10 persons were wounded when enemy planes machine-gunned a town near Honolulu, according to a Reuters dispatch. And General Douglas MacArthur has ordered all women and children in Manila to evacuate the seacoast and move to areas inland. The Dutch East Indies has just declared war on Japan, and Costa Rica in South America has also declared war. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
Inner Sanctum Mystery, brought to you by the makers of Carter's Little Liver Pills, the best friend to your sunny disposition. Good evening, friends. This is Raymond, your host, welcoming you again to the Inner Sanctum. Come in, won't you? Why am I smiling? Oh, but I always smile when I open the creaking door on Sunday night. You see, each week when I say good evening, I think to myself,
A good evening for what? And, of course, there's only one answer to that question. A good evening for a murder.
Tonight, Inner Sanctum Mysteries brings you The Island of Death, an original radio mystery drama written by Robert Newman and presented for your entertainment by the makers of Carter's Little Liver Pill. Friends, a pleasant disposition shouldn't be just a once-in-a-while affair. It ought to be a regular thing. See if you can't make it regular by encouraging regularity with Carter's Little Liver Pill. Let them wake up the flow of one of your most vital digestive juices and prove to yourself that Carter's Little Liver Pills are the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Now I think we're ready to begin. Ready to begin as strange and terrible a tale as ever turned a man's hair gray overnight. A tale of voodoo, conjuring, black magic. Oh, now you're smiling. You don't believe in voodoo, huh? Good. Now turn down the lights, pull your chair up close, and listen to the story of the Island of Death. Come with me to the Dark Island, the secret magic island, Haiti. It is night. A fierce tropical storm is raging. The car drives slowly down the road with a cane field on one side of it, a jungle on the other.
Now which way?
I don't know, John.
Blast Brandon. Why did he let us go off alone? How are we going to get back there?
But he told us not to go off alone, John. John, look,
Where?
ahead there. That old native walking up the road. Oh, maybe he can...
Yeah. Hey, you! Hey! What's the matter with him? Is he deaf? You keep blowing the horn while I put my coat on and go after him, Muriel.
All right, Jim. Well, there's something wrong with it.
Hey.
It doesn't work.
Well, it was working just a minute ago. Now, what's the name of... So you did hear me. Why didn't you come when I called you?
I am not in the habit of coming when I'm called that way, monsieur. Besides, though I am an old man, my ears are very sensitive. The noise of your horn pained me. That's why I stopped it.
You stopped it? Why, you... Well, okay. We're looking for the plantation St. Jack. Are we on the right road?
You are on the right road for many things, Mr. Gold.
Hey, how did you know my name?
It was Gold.
Oh. Well, how do we get there?
If you go down this road 1 mile, you'll see it on the right. And when you get there, well, perhaps we will meet again.
If we do, I'll... Hey, where did he go to?
Oh, I don't know. He just disappeared.
Step back off the road into the jungle. Well, at least we know where we are now.
Yes. John,
Hey.
do you suppose he was a papaloy, a witch doctor?
What on earth makes you think that?
I don't know. The way he looked and talked. And after all, the horn did stop working.
Coach? Is that you, Coach?
No,
Muriel. Mother, I'm sorry, Mrs. Coach.
Alan, you have to make things even more difficult than they are already.
Would it make things any easier if I pretended that we were just old friends? But it didn't matter to me that you'd married him instead of me.
No, Alan, I guess not.
I'm sorry, Muriel. I shouldn't say that. Hello, Alan. Order me a drink, will you? Sure. Yeah, thanks for the Coach.
Yes, Monsieur Randall. I was.
Did you find out what was wrong with the horn?
Yeah, one of the wires come loose. Met an old native on the road, and Muriel's convinced that he was a witch doctor.
But it's just that he was so strange, and so, even though I know that there are no such things...
What we know or believe isn't terribly important. What is important is what the natives believe. They don't like being laughed at. You mean they really still believe in voodoo, stuff like that? Well...
you're doing, Monsieur.
Yeah. Do you believe in voodoo? but not really, monsieur. Oh, this is funny. This is really funny.
Hey, what's that?
The drum. Nothing, monsieur. Just the heel hands doing the Congo.
Oh. Well, they can't have done a hard day's work if they've got enough energy to dance at night. I think maybe I'll go down there.
Oh, no, monsieur. No.
What do you mean I must not?
I am sorry, monsieur. I just meant, well, if you were interested in voodoo conjuring, perhaps I could show you some.
You can?
Oh, I am no papalois, Monsieur Brandon. I have some skill with the knuckle bone, telling fortunes. And if Monsieur Coates would like...
No, why not? Go ahead, Pierre.
Very well, Monsieur. There. An arrow 9 times. That means unhappiness.
For whom?
I see a city far away from here. I see 2 men, both in love with the same woman.
Yeah, easy, Alan. Let him finish. Go on, Pierre.
One of the men is rich, powerful. The other is not. The one who is rich has his rival sent away, and in his absence marries the girl. She knows she is making a mistake.
Oh, she does she? Why, you ain't telling her.
Stop.
You coach. How dare you hit him for 2 cents, Mike?
All right, Mr. Brandon. You did not hurt me.
No? Well, I haven't even started yet. You're fired.
Just a second, Coach.
Oh, Brandon. I had a hunch you weren't getting as much as you could out of the natives, that you were too soft with them. Now I know it. You're fired, too.
John, so that's why you insisted I come down here with you.
Of course. Don't you think I know that you're still in love with him? Okay, Coach, you asked for it, and I'm... Oh, no, you're not, Alan. I've got a gun here. Now, you stay where you are. I'm going down the field and hut and really show them who's boss.
Alan. Oh, Alan,
It's all right, Johnny. Being fired doesn't bother me. But the other things, are they true?
That is really you are love. Maybe even I.
Mr. Brandon, excuse me, but I think you should know. The drum, it is not the drum Congo. It is the service sector. Marron is down with the drum.
What?
Who is Marron?
He's the most famous witch doctor on the island. John may be a swine, but he hangs his head. Listen, Muriel, you stay here with Pierre. I'm going after John. Hope, where are you? Oh, yes, I'm looking for a man named... Cimarron. You are Cimarron,
I am.
Another white man came down here a few minutes ago, Cimarron. Do you know where he is?
Yes, he said. He said you pay well to see some voodoo. He said this petrol. He's in the Humpo, the temple.
What? There's no temple here in the village.
He is not. Come with me into this hut. That iron ring there, lift it up.
What's that door?
Now down the steps. Here's the Humpo. There is open.
Coach. John. Oh, what do you want, Alan? You've got to get out of here right away. That's exactly what I've been looking for. The place where they hold their spookaroo. Listen, John, I never did like you much, and I shouldn't really care what happens to you, but the white-haired native that brought me in here. You know who he is? Sure. The old coot I met on the road earlier this evening. He happens to be Cimarron, the most powerful papaloy in Haiti. Yeah? Well, when I get finished with him, he won't show his face around this plantation again in a hurry, but...
Alan! Alan! We are ready to be killed. White man, I warn you. Miramiango himself will be here. And there is no telling what step he will take. Whose body he will follow.
Never mind the warning. Go ahead.
Very well. Happy, come back. The drum. from the jungles of the night. Come, Ida. Come. See the body. Loose its soul. Point its feet this way. And come, Ida. Come. Come. There. He has taken the body. He's coming. Quick back. More water. Sprinkles on the ground in front of the altar.
Hey, what is this all about? What do they think they're doing?
The bells. The bells of death. He's coming. He's a coming.
Look at him. Something is coming. What do you mean? Something. Let's do this. Who or what it is? No, not yet. He died. Prepare. Oh, smoke. There. They're white.
He's a yonder. Come. Down.
A woman. A white woman. Walking as if she were asleep or in a trance. As soon as she gets to the altar, we'll be able to see. Oh, great God. No.
So, John Coates insisted there was no such thing as voodoo. Dared the witch doctor to invoke the god Yiranyango. And when the god did appear, he found he'd taken possession of the body of his wife. Very unusual. But not any more annoying than when a simple thing like a mean, sulky, gloomy disposition takes possession of us. Oftentimes, irregularity is entirely to blame. So the sensible thing to do is get right after it with Carter's little liver pills. Now, don't let the gloom of irregularity hold you back. Keep you from enjoying life and getting ahead in the world. Wake up the flow of one of your most vital digestive juices with Carter's little liver pills. Let them help you to feel up and mad and bubbling with enthusiasm and alive with the glorious feeling that goes with regularity. Just give Carter's little liver pills a trial. And I think you'll agree that Carter's little liver pills can really be the best friend to your sunny disposition. All right. Do you still think voodoo is all nonsense? Oh, you're not so sure now. But you still want me to go on with our story. Very well. Just a moment later now, and Ellen Brandon and John Coates are still sitting in the subterranean temple, transfixed with horror.
We left her up at the house. It can't be. But it is. She's in some kind of a trance. Blast that witch doctor. I'm going to... The fool. He's in the thing now, but he's pulling. What's that?
Where's the dinner? We come again.
Look, they're all kneeling. Bowing to her.
You are nobody with the power we've given you. Let us see that Yankapum by night and by day, through the 4 seasons, as the green things grow, watch over us, O Yida, and bless us.
Look, she's raising her hand. She's blessing them.
And now, the image, the ghost without horns, take it in your hand, Yida. Breathe your spirit into it.
Look, that image. She's picking it up. Putting it to her lip. Oh, you black devil, I'll teach you. You idiot, what have you done? What I should have done before. Killed him. Probably killed not only him, but Muriel, too. Look. Yeah, she's just fainted. Let's get her out of here. Back to the house now, quick. Inside here. Put her on the couch. Yeah, she's still unconscious. Her pulse is pretty weak. Here, some brandy, hurry.
Yes, monsieur.
Why did they let us go like that? Not even try and stop us. All of them just sitting there. Hey, I don't know, but I'd have been happier if
Here you are, monsieur.
What happened to Madame?
That blasted witch doctor, Timaron, some kind of a ceremony with a goat.
The blessing of the goat without horns.
He must have hypnotized her or something like that. But he won't try any more of his voodoo tricks on her or anybody else. I killed him.
Killed him? Killed Timaron?
Yeah. Hold her head, Brandon, while I give her some of this brandy. All right.
Brandy. I am afraid that will not help, monsieur. You do not give brandy to someone who is dead.
Dead? What are you talking about?
Her heart is still beating, yes. But she is not really alive. You see, her soul left her body when Timaron called to her. When you killed him, it could not find its way back. It is out there. So, now, wandering around, lost in the night.
Why, no. John, haven't you done enough harm already? Well, we've got to get a doctor for her. Right away.
Yes, monsieur. For if her soul does not find its way back soon, it will never come back. But there is no white doctor that can help her.
Will you shut up? Where's the nearest one, Alan? Dr. Grosjean, about 9 miles up the road. I'll show you the way. All right, well, come on. You stay here and watch them, yeah? And if anything happens to her...
Yes, monsieur. I will stay.
Are you coming, John? Hurry up. Yes, all right. Holy God, wandering around somewhere in the night. She's fainted, that's all. Maybe it's a fever and she's out of her head. Well, which way? Shortest way is that way there. You mean through the jungle? But it's dark. We won't be able to see it.
Listen, Coach. You may not know it, you may not care, but Muriel's life is in danger. I'm not sure a doctor can help her. But I'm going to get one if I have to crawl on my hands and knees.
Alan. Wait. How much further are we going to have to go?
I don't know. Can't be much further.
Yeah. That's what you've been saying for the last hour. We're lost. That's what we are. Lost somewhere here in the jungle. And listen.
Wrong.
Yeah. And I don't care what you do. But I've had enough of this. I'm going that way.
Coach, no, wait. Come here. Don't you realize that... Coach!
Alan, look. Hot. A fire. We're out of the jungle. Hey, it's a village.
Oh, Coach. Not a village. See, the native quarter of the plantation.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, we've been walking in a circle and we're back where we started from.
Why, it's impossible.
No, monsieur. It is not impossible. It is true.
Yeah. What are you doing here?
I knew this is where you would end up, so I came down here to wait for you.
It's a trick, that's what it is. You did this, the two of you.
No, monsieur. It was not us. It was he, Timaron.
But he's dead.
Yes, he's dead. But come over here.
Timaron. Lying and dead.
Yes, monsieur. And there in his right hand, an egg. It is the fat cat conjure. Monsieur Coach, your life is in that egg. And as long as he holds it, you can never leave here.
Never leave. I've got to. I can't stand anymore. Ever since I shot him. Those drums. The jungle surrounding us. Waiting. Now listen, Pierre. I don't care what it costs. I don't even care about Muriel. But I gotta get away from here.
Coach. But that is very easy, monsieur. The egg. If you will take the egg from Timaron's fingers, smash it, you will be able to go.
Take it? But that means that I'd have to touch him, and
All right. I'll do it. Hey, he's holding it so tightly, it's almost as if... There. Ah. Here it is.
Drop it. Break it.
There. Now, can I go?
In just a moment, monsieur.
But you said that
Yes, monsieur. But I would not advise you to move at just this moment. Turn around. Slowly.
Snake. Bushman. Deadliest snake there is.
Not just a bushman. It is Dambala. Look well at the snake, no Dambala. Look well so you will know it again.
That's for you, Dambala. I've had enough of this. Now I'm getting out of here and I'm taking Muriel with me. Start walking, both of you. Back to the house. All right. You stop right there. Now you listen. I'm going to get the car and back it up here. You're going into the house, and you're going to bring Muriel out here. Coach, she shouldn't be moved now, so you do as I say.
Perhaps we had better. Come, Mr.
All right. Yeah, just a second.
Yes, monsieur.
I'm asking you this as a friend. Isn't there anything that can be done? Any way she can be saved? You see, I love her.
I know, monsieur. But you know what is written. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. A life for a life.
You mean she, Maron, but she didn't have anything to do with that.
No. That is why I think she will recover. Now that what has to be done has been done.
Muriel, darling, are you all right?
Yes, Helen. I just feel terribly tired and weak. As if... What happened?
You don't remember?
Oh, the last thing I remember was John going down to the native quarter and you going after him. Where is John?
He's outside getting the car. She'd never have brought you down here with him. He's going to take you away.
Away? Oh, Alan, no.
After all, he is your husband.
I don't care. I hate him. I hate him.
Madame was not alone in hating him. And, well, I do not think she need worry about him anymore.
What do you mean?
Somehow, I have the feeling that... Listen.
Hey there, Muriel. We'll go. Come on, Pierre. There's his car, but where is he? There he is.
Yes, monsieur.
John, what happened? What is... Oh. Good Lord. Dead.
Yes.
What killed him?
Look there, monsieur. Crawling back into the jungle.
A bushman. The same one that... It can't be the same one. He shot it.
Perhaps it is the mate of the one who shot.
Wait. There's only one way the snake could have bitten him. If it was in the car. How could it get him? Yeah. You did.
I? No, monsieur. The egg into my own hand. The egg with his life in it. Have you forgotten that he broke that himself?
How do you believe in voodoo? You don't? Oh, now. Come here. Come here a little closer. I'll whisper something in your ear. Neither do I.
And let me whisper this in your ear, folks.
There are just 15 shopping days until Christmas, full of rush, hurry, and crowd. About all you can do is face things armed with a good disposition. So don't let irregularity get you down. Get after that low-gauge, cross, irritable feeling with Carter's Little Liver Pills. Let them wake up the flow of one of your most important digestive juices and help turn those 15 shopping days into 15 topping days, full of the glorious, glad to be alive feeling that goes with regularity. Remember the name, Carter's Little Liver Pills. Yes, and remember this, too. Christmas comes but once a year. But year-round, Carter's Little Liver Pills can be the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Well, this is Raymond, your host again, getting ready to close that creaky door to the inner sanctum until the same time next week. And don't forget, there's safety in numbers, so be sure to have all your friends listen with you. Remember, all names of characters used on the Inner Sanctum Mystery broadcast are entirely fictitious. Now, if you should happen to get into an argument with anyone about whether the dead come back from the grave, about ghosts without horns, black magic, and conjuring, whatnot, remember the old saying, voodoo unto others, and you would have them voodoo to you. Have you read this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel, Trial by Fury, by Craig Rice? It's on sale at your favorite bookstore. Good night. Sweet dreams.
Listeners, be on guard. Don't let it sneak up on you like a thief in the night. What is it? Listen to this report from the Harris home as Mrs. Harris says to her maid.
Hannah, I'll never give another party. I'm going straight to bed. Oh, before dinner, ma'am. I'm exhausted. All those chatty, noisy women depress me so. I wouldn't be too quick to blame the guests, ma'am. You've been kind of edgy and cross all week. Not like yourself at all. You're right, Hannah. I'm sorry. Oh, I know how it is. And when I get to feeling that way, I know it's time to try Carter's Little Liver Pills.
Right. Then when you don't feel good, try Carter's Little Liver Pills. They do the work of calomel, but have no calomel in them. For they are simple pills made of vegetable drugs. They wake up the flow of one of our most vital digestive juices. When this vital juice flows at the rate of 2 pints a day, it helps to digest our food and bring back the glorious feeling that goes with regularity. Then most folks feel like happy days are here again. But be sure you get the genuine Carter's Little Liver Pills. 25 cents at all drugstore. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
According to a Reuters dispatch, General Douglas MacArthur has ordered all women and children in Manila to evacuate the seacoast and move to areas inland. The Dutch East Indies has just declared war on Japan. Costa Rica in South America has also just declared war. A bulletin from New York. Mayor Fiorello H. LaGuardia, Civilian Defense Director, announced tonight he had ordered all Japanese nationals in New York City to remain in their homes until their status is established by the federal government. At the same time, John Cummings, Superintendent of Operations for TWA, acting on instructions from the Civil Aeronautics Authority, issued an order prohibiting TWA's planes from carrying any Japanese nationals. This order was directed against the special Japanese envoy, Kurosu. We take you now to Hollywood.
One Man's Family, brought to you by Tenderleaf Tea. family is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Tonight we present Chapter 10, Book 40, entitled A New Incident in the Matter of Irene Franklin. Right now, as you make your holiday plans, here's news you'll be glad to get. Your grocer now has his Yuletide supply of tender-leaf tea balls in the holiday wrapping. Bright, gay, colorful gifts to convey the good cheer of the season. They'll be featured through December in this festive dress, the most popular tea balls in America for the most popular days on the calendar. Get some for gifts. They're extremely appropriate. For the essence of fine tea is its warm, good fellowship, the very spirit of Christmas, and in tender-leaf tea balls it reaches a peak. They're made with tasteless filter paper that keeps your tea perfectly clear and gives you just the delicate flavor of the tiny, new top tea leaves. This year, give Tenderleaf brand tea balls in the special holiday wrapping. Inside and out, it carries the heartiest good wishes of the season. Inexpensive, practical, and always welcome. Ask for Tenderleaf tea balls, America's largest selling tea balls, in the holiday wrapping. In the instance of Irene Franklin, there's something rather unorthodox in the atmosphere. Mother Barbara feels it, Father Barbara feels it, and even Clifford has indicated it by his actions. Even as a hired hand down on Hazel's Dairy Ranch, he managed to get over to Berkeley, where Irene is a freshman at UC, but he never gets around to bringing her across the bay to see his family, and he certainly doesn't like discussing her with anyone. Mother Barbara with a hoping for the best, but what can you do with a grown son attitude. Father Barber getting along with Clifford on casual but friendly enough terms, and Clifford tending blithely to his own business, pretending the whole thing doesn't exist. And all the rest of the family is pretending Irene doesn't exist either, because around the holidays, no one wants having any serious difficulties that might spread restraint in the family circle and cloud the holidays. If there's going to be an eventual blow-up over Irene, everyone's keeping his fingers crossed that it won't happen until after the Christmas and New Year's festivities. So why there should be a blow-up, no one seems quite to know, except that there's that edgy feeling and air of suspense and secrecy. Anyway, this is Clifford one day a week off from the dairy ranch, and he phoned up that he was going to stop downtown a little Christmas shopping before coming out of the family home in Seacliff.
He'll be here for dinner, naturally. Yes, he'll eat with us and then go back to Aunt Shirley's usual. Oh, that's going to work out perfectly. At least it will if he hasn't any other plans. What's that, Hazel? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Mother. I'm planning to take the children and go down to the ranch tonight. That'll give us a long weekend in the country. I should say it will. And what about having kids at school? Oh, I've already spoken to their teachers. But the nice thing is, if Clifford's going down early, perhaps he can drive us. I don't like driving at night. Of course he will. If he hasn't other ideas in mind. Ideas, indeed. Well, we'll see when he comes. I thought Claudia was coming in this afternoon. She'll be home presently. How do you like the way I've rearranged the living room, Hazel? Nothing you know as well as I do that you're going to have trouble with Father. That man. Yes, I know.
Anybody home?
It's getting busy. In the living room, Jack.
Okay. What's the matter with this house anyway? Quiet as an empty garret.
Not when you come in, it isn't. Where's Betty?
Over next door. I don't know what I'm going to do with that girl. Takes her longer to get clean than an elephant should take. Locks herself in the bathroom and stays there and stays there. I think she must wash each pore separately.
Oh, well, she's having fun.
Yeah, but it's getting worse. Well, it's the goodness it's getting, so I have to start her in the middle of the afternoon just to get her ready to come over here in the evening.
Well, that's just habit.
Yeah, but it's not a good one. What do you think I ought to do about it? You got any ideas?
Jack, how about you and Betty working out your own problem?
Oh, sure.
Suppose that we're not interested. But families have a natural tendency to interfere in young married people's lives, as it is. Yes, don't leave yourself wide open by asking for suggestions.
Oh, kidding though, it might get to be serious, mightn't it? Right now, I get a kick out of her fussing in the bathtub and fussing before the mirror and doing up her hair and taking it down and doing it up a different way, changing her stockings 3 or 4 times and trying on 2 or 3 pairs of shoes and slipping in and out of dresses just to get just what she wants. See what I mean?
But haven't you spoken to her?
Oh, sure, not very seriously. It's all fun now, and she's got a lot of time on her hands, so it really doesn't matter.
But recently, it's getting so she doesn't keep appointments.
And that is sad.
Yeah, and the only reason because she takes so long getting ready. She really was a lot more efficient when we were first married than she is now.
And you think it's because she doesn't have much to keep her busy all day, and so she's getting into the habit of cluttering, huh?
What else?
Then by all means, see that she has something to do.
What?
Well, if your father wasn't so wrong a few weeks ago when he recommended children.
Hey, Mom, you two.
Well, that's why marriage was created in the first place. As a foundation for a family. Foundation that isn't built on is a pretty barren affair.
Something started that isn't finished, huh?
Exactly.
Doggone it. Those children are a heck of a lot of trouble and worry. Think of the responsibility.
Someday you're going to find out, Jack, that on any account, each human being is going to face more or less trouble and worry, children or no children. And as for responsibility, you can't be either a civilized citizen or a self-respecting human being without accepting responsibility.
In other words, we're born to get in the neck anyway, so why not go whole hog?
That's one way of putting it.
Hazel.
Oh, hello, Teddy.
Hiya, Quail.
Hiya, Wolf. Oh, what kind of language is that? I believe that's supposed to be the modern boy talking to the modern girl. Quail?
Sure, quail, partridge, hen, it's all one for woman.
Yeah, but all men are wolves. Teddy, that's very young and unsophisticated cynicism.
That's what they tell me.
I suppose you haven't had any experience on your own?
What an odd suggestion.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Anything that Teddy has experienced is both honorable and aboveboard, I'm sure. In any case, none of your affair, young man.
Then that's for you.
Sure. 3 women against me. Now I know what I'm like.
Where's Betty?
Oh, she'll be over when she gets her neck washed.
Betty's the washingest person I ever knew. Maybe your mother was frightened by a speck of dirt.
Maybe. Hey, here come Claudia and Nicky.
How do you know?
I can see the front window reflected in the mirror over the fireplace.
I'll go let them in.
You don't have to. Front door's on the latch. I came in that way.
Oh. Oh, by the way, Hazel, I finished all my classes today and got caught up in homework, so I can go down to the dairy ranch with you tonight.
Oh, the children will love that, Teddy.
Well, maybe you don't think I won't.
Well, if you're coming along to look after them, I think I'll ask Claudia if she won't let Joan and Penny go along, too.
All right. Margaret's kind of young to run around with the older kids, so it would be nice if we could have Penelope to play with.
What's this about Penelope?
We didn't hear you at the front door.
Jim. Hello, Mom. How are you? Oh, as well as ever.
Oh, that's swell. Put up this medicine.
Your nose is cold.
Sure, everyone says he sticks it outdoors today.
Ooh, refrigerator weather.
Where's Nicky?
Right here. I'm hanging up our coats in the hallway. Well, Mother Barbara, are you recovered from your shopping tour of the other day?
Well, mostly. Well, I still got a black and blue bruise on my hip where frantic and Christmas crazed shoppers plowed through me.
Made a first down around right in, huh?
Where's Dad? Well, I don't know. Left right after lunch. Said he had business downtown. If he says what?
Do you suppose it could be monkey business, Mom?
What's that?
With Santa Claus, maybe?
Well, I don't think so. So don't be yesterday. But if he had to break these holiday suppers every year, there'd never be a present for us.
It must be business, then.
Well, I don't know. He had a kind of Christmassy glint in his eye when he went out to get in the car.
Yeah. Hey, Mom. Then you went down to buy you that tool chest you didn't get for Christmas when you were a shrimp.
Young man, I was never a shrimp.
Okay, and I'll be neat 9-year-old.
I say, Mother Barbara, would you still like a box of tools for Christmas?
I love it. Father's as apt to bring Mother home a tool chest as he is to bring her a pair of blacksmith anvils. I'm afraid that's true.
I come
home a tool chest as he is to bring her a pair of blacksmith
When I
anvils.
came down to talk to you were here, would I come and tell him?
Me, Sexy?
That's what he said. He's up in his studio. I'll be right back.
Oh, what's that all about? I can't think for the life of me.
Well, we must compose ourselves and wait.
Apparently. Well, anyway, Claudia, how about letting me have your 2 young daughters, Joan and Penelope, for the weekend, beginning tonight?
Look here.
You want 2 of my wild Indians for a whole weekend? That's what I'm asking for. We're going down to the ranch tonight, perhaps to Clifford. And Teddy's going along, so I'll have plenty of help riding his on them. But there's no reason not. I'd love having them. Well, anyway, Joan, for sure. What do you think about Penny, Missy?
She's completely over her sniffles, isn't she?
Sure. I'm still giving her cod liver oil, though.
Well, I suppose Hazel could give it to her.
I think I might. But if she's not well, the excitement...
Oh, she's well enough. It's just a bother.
Then it's settled. We'll drive down along about 7:30. Anyway, right after dinner. Nicky, would you mind calling up Nurse and telling her?
Oh, not at all.
I'll pack what's necessary, but tell her we'll be home before they go.
I won't be but a moment.
Oh, you're taking on a job for yourself. My two with your own three. Oh, we get along beautifully. And what you call your wild Indians have always been two very sweet and obliging little girls with me. What do? Hypnotize them?
Hi, Paul. Well, gathering with the Sea Cliff mob to the left.
Oh, what's all this you want to see me about?
Yeah, you've got everyone's curiosity around.
Good, isn't that important?
Oh, trying to rat out on us now.
Oh, I just asked Teddy to let me know if you were down here.
But what we want to know is why.
Oh, hello, Paul. Well, Nicholas, my boy. Has he divulged yet?
He hasn't said a word. Excuse me. Did you get anything?
Oh, quite. Everything will be ready. I waited while the whole German panic. They're just back.
Of course they are. Now then, Paul, we're waiting.
The mob is licking its chops.
Is it something you want to talk about alone?
No, as a matter of fact, you asked me a couple of weeks ago to write down a few items concerning character that you wanted to put up in Hank and Pinky's room.
Oh, that. Oh, Paul, have you done it?
Yeah. And that's all there is. Just wanted to bring it down and see if it was what you wanted. Here.
Few items concerning character?
Yes, we were discussing a few of the points about building character that Hazel wanted to impress on the boys, and she asked me to jot them down.
Why, Paul. Well, this is more by far than I'd hoped for.
It's all right.
Well, for goodness sake, how about the rest of us getting in on it? Oh, I should say so. Here, Paul. Go on, Paul, read it.
Very well, I will. This is it. To mold character. To want to mold a man to good is not enough. First, there must be a passionate desire in that man for self-development. After that, there must be determination, firm determination, and the will to do. He must not only want to develop character, but he must do it. He must train his habit of thought and his habit of action. He must develop the habit of thinking clean thoughts and high-minded thoughts. He must develop the habit of putting evil out of his mind. He must develop good physical habits, habits of exercise, habits of work, habits of graciousness, of courtesy, of friendliness. The physical and mental habits he forms now in his youth will mold the man he will be tomorrow. Form the habit of facing each problem as it comes up. Don't put off or delay a difficult task. Get the feeling that you are not a free agent until the task is done. Learn to do each job as it reveals itself, for if you do, you will be one who dominates his job and not dominated by it. And you will discover the more you do, the more you will be able to do. You will outdistance other men by leaps and bounds, men who are hindered and handicapped by their bad habits. That which will be difficult for others to accomplish will be simple for you. Then, too, remember the good things of life. Learn to find the beauty in music and art and literature and in the precious stone and in the work of the goldsmith and the silversmith. However, do not affect a taste for what you do not appreciate, but strive for a glimmering of understanding. Try to keep your mind sensitive and your taste softened. Enjoy all the sensations of life, but never dull them with overindulgence.
Oh, I think it's big.
Yeah. Can I have a copy? I wouldn't mind building a little character myself in my spare time.
Well, thank you, Mom.
But there's one thing you emphasize that I never thought about much before. Habits. According to you, the habits you form determine the kind of person you're going to be.
Man's life is concerned entirely with his natural functions and with his habits.
How about it, Nicky, huh? I believe that. Habit determines your getting up and your lying down, where you eat, what you eat, and how you eat.
Well, I suppose habit decides whether I'll date a tall, dark young man or a short, fat one tonight.
Well, if you think it won't, you've got another thing coming. And more than that, your habit of
modest and decent thought will likely cause you to choose a pretty decent young man.
Well, that's habit.
It isn't anything else.
Hey, you don't want to break this up, but I'd better go back over home and see what's happened to Betty.
There you are. The habit of looking out for his wife.
All done right. They're darn good habits. Wives like Betty don't happen every day.
You coming back?
Oh, sure, Mom. As soon as I round up the mermaid.
About time Cliff showed up, too, isn't it?
We didn't say just when he'd be here.
Well, if he's doing his Christmas shopping, there's no telling when he'll get in.
The way the cars are.
No, thank you. We don't want it cleared yet. We just want to look around. Thanks.
But, Clifford, you shouldn't have brought me to a place like this.
What the heck? My family's been buying gifts in this jewelry store ever since I can remember.
I don't want you to buy my Christmas present.
Oh, I mean.
No. I mean it, Cliff. You're doing all you should do right now.
Look, Miss Irene Franklin, do you or do you not want to be picked up and shaken to your teeth?
By you, it'd be heaven.
Well, it's likely to happen right here in public if you don't lay off the kind of talk you've been doing.
I'm just trying to be sensible, Cliff. I don't need an expensive Christmas present.
You say you don't.
No, listen. The way it is with us, I'd treasure a Christmas card with your name on it just as much as anything you could buy in here.
You're pretty doggone sweet. You know that.
No. You know how I feel about you.
It's something to look at, too. Even if you are only a college freshman.
Oh, you say that all the girls.
A bit more often to you.
I think not to me.
Yes. And now we're just going to kind of stroll around and look at things.
No.
Hey, not buy anything. Just look. What's the hurt now?
Because you'll get me to say something beautiful, and then on Christmas you'll give it to me.
Oh, I'm reading my mind again.
Don't you understand, Cliff? I love your generosity. That's what's so wonderful about you. You'd give anyone you liked everything you have.
Sure I would. But you were kind of little, curly, and dark, and her name was Irene Franklin.
But you just mustn't. Please be good and buy me a pair of silk stockings for Christmas.
Can't even make 2 pairs.
2 pair would be especially sweet. Come on, please. Let's leave this place.
Oh, I get it. I'm a poor man working for $85 a month on a ranch. Poor men aren't supposed to come into nice places like this and buy their one of these beautiful things.
That's awful silly, Clifford.
Is it?
Yes. And the girl you have in mind doesn't want this silly old stuff. Who's that old gentleman over there?
Where?
Over there. Staring at us so hard.
Hey, that's Dad.
It's your father?
Sure.
He's angry, isn't he?
Yeah. Here he comes. Get ready for the crack-up.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Hello, Dad.
Yes.
Irene, he's my father.
Hello, Mr. Barber.
Yes.
Dad, this is Miss Irene Franklin. You've heard me speak of her often.
Have I, Indy? Good, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Barber.
Believe me when I tell you that Clifford has no business being in a place like this on his salary. And for you to bring him here is the quickest way I know of bringing his downfall and utter ruin.
Dad.
Hello, Mr. Barber.
Good day to you, young woman. I hope to see you home for dinner, Clifford.
Clifford, he's wrong.
He's been wrong all his life. That's just about the limit. Come on, let's get out of here.
Here comes Jack back from over next door.
With Betty?
No, not yet. He's all alone.
Well, you can see he's done his husbandly duty. He's dressed up on it.
He's got his coat collar up around his ears. It must be cold out.
Well, as long as it stays crisp, it's not going to rain.
Quite, and I like this much better.
Oh, yeah, who doesn't? There he is.
Boy, it's cold enough to freeze globules of mercury. Hey, I'll bet this is the snappiest day we've had this year.
Come on up to the fire. Thaw out your ears.
What about Betty?
That woman.
Oh, what now?
Oh, she only has to let the polish dry on her nails and slip on her dress and comb out her hair. Don't bother to hold dinner back for her, Mom.
I guess it's hard to 4 o'clock.
Well, she may make it. I don't know the answer, honest. I don't. I think I'll take your essay on habit and make her wear it around her neck.
Hello. Didn't I just hear the front door again?
You did?
Hi, Cliff. Is that you?
No, it isn't Clifford. It's me.
Why, Henry, what is it? Father, you're as white as a sheet. Are you ill?
Here. Let me help you out of your coat. Thank you. Here, sit down here, son.
Henry, what in the world is this?
Fanny, not half an hour ago, I had one of the most disagreeable encounters of my life.
Is that what made you ill?
No, I'm not here. I'm angry.
Well, you're going to make yourself ill if you don't control yourself, Henry.
Carter was home there with your brother Clifford and that girl. What girl? That freshman girl over in Berkeley.
Yes. You saw Irene Franklin?
I did. And do you know where she had Clifford? Where she had him? Yes, where she had him. They were in Murray and Webster.
Jewelry?
Yes, the jeweler. And she was hanging on his arm, looking as though butter wouldn't melt in her mouth.
Hey, were they in there for an engagement ring?
Oh, yeah, but they were.
Huh?
Well, were they or were they?
I don't know what they were in there for. Engagement rings never entered my head.
What, Father? A boy and a girl in a jewelry store, and you never thought of an engagement ring?
No. I haven't liked that girl from the first moment I heard her name, and today my suspicions have been confirmed. Out there. Well, she had him in the most expensive jewelry store in San Francisco, didn't she? Clifford, who makes $85 a month on her ass, being marched into a place like that by a chit of a girl who apparently has nothing on her mind but what she can get.
But, Dad, do you know that?
Huh?
You just got through saying you didn't know what they were there for.
It was perfectly apparent.
Well, at least I hope you seen the way without anything to see.
I did nothing of the sort.
Oh, Father. Henry, what did you see?
I went up to them and said very plainly that Clifford had no business in a place like that on his wages, and for her to bring him there was the quickest way I knew to cause his utter ruin.
Oh, dear Dad.
Yes? It's perfectly true, Henry.
Henry, I think you must have been out of your mind.
Henry, you know just as well as I do that there's something queer about that arrangement.
Well, whether there is or not.
Yes, appeasement. That's what it is, appeasement. Shutting your eyes to what you don't want to see.
Yes, but, Dad, if they did happen to be in there looking at engagement rings, what a terrible thing you did.
Perhaps I'm a better judge of that than you are, Paul.
Perhaps you are.
And let me tell all of you. At least I've seen this young woman.
And what did you see that made you think you had the right to say the things you did?
Huh? So you're here?
Yes, I'm here, and I still want to know what you saw in Irene that gave you the right to say the cruel and wicked things you did.
There's something wrong between you and that girl.
There's nothing wrong between Irene and me. Anyway, I'm almost 30 years old, and if that isn't old enough to take care of my own affairs, it's time I found out. Yes. Let loose on me, Paul. I could say a lot of things, but I think the truth will hurt worse, so here it is. It was my idea to take Irene into that store. I wanted to buy her something expensive, and she wouldn't let me. When you came in, she just insisted that we leave, that she'd much rather have just a pair of silk stockings for Christmas. That's the truth. I hope it gives you a lot of satisfaction to know that you've absolutely ruined any chance of being liked by someone who may be your daughter-in-law someday.
Please, Clifford, don't say any more.
Just one thing more. I'm not asking you ever to see Irene again. But until you've written her a note of apology for what you said this afternoon, I'm not coming back in this house again.
Oh, Clifford.
I'm sorry, Mom, but that's how it is. And now, goodbye. That seems to take care of that.
Localities, December means snow. In the south, the sun still shines. But north or south, it's the popular month, the month of gifts. Yes, locked doors and whispered conferences are the order of the day, and the barber home is no exception. For instance...
Hey, Teddy.
I'm not here.
Yeah, I know you're not, but let me in anyway.
No, sir. I'm in Compton.
Who's with you?
Santa Claus.
Oh, that's all right. He can keep a secret. I want to show you something I just bought.
What is it?
You'll see. Oh, you don't want me to shout it out for the whole family here, do you?
Well, all right. But we can't cover up these gifts.
Okay?
Okay, come on in. Now, don't you look at that table. That's a surprise.
Okay, I won't look. You ought to know about this. I came past Mr. Jackson's grocery store. I saw...
Yes, you found them, too.
Found what?
Tenderly's tea balls and the new holiday wrapping.
Well, yes.
Oh, that's what I got. Oh, look, aren't they wonderful? With Christmas colors.
Isn't that some wrapping? Season's greetings. Everybody ought to like these.
Well, just about everybody does. After all, they're the largest selling kind in America.
Well, they should be. They're made of a small top TV.
In special taste with filter paper. Who is it? Teddy. Oh, just a minute, Claudia. Don't be. All right. I just wanted to tell you that Mr. Jackson has his stock of Tenderly's tea balls and the new holiday wrapping. You better get some out of there because everybody's buying. Everybody is right. Whoopee!
Yes, grocers everywhere are featuring boxes of Tenderleaf tea balls and gay Christmas wrapping. They make a practical, inexpensive, usable gift, and
one that's always welcome. The most popular tea balls in America for the most popular day in the year. Get some. They're the improved Tenderleaf brand tea balls made with tasteless filter paper so that you enjoy just the delicious flavor of the delicate young tea leaves. They come 8, 20, 50, and 100 tea balls to the box in the special holiday wrapping. Ask for Tenderleaf tea balls in gift boxes with the season's greeting. You have just heard Chapter 10, Book 40 of One Man's Family, written by Carlton Nemorth for the makers of Tenderleaf tea. Chapter 11, entitled How Long Does It Take a Man to Admit He's Wrong, will come to you next Sunday at this same hour. One Man's Family comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Tenderleaf tea.
Fleischmann's fresh yeast is not only one of the richest natural sources of vitamin B complex, it's the only yeast with added amounts of both vitamins A and D. If you bake at home, vitamins A, B1, D, and G are not appreciably lost in the oven. They go right into the bread. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
More war bulletins from New York. The United Mine Workers of America tonight won a 2-1 decision awarding a union shop in captive mines owned by the country's major steel producers. The President's Arbitration Board approved the closed shop for the captive mines. And the bulletin from Washington. The State Department said tonight all other American republics have been informed of the treacherous attack by Japan on the United States, and that the United States had received very heartening messages of support from the other American republics. Now, here briefly is just a bit of the text from the news report of NBC's reporter in Batavia, Sidney Albright, about the Dutch East Indies declaration of war on Japan. The Battle of the Pacific has started, and the forces have begun attack against the British and American territories, and the English, therefore, so the Netherlands declare themselves at war with the Japanese Empire. For you, the moment of action has arrived. You're being called up with the U.S., British, and Chinese fighting forces to resist Japanese aggression. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Department of Justice is moving rapidly to intern all Japanese nationals. The city of New York has already ordered all Japanese nationals to remain off the streets. Wartime decrees are slated for emergency passage this week. This will mobilize the efforts of the whole American people. The Japanese property in the United States will be seized at once. The Japanese naval effort tonight is unsound, both naval and land. The Chinese today inform Washington that General Chiang Kai-shek will launch a 4 million man counteroffensive. All Chinese root armies are intact, and with proper material, Chiang Kai-shek is prepared to support the Russian front. Russia has over 800,000 crack troops poised in the maritime provinces on the Pacific. Official Washington tonight regards Tokyo as authored by Berlin. An all-out effort by the Axis in Africa and Russia is a certainty. The Axis objective is to leave Great Britain and the United States entirely isolated by next spring. The importance of the Japanese attack is that war between the United States and Hitler is imminent. The national emergency is no longer a phrase. Persons who arouse suspicion by their conduct, speech, or deed are inviting microscopic examination, perhaps prison. Nothing matters anymore now except national security. New York, the leading isolationist newspaper of the United States, the New York Daily News, tonight says editorially that we all should stick by the president in this momentous hour. Chicago. The Chicago Tribune, the leading isolationist paper in the Middle West, has come out for, quote, our country, right or wrong, end quote. Governor Lehman of New York has sent out an alert order to all state guards and the police. President Roosevelt's Special Mediation Board has just awarded Lewis's United Mine Workers a closed shop in the captive coal mine. If you missed any of the news, this is to repeat that the Dutch East Indies and Costa Rica have declared war on Japan.
The acting Japanese Consul General in Chicago said tonight that it is questionable how long Japan could continue at war with the United States. My country, he said, is not wealthy. The following is the opinion of a naval authority. The Japanese airplanes, pardon me, the Japanese airplanes that attacked the Hawaiian Islands was probably a suicide force which did not expect to return to base because the best fortified, best manned stronghold in the world is the Hawaiian Islands. Military and naval commanders there had been anticipating an attack like the one that occurred today. That's why the anti-aircraft guns went into action on the split second. There is little likelihood that another attack on these islands will be made successfully for some time to come. Do not look for the Japanese to engage our main battle fleet except as a last desperate resort. Behind the international scene, Mandalay. In the expected emergency, the Burma Road will be defended throughout its length by the RAF and whole squadrons of American volunteers. Alexandria. England's prestige is frankly at stake in the Libyan campaign. The British Navy continues effective Mediterranean blockade, but the heavier German tanks account for the unexpected stiff resistance. Ankara. Turkey renewed her pledge to Great Britain this week. The major German reverse at Rostov has had a terrific diplomatic effect in the Middle East. Ankara hears that the German left flank was crushed by an army corps of Cossacks on horseback. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. Your country needs you tonight. Every race and every creed has found shelter here with no questions asked. For the years of peace and dignity and happiness which our country has given to each of us, we owe a debt. Your debt to your country has become due. By tomorrow night, your peacetime president will be your wartime commander-in-chief. He is constitutionally charged with the direction of the nation in time of war. Congress will give the United States government the right to command our country's maximum effort because Congress knows that this country commands the loyalty of every American heart. Washington. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox has ordered the entire naval establishment into uniform commencing tomorrow morning. A reporter's report to the nation. Pittsburgh. For a long time now, ladies and gentlemen, this newsboy has warned Americans over and over again of the danger in joining so-called patriotic organizations. Until that is, they are checked thoroughly. Here is proof of that danger. Last week, a Pittsburgh grand jury indicted James A. Colstock, the big shot of the Ku Klux Klan, and 4 of his associates. They were charged with illegal solicitation of funds and common law conspiracy. The jury declared that these 5 Ku Kluxers, quote, freely employed deceit and subterfuge to conceal the true nature and significance of their operation, end quote. In short, they attempted to revive the Klan under this lily-white title, the Keystone Patriotic Society. Lawrence Mann. On November the 17th last, at an America First rally in Lawrence, Massachusetts, John T. Flynn, who is not an admirer of President Roosevelt, made this charge, that the President of the United States had secured the revision of the Neutrality Act by lobbying and bribery. Strangely enough, ladies and gentlemen, a few days before Mr. Flynn made that statement, most New York newspapers quoted the same accusation almost word for word from the front pages of newspapers in Berlin, Germany. New York. One of the most exciting new books is called Total Espionage by Kurt Reese, R-I-E-S-S. The publisher is Putnam. Read it and put your eyebrows on stilts. It reveals, among many other things, that the head of the Nazi spy system in America was Walter H. Schellenberg. Schellenberg escaped last July when agents were about to close in on him a little late, it seems. However, this is what I started out to floor you with. Before the spy escaped, he attended a so-called patriotic rally at Madison Square Garden on March the 22nd, 1941, at which Charles Lindbergh and various United States senators made speeches. This Nazi spy sat up there with them, not in the audience, on the platform, waving a tiny American flag. And now Mr. Martin Wales for Jurgen Gloser. I'll be back in a flash with a flash.
Just to give Walter Winchell a chance to look over late news bulletins, here's a word on behalf of Jurgen's Lotion. If you use Jurgen's consistently, it's almost like enjoying professional hand care. Just think, 2 of the ingredients in Jurgen's Lotion are ingredients many doctors use to help harsh skin become invitingly smooth and soft. Yet Jurgen's costs just 50 cents and $1 a bottle, introductory sizes 25 cents and 10 cents. And the $1 bottle comes in a gift wrapping for Christmas. It's a sign of good breeding to have soft, smooth hands. And it's so easy if you always use Jurgen's Lotion. And now back to the editorial room of the Jurgen's Journal and Walter Winchell.
Hong Kong. The Japanese battle fleet is rumored sailing south from the Sea of Japan to the China Sea. The Hong Kong garrison will not be evacuated. It will fight to the last man. Japan, in short, wants the United States to know that she is ready to decide the fate of the Far East by one roll of the dice. A great naval battle in the China Sea, south of Formosa, and directly west of the Philippines, can happen any hour. The heaviest units of the British Navy are at Singapore and will accept a battle. Washington. The ominous rumor persists that 2 sister ships of the late Bismarck are in the China Sea tonight, flying the Japanese flag. Phoenix, Arizona. Arrangements are being made in the southwest to handle the evacuation of civilians from Pacific Coast cities if that is necessary. Washington. The Treasury Department has issued a blanket order forbidding all Japanese nationals from leaving the United States. San Francisco. The Army has banned all commercial telephone service with Alaska. New York. The New York police have been requested to tell every blue jacket and naval officer they meet on the street to immediately report to their ships and stations. Washington. Reports here state that the Japanese are producing 1,000 fighting planes a month. The Japs are also said to have more than 100 German Messerschmitts for protection in case of air raid. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes ago, the Navy Department from Washington informed me that they are appealing to all men between the ages of 17 and 50 for enlistment in all branches of the service. I repeat, all branches of the service. Your services, Mr. America, are needed right now. Please apply to your nearest recruiting station for all particulars. Somewhere in Libya, a soldier fighting with the British in Libya, named Patrick Hamilton, doesn't know of his good fortune. He is the author of a new show on Broadway called Angel Street, which is New York's latest big hit. It is a study of psychopathic cruelty in which her husband tries to make his wife believe she has lost her mind. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Jurgen's Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with loathings of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who reminds the historians that Japan has violated her oldest tradition. Harry Perry is honorable suicide. Good night.
Yes, you can have a 25-cent bottle of Jergens lotion free. Just buy a 75-cent size jar of the already popular new Jergens face cream. Jergens face cream is a lovely many-purpose cream, you know, that helps you have satin-smooth skin. And with your face cream, you'll receive a regular 25-cent bottle of the famous Jergens lotion and an introductory box of Jergens exquisite new face powder, both free. Ask now before this offer is sold out. Buy your 75-cent size jar of Jergens face cream now and ask for your 2 free gifts. Tune in again next Sunday for another edition of the Jergens Journal featuring Walter Winchell. Brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands. Martin Wales speaking from the studios of WKAT, Miami Beach.
Just the joy of it, none of the trouble. Just the bright side, none of the dark. That's the Manhattan merry-go-round, which brings you now the sparkle and gaiety of New York nightlife. Stars Conrad Peebo, famous American singer, Lucy Monroe, Alan Holt, Mary McManus, and Glenn Cross, with the boys and girls of Manhattan and Victor Arden's spectacular Broadway stage band. Because the Versailles is making such a hit with its new show, the one that makes the Paris of yesterday live again today, we go there tonight for a part of that all-star show. And here it is with the one and only Paris, and with Alan Holt and Mary McManus singing the song that means so much tonight, The White Cliffs of Dover. McManus and Alan Holt sing The White Cliffs of Dover. in our whirl around New York tonight. We go to La Martinique to hear Glenn Cross go to town with the boys and girls of Manhattan on the Chattanooga Choo-Choo.
Chattanooga Choo-Choo. Yeah, it's track very nice, even on time. Boy, you can give me a shine. Can you afford the time? Oh, I can afford to board the Chattanooga Choo-Choo. Hey, boy, have you got the fare? Nothing to get I got a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about a quarter to four. Read a magazine and then spin all the more. Beer in the diner, off the cookie minor. Then to have your ham and eggs and Carolina. When you hear the whistle blowing into the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far. Double all the rolling, John, keep it rolling. Woo-woo, Chattanooga, there you are. Hurry, Mr. Engineer. Hurry, hurry, cause I'm feeling clear. Cross the Mason Dixon line. When you cross it, I'll be feeling fine. Dixon blowing. Double the coat, keep doubling. Keep that wheel rolling. Keep that wheel rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling. There's gonna be a certain party at the station. If he is passing and late, passing and late. I used to call her Funny Face. What is it, face? Oh, she's gonna cry till I tell her that I'll never roll. So Chattanooga Choo-Choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga Choo-Choo, just about to woo-woo. Chattanooga Choo-Choo, won't you choo-choo me home? When the sugar's waiting, I'm a-coming. Down south and don't be hesitating. I'm coming, said I'm coming. Chattanooga Choo-Choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga Choo-Choo, oh. Chattanooga Choo-Choo, Chattanooga Choo-Choo.
Glamour and romance at BP's Smart Monte Carlo. Yes, we've come to hear Conrad Thibault in a special stage production of the newest song written by Meredith Willson, composer of You and I and Two in Love. His latest work is called Sing Me a Song, and we give you Conrad Thibault singing.
Sing me a song with a melody simple and lovely. For fashion and charming and haunting too. Sing me a song and be sure that the words are above me. Just sweetheart or darling will do. There's a
Manhattan merry-go-round at the Hurricane, where the music says, come and dance. Detracting from your personality and charm with teeth that look dull and off-color due to improper cleansing, try this way to clean and thus naturally brighten teeth. If you feel that your teeth are unattractive, lack sparkle, by all means try it. The way I'm talking about is the way dentists almost invariably clean teeth when you go to them. That is, with powder. Don't miss this, I repeat, with powder. You know what happens when your dentist cleans your teeth, how he reveals their natural brightness, how sparkling they are when you look in his mirror. Well, remember, the way he cleans them, polishes them to this wonderful luster, in all likelihood is with powder. And believe anything you like about this or that method of tooth cleaning, the fact will always remain. When your dentist cleans your teeth, he most likely uses powder. Keep that point in mind. And if you're not pleased with the appearance and luster of your teeth, get a can of Dr. Lyon's tooth powder for a few cents at any drugstore. And see to your own amazement what it does. Brush your teeth with it tonight. Be sure to get Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Now picture yourself at one of the most beautiful night spots in all New York. The Rainbow Room atop Radio City, where the floor show is just opening, with the boys and girls of Manhattan on stage singing Manhattan, the Moon and Love. And after this, Alan Holt and Marion McManus will sing the thrilling Moonlight Masquerade. Here we are, and here's the show. McManus step into the spotlight to sing the new love song, Moonlight Masquerade. I fell in love last
we lost. The moment we lost. The moment we loved is time. And that's how two hearts were tied. It started out to be a romantic escapade. But I fell in love forever as a moonlight
Number 7, a quick jump over to the Havana, Madrid, to hear the boys and girls of Manhattan repeat, by special request, the big success, one of the top songs of today, Mama Maria. From the fashionable ambassador on Park Avenue, we now bring you Lucy Monroe and Conrad Thibault in a beautiful presentation of the current ballad, My Love. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucy Monroe and Conrad Thibault.
Fill my heart with music, a kid for two.
Copacabana, where Victor Ross and the Boys and Girls of Manhattan star in El Relicario.
One sunny summer day, I was out strolling on the calle. She started breathing, and on the sweet breeze, she went completely my heart away. Then as the breeze will gallantly starting, he spread his coat with gestures disarming.
Many a woman who wonders why other women surpass her in allure has only her smile to blame. Many a man of brains falls back in the race of life through lack of the magnetism that gleaming teeth and an attractive smile can bring. You can do wonders with your teeth if you'll only try. How? By cleaning your teeth the way practically every dentist you've ever gone to does, with powder. Try it. Ask for a can of Dr. Lyon's tooth powder at any drug or department store and use it tomorrow. Special dental powder developed for home use by a well-known practicing dentist. You'll be surprised at the attractive natural brightness and color your teeth reveal. At what beautiful teeth you really have. I repeat the name, Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. One of the most important prophylactic measures in the protection of health is to have your dentist inspect your teeth at regular intervals. A child's teeth should be inspected at least every 4 months. An adult's teeth should be inspected at least every 6 months. Manhattan Merry-Go-Round is conducted by Victor Arden and produced by Frank Hummer. It is on the air every Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Ford Bond speaking.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Parker Family, starring Leon Janney, presented by Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
Bob's brought for you the knockout. Tall, dark, handsome, looks like... Well, Kitty. No, I'm not going. Oh, but the music started and your date's downstairs. I tell you, I won't go down with my face looking like this. I won't. Kitty, listen, sweetie pie, take it easy. A Woodbury facial cocktail makes your complexion look like a million in no time. Come on, let me show you.
Yes, a Woodbury facial cocktail for your skin is the first step to a romantic evening. To make your complexion glow and sparkle, try this quick skin cleansing with Woodbury facial soap. First, smooth the rich lather of Woodbury soap over your face. Pat it in briskly. Then rinse. In 2 minutes, soiled makeup and grime are washed clear of your skin. And famous Woodbury soap does it gently, without irritation. You know, Woodbury's no ordinary harsh beauty soap. It's a true skin soap, a real beautifier. So get Woodbury today and take a Woodbury facial cocktail like so many glamorous dads do. Woodbury is only 10 cents a case. And now here's Leon Janney as Richard Parker.
It's a known fact. You grow older every day, older and sometimes wiser. First you begin to realize you're older, and next you start to look at things in an older way. Adult, I mean. You even begin to think about people with a different kind of a slang. That was why I got so curdled the other night. My mother was talking to me about a date I was going.
Why, Richard, you're wearing a good blue suit. I thought you were just going to movies.
Oh, I am, Mother. But I'm taking Crystal. I could have worn my tuck.
To the movie?
Well, you can laugh, but this town needs higher social standards. I bet in New York they wear them. Well, Crystal says... Well, anyway, smart people don't go to the movies in New York. They go to nightclubs.
Oh.
Crystal says they have so many of them you can go from one to another all night and not get home till morning. And photographers take pictures of your date, if she's a glamour girl like Crystal.
Now, Richard, listen to you.
No, wait, Mom. Every time I start to talk about Crystal, you always choke me off. People in this town just don't understand a girl like her.
Well, don't tell me we're in for another session of crystal gazing.
Now, you keep out of this, Nancy. She had half as much glamour as Crystal.
You mean as much as she thinks she has?
Oh, is that so?
Hey, Helen.
What?
Where's my woolen muffler?
Walter, you're not going out tonight with that cold. I thought you were in bed.
Yes, I was. But I got to wondering if Laura had mailed that Maxwell bib. So I called her up at home, and sure enough, she hadn't. I'll have to take it myself.
Clear to Lincolnsville?
Yes.
Dad, you said I could have the car.
But I can't help it, Richard. Now, this is business. That bid has to be in Maxwell's hands before midnight.
Midnight?
Yes.
Oh, how silly.
Yes, Walter. You know very well he won't look at the bids before morning, and tomorrow's Saturday.
But that's not the point, Helen. The deadline for bids is midnight tonight.
But, Dad, I got a date.
I don't want any more arguments. Now, Helen, if you get me that muffler.
No, Walter. You'll be down with pneumonia. Richard's going out anyway. You can take the bid to Mr. Maxwell. Where is it?
It's on my desk. Laura thought I'd be back.
Well, think nothing of it, Dad. Crystal and I'll go to a movie in Lincolnville. Bet even in New York you don't drive 30 miles to see a picture. Now, give me the keys to the office. And don't you worry. I'll lay the bid in Mr. Maxwell's lap.
Here, Dad. Drink this. Mother fixed it for you.
What is it?
Hot lemonade.
Oh.
Oh, I wish you'd go up to bed.
I'm not going to bed until I hear from Richard. Jumping cats, this stuff's boiling.
Well, that's why it's so good for you.
Sit down, staying downstairs, Walter. Put this blanket over you.
Oh, that's wrong. All right. Confound it, Helen. Why, I could have been to Lincolnsville and back and in bed by this time.
Not unless you've been flying, Dad.
No.
Now, look, why don't you two just lean back and relax?
What do you mean, you two? Your mother doesn't care about the bid?
Oh, yes, I see, dear. Now, this Richard hasn't taken that girl.
Why, Helen.
He hasn't been himself since the day he met her. Sitting around reading those New York magazines.
No, fiddlesticks. He's no different than he is with any new girl. Only this time it's what he calls glamour.
That's just it. He's made him think all the boys and girls he knows are childish.
He's being a man of the world. Haven't you noticed how he goes around trying to act like Herbert Marshall? And I'll tell you something about his glamour gal. The night when Richard had his party, Crystal's mother thought she was here. She was out somewhere with Noel Canfield.
How do you know that?
Because I heard Noel asking Richard not to tell Crystal's mother.
Well, that's a fine how do you do. Helen, why didn't you put your foot down on him taking this girl out?
But you can't do that to the boy Richard's age.
What? His age? He's not dry behind the ears yet.
Well, I thought we'd drop in at the second show, Crystal, and afterwards we could have a bite. That's the drugstore. Supper and terror, anything sounds funny. I wonder if I'm running out of gas.
Oh, surely not.
We hadn't gone so far out of our way, I'd have had enough.
I thought you'd like going a long day ride.
My dear girl,
Of course, I wanted to go by the river road if you did. Man likes a woman to be unpredictable. That's part of her glamour, I guess.
Am I glamorous, Richard?
Definitely. But definitely. What other girl would think of driving miles out of our way just to look at a certain place along the river?
Thought you might be mad at me for that, Richard. When I said I didn't want to stop, after all.
Heck no. I understood perfectly. All those cars parked along there.
The last time I was out there wasn't a car around.
If I can coast down this hill. If there's one thing that makes me sick, it's a crush party in a car.
Yes. Imagine. You know, you're the smoothest boy I've ever met.
In New York and everywhere? Hot stuff. I better pull over the side so nobody will hit us. Yeah.
And Noel said you were crude.
Noel can't be? Why the... Don't give him a second thought, my dear girl. He thinks he panics women.
Well, his mine is he happy to is yours.
Oh. The folks could hear you say that. Oh, gosh, look. I hate to leave you here alone, Crystal, but I gotta hike down to the next gas station.
After going to all that trouble to run out of gas?
Well, nobody but a girl like you would take it as a joke. Most girls would be sorer than a black eye. Huh?
Somebody will come along pretty soon and you can get a ride. Got the darn wait, silly.
Oh, I can't. I've got to get Dad's bid to Lincolnville. You turn up your coat collar and keep warm. I'll probably get a lift back.
Hello? Mr. Maxwell? Oh, this is Walter Parker. Oh, I'm fine. I got a little cold, that's all. Yes, sure. I'm sorry to call you at home at this hour, but I just wanted to check with you. I suppose my son's been there with that bid of mine. What? No, he wouldn't leave it at the plant. I asked him to give it to you personally. No, I'm not worried about him. He's very dependable. Yes, but just ask him to phone me when he leaves your house, will you? Yes, thanks very much. Goodbye. Confound that kid.
Now, you take this question of priority, Crystal. Hey, look. Am I boring you?
Not at all.
Well, I've had to go into priorities a lot. I'll probably have to take over a lot of the details from my father. A ruling from Washington, you know.
Yes, please.
So, look, Crystal, can you move over a little and just crowd my arm? And if we could skid or anything.
Richie, I have something in my eye.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'll pull up and turn on the dome light. The switch is over there by you. So, let's see.
Oh, right here in the corner.
Well, open your eyes wide. Gosh, your eyelashes are long. Funny that they're dark, too, and your hair's blonde. Well, lean your head back. Don't see anything. I'd better get out the flashlight.
Oh, never mind. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does, too. You want to go around tomorrow with one eye all bloodshot? Hold still. Now, look over this way. God.
I don't want to lie down again, Helen. And there's no excuse for Richard. No excuse at all.
You might at least wait until he gets home and hear what he has to say. Only your cold that makes you so irritable.
I'm not irritable. Why do you always take his part? No wonder he lets me down on an important thing like delivering this bid while he sits parked in the car somewhere.
Walter.
Well, that's what you're thinking yourself, isn't it? You women mollycoddle boys until they have no sense of responsibility whatever.
No, that's not true.
Oh, yes, it is, Helen. And that's so you can't trust kids out of your sight these days. But this is the end of it. From now on, I'll have something to say. I'm going to tell him in plain English.
Dad, the killer? Why, Mom.
Why didn't you call me up?
Just didn't have any money.
No money.
I ran out of gas and had to spend every cent I had on me. Couldn't even go to the movies.
But you did get to Mr. Maxwell for the bid, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Oh, and Dad, Mr. Maxwell said a lot of swell things about you, how conscientious you were and what good work you always did. Gosh, we had a regular session about you. Now, Crystal sat out in the car. Where's Nancy?
She's on the bed long ago. Why?
Because, look, she was right about Crystal, but if I tell her so, she'll rib me as long as I live.
What do you mean, son?
Well, at first she was swell. I told her we couldn't go to the movies. She said movies bored her anyway, and she'd rather just ride around. Then on the way home, she got something in her eye. What do you think?
What?
Well, when I tried to get it out for her, I found out she had foamy eyelashes pasted right on. When she saw her, here she made me bring her right home.
Well,
Now, you wait, Mom. That's not all. I wanted to go in and explain to her mother why I kept Crystal out so late. Boy, that was the payoff.
What was?
She wouldn't let me. She said what your folks didn't know about where you went and what you did wouldn't hurt them. How do you like that?
Well, I must
Imagine you two sitting around thinking I'd be out doing anything I'd be ashamed to come home and tell you.
Yeah. Well, Richard, I don't know just what
Walter, there's no need to say anything.
No, there sure isn't. Oh, and unless you want to pay me back for that gas I bought.
Oh, why, sure, son.
And maybe Mom could whip us out some hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Boy, was it ever cold driving tonight.
Well, girls, how's the Christmas shopping going? Say, I've got a grand idea for you. A Christmas gift that'll make your beau think lovingly of you every day for months. Get him the new 1941 Woodbury gift box for a gentleman. It's handsomely designed in cedar brown and beige. And every grooming aid a man could want is contained in this smart Woodbury gift box. I'll list them for you. There's a big tube of Woodbury shave cream, a man-sized bottle of aftershave lotion, also a tin of Woodbury aftershave powder in a neutral shade to blend with the skin, and finally, 2 big firm cakes of Woodbury soap. Now there's the kind of a gift a man really goes for, and it's value, too. You get all 5 grooming aids beautifully boxed for less than you could buy these 5 items separately. This Christmas, give the man in your life the Woodbury gift box for a gentleman at better dealers everywhere. Next Sunday night, right after Walter Winchell, you're invited to listen to another story in the life of the Parker family, starring Leon Jenney. The sponsors of this program also invite you to listen to The Adventures of the Thin Man, a half hour of mirth and mystery which comes to you every Wednesday evening. Consult your newspaper for time and station. This program has been brought to you by the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. Hugh James speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Attention, please. The Wells Grape Juice Company, sponsors of the Irene Rich Dear John program that follows, will interrupt this program to bring you any late news flashes. Presents lovely Irene Rich in Dear John. Ladies, how often do you say to yourself,
Oh, if only I could wear a dress as stunningly close-fitting as that.
wouldn't you like to hear the salesgirl say to you,
Madame, that dress is made for you. It fits your slender lines like a glove.
that's why it's so important, if you're a few pounds overweight, to do something about disposing of those extra pounds. Here's a proved reducing method that requires no strict diet list, no strenuous exercises, no drugs. The easy Welch way. And intelligent, cooperative people who faithfully follow Dr. Frederick Damrow's instructions lost an average of 7 pounds a month. Amazing results. Sworn to before a notary public.
And listen how easy it is. Just mix 3/4 glass of Welch's grape juice with 1/4 glass water and drink before meals and at bedtime. Then this remarkable action follows. First, you have less desire to eat sweet, fattening food, thus cutting down caloric intake. Second, the natural dextrose in Welch's is quickly consumed. This regime actually helps nature consume excess fat. No drugs, no strenuous exercises, yet you needn't suffer a hungry moment. So get after those excess pounds. Start the easy Welch way to reduce tomorrow. And now, Book 6, Letter 65 to Dear John.
Dear John, being kidnapped and held until I agree to marry Niles would be an amusing situation if it weren't for Michael. But here I am in the Novak hunting lodge, somewhere in the wilds of Scotland, with every communication with the outside world cut off. I went to bed furious last night upon arrival. Of course, Pamela being here helped a little. She promised to help me get away, but I know all the others are watching me or not. So this morning I was awakened by someone knocking on my door.
Yes? Who is it? Oh, just a minute.
Come in, dear.
The door was locked. I couldn't get in.
You bet it was locked. I don't know what to expect next up here.
Get back in bed. I'll close the window.
It is cold.
I like the fire in this place. Now, the room will be warm in no time.
Thank you, dear.
Here, let me wrap this doll around your shoulder.
Ooh, how pretty. Where did it come from?
Mr. Niles said you'd need it while the room was warming up.
But when it's so darn cold in here, I wouldn't use it. Fine thing. She thinks she's going to get over with this. Got more things coming.
He said you'd probably be very angry this morning.
Oh, he did he?
Yes. He said I disagree with everything you said.
Pamela, I think you're enjoying my predicament.
Oh, no, ma'am. But I do feel romantic.
Pamela, remember last night you promised you'd help me get away from this place. And that I...
Oh, no, ma'am, I never promised. But I just can't understand why you won't marry Mr. Niles. You like him, don't you?
Of course I like him. I like him very much. But I'm not going to marry him. You see, Pamela, there's someone else.
Oh. Does Mr. Niles know?
Of course he knows.
But is this other man as nice as Mr. Novak?
Yes, he's very, very nice. He's going to be very worried if I don't arrive in New York on the clipper that leaves Lisbon tomorrow. Oh, I just got to get word to him somehow.
Don't worry about Michael, darling.
No.
Mary will send the people.
Oh. I don't like people entering my room without first knocking.
I brought you breakfast, too.
You can take it back. I don't want any breakfast.
You will when the aroma of this coffee floats up to that pretty little nose of yours. I'll sit still while I put the tray close to the left. There. How's that?
Pamela, take this tray, please.
Don't you do it, Pamela.
All right, then it can stay where it is, but I won't eat.
Well, then suppose the three of us go for a horseback ride. That'll work up your appetite. Maybe put you in a better humor.
No, thank you.
Oh, the country's beautiful up here. I'd like to show you some of it while we can get around. You know, we'll be snowed in most of the winter.
Huh?
That isn't Mr. Manning.
Oh, you can't keep me here all winter.
All winter isn't the half of it. I provisioned the place for its feed. Or until you say yes.
Do you think you can get away with this?
What do you think?
I think you're insane.
I am, darling, where you're concerned.
I think I'll go help Mrs. Whitney.
No, you stay here and help Mrs. Chandler dress. Maybe she'll be in a better mood when she comes down.
If you think I'm going to be good company, you're mistaken. I'm not even going to talk to you as long as you keep me here. Pamela, tell Mr. Novak I've had enough of his company this morning, and I wish he'd leave.
Listen, darling, I'm going down to have my breakfast. You better eat some of yours, too.
You may tell Mr. Novak, if you please, Pamela, that I'm not going to eat while I'm here either.
Pamela, tell Mrs. Chandler she should be ashamed of herself. It's very bad manners flaunting hospitality and worse manners for ignoring the house.
Pamela, you tell Mr. Novak that if he doesn't get out of this room, I'm going to throw this tray.
No. Not that I'm afraid to understand. I just don't think Egg would match this suit.
He surely got out fast, didn't he?
It's a good thing he did. Pamela, can you ride a horse?
Yes, ma'am. Why?
Do you know how to put a saddle on?
Yes, ma'am. I used to have a pony.
Well, will you hurry and have your breakfast?
I've already had breakfast.
Good. Then you go down to the stable and saddle 2 horses while I dress. We're going to get out of here this morning.
But suppose somebody catches me.
No, I don't think there's anyone around the stables. They're probably having their breakfast. But if you do run into anyone, or even Mr. Niles, you tell him that we're just going for a little ride. Now, hurry. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes.
Pamela? Here I am, Miss Thames. I've got the horses saddled.
Oh, good.
Did anyone see you leave the house?
No, not a soul. They're all having breakfast, I guess. Are you dressed formally? We may have a long ride ahead of us.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, dear. You know, I haven't the remotest idea where we are.
It's fun, isn't it, running away from miles like this?
It'll be fun if we make it. Come on, let me give you a hand.
Oh, I don't need help. You see, I just stepped in the stirrup and I'm on.
I just say you don't need help. Well, I won't have to worry you on this trip.
You don't have to.
Oh, I can see that.
We'd better start, don't you think?
Yes, indeed, I do think. Right now. Come on, boy. Come on.
Here now. Oh, what are you doing with them all?
Oh, good morning. Well, I've never seen you before.
You got nothing on me, lady. I ain't seen you before either.
Well, who are you?
Tell you what, dear, I do.
Oh.
I take care of the horses. And nobody takes them out unless I get the orders from Mr. Novak.
Oh. But Mr. Novak asked us to go riding this morning.
Honey, did? He just told me to exercise. Said nobody was riding today.
Well, we'll take them out for you.
Oh, no, you won't. Not until I see Mr. Novak about it. Orders is orders. And how's the citizen don't go against orders.
Algy, how would you like to make 10 pounds?
10 pounds?
Yeah.
I'm a resign, and I ain't selling out. For 10 pounds.
Look, Algy. Here's 20 pounds. I'll give you this if you tell us where the nearest village is and how to get there. You can go there and get the horses tomorrow. How about it?
Well, I don't know. 20 pounds. Yeah, 20 pounds,
Yeah. Then just take it.
Hand it over.
No. Wait a minute. How far is it to the next village?
About 15 miles.
Which way?
Come over here and I'll show you.
All right.
See that telephone wire?
Yeah?
It'll cut back of the farm here and through the woods.
Yeah.
Don't let that telephone wire get away from you. It'll lead you right where you ought to go.
Oh. Thank you, Algy. Now, here's your 20 pounds. Come on, Pamela.
Oh, Pamela. This is the longest 15 miles I've ever seen. The sky's getting awfully black and angry looking.
Yeah, I've been noticing that. It'll be getting dark soon, too. It's after 5 o'clock now.
Oh, good gracious.
Come on, Pamela. Come on, we've got to get there.
Mrs. Chandler, I think we're lost.
Well, I've been thinking that for the past hour.
These woods are rather scary at night, aren't they?
You poor child. You must be soaked to the skin.
Oh, I don't mind. But I wish we knew where we were.
Pamela, do you see what I see? Look, the print of those trees.
See that light?
Oh, yes. Come on. It isn't a village, but it is shelter. You must be chilled to the bone. I know.
Niles.
You look a little wet, dear.
Oh, I don't think this is funny. What are you doing here anyway?
Waiting, darling. Waiting for you to get here. Elsie and I have warm blankets and hot meal that we kind of thought you'd need. Well,
Mr. Jones, please send over a bottle of grape juice. And be sure it's Welch's. W-E-L-C-H-S.
Why do millions of housewives order grape juice by the name Welch's? Why do they refuse cheap imitation? Here's the answer. Welch's pay premium prices for table quality grapes from selected vineyards. These grapes are double washed, then processed so quickly that the natural taste of the pure grapes is captured in bottling. Most important, to assure uniform deliciousness in every bottle, Welch's is first stored in cool, dark cellars to age and mellow. Then, by Welch's scientific blending method, the juice is interblended. No wonder Welch's is always so rich, full-bodied, yet economical, too. Never tastes thin or watery, even when ice or water is added. That's why Welch's is not only the finest, but the largest selling grape juice in the world.
Well done. Getting away from Niles is really going to be difficult. I'll never make the trip now. And I don't know what Michael is going to think. But I'll tell you one thing. I haven't run out of ideas yet. And so, until next time, dear John, always you.
The Welch Grape Juice Company invites you to join Miss Irene Rich and company next week at this same hour for another chapter of Dear John. Your announcer is Herb Allen. Mother, if your youngsters refuse bread, just spread a slice with the amazing new, sensationally different jelly-like jam, Welch's Grape Laid. For extra thrill, add peanut butter or cream cheese. Then, watch them eat. No wonder. Welch's Grape Laid is made from all the juice and fruity parts of pure grapes. No synthetics, no adulterants. Millions have switched to Welch's Grape Laid from old-fashioned jellies and jams. Costs less. Get Welch's Grape Laid tomorrow. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Bear Program, the American album of familiar music, starring Frank Munn, Vivian Della Pieta, Gene Dickinson, Arden and Arden, Burton Hirsch, and Gustav Henson. Presented by the Druggists of America, who supply you with genuine Bayer aspirin. To open tonight's performance of the American album of familiar music, Frank Munn, Vivian Della Pieta, and the entire cast present a medley of songs that will always remain fresh, appealing, and beloved to us all.
night time, it is the message of the breeze. It's like an evening prayer. I can hear it in every whisper of
We interrupt this program to bring you a bulletin from the NBC newsroom, London. The Netherlands government in exile in London issued a statement today saying it considers a state of war to exist between the Netherlands and Japan. We return you to the American album of familiar music.
like a year since I've seen you, dear. Yet I know it's been only a day. Frank Munn sings Lonesome, that's all.
It seems like a year since I've seen you, dear. Yet I know it's been only a day. But the hours seem long and the world goes wrong, for it's empty with you away. And I wake from each dream of your loveliness to sink once again into loneliness. And I'd give all the world just for one caress. I'm lonesome, I guess. That's I see don't appeal to me, for it's your face I long for today. With its dear little smile that makes life worthwhile, for it drives all my cares away. And I dream of your lips and your eyes so blue, and wonder if your heart is dreaming too. And my own heart is crying the whole day through. I'm lonesome for you. That's
Now we present Jean Dickinson, Nightingale of the Airwaves, and the lovely coloratura aria from the opera The Castle of Kenilworth.
Rudy,
not yet some outside dream, which guardian angel have attended. Frank Munn and Vivian Della Pieta sing the enchanting lullaby from Josselin, The Best Is.
Concealed in this sweet tree, where we have been led by some misfortune joined, while weary night and from all thy dream, which guardian angels have attended. And while the golden splendor
If you suffer with headache, there is one thing to be said for genuine Bayer aspirin. You needn't accept anybody's word for its quick-acting properties, for your own eyes will give you the evidence. Simply drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch how it acts. You will see it start to dissolve or disintegrate before it reaches the bottom of the glass. And that's what it does in your stomach. It starts to dissolve almost instantly. Hence, is ready to start working almost instantly. That's one reason, a reason you can actually look at and see for the quick action of real Bayer aspirin, a quality that has made it recognized among the fastest methods for relief that science has yet discovered. Keep this in mind, won't you, the next time a headache threatens and you want fast relief? Get it by asking for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not by the name aspirin alone when you buy. Only 15 cents now for 12 tablets, 2 full dozen for a quarter in all drugstores in the United States. delightful music of Fix a Lover. First, Vivian Delapieta sings Kiss Me Again from Mademoiselle Modine. And then Frank Munn brings you Our Sweet Mystery of Life. Frank Munn, Vivian De La Chiesa, and the entire cast close tonight's performance of the American album of familiar music with Stars in My Eyes.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin from the NBC newsroom. Ottawa, Canada has declared war against Japan. We return you to the American album of familiar music.
If you want quick relief from the painful discomfort of a cold, take 2 Bayer aspirin tablets with a full glass of water the moment you first feel the cold coming on. Then follow the simple directions in the Bayer aspirin package. Then, as a precaution against the serious consequences any cold may lead to, see your doctor. Quite possibly, he will tell you to continue with the Bayer aspirin, to drink plenty of liquid, to avoid chill, and above all, to rest. Follow his advice. And remember, when you buy, always ask for Bayer aspirin by its full name. Never ask for aspirin alone. And identify it by the name Bayer, stamped in the form of a cross on every tablet. If you like this program well enough to say thank you to someone for it, thank your druggist who sends it to you every Sunday night with his compliments. Thank him by patronizing him in every way you can. Your announcer, Andre Baruch.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new program of songs by Dinah Shore with Paul Laval and his orchestra, brought to you each Sunday at this time by Bristol Myers, in appreciation of your friendliness toward Minute Rub, Modern Chest Rub, and Sal Hepatica, famous laxative.
And here she is, radio singing sensation, chosen as the outstanding new star of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dinah Shore.
Thank you, Harry, and good evening, everyone. My first song tonight is the first hit written by Ralph Blaine and Hugh Martin. They put their best foot forward and the show best foot forward when they wrote, "What do you think I am? Just a baby. What do you think I am? Just a child. What do you think I go around with men for? Who do you think I've got a little yen for? Why do you think of me as a sister? Couldn't you just for once be a man? I'm getting older and starting to smolder. All my heart needs is a scar. What do you think I am? I'm in love. Something's on my mind, so here I go. My personality has changed. Nothing is as you had to. When I was pressing and why not admit that I'm grown up, get wise and older? My time has come. What do you think I am? Just a baby. Couldn't you just for once be a man? I'm getting older and starting to smolder. All my heart needs is a scar. What do you think I am? Well, you certainly be surprised. What do you think I am? I'm in love.
Well, Dinah, I think that was lovely. What is your next song?
Love me or leave me.
Well, that's sort of a romantic fielder's choice, isn't it?
Oh, well, now, Harry, I want you to pay strict attention to the second chorus because there'll be some very fancy goings on.
Oh.
Oh, hopefully come out even.
Well, it sounds very complicated to me, Dinah.
Well, on the contrary, when we recorded it, we made a simple blues song out of a tune that was usually done in straight rhythm.
Oh, well, live and learn. Dinah Shore sings the record release of the week, Love Me or Leave Me.
Love me or leave me and let me be lonely. You won't believe me, but I love you only. I'd rather be lonely than happy with somebody else. You might find the nighttime the right time for kissing, but nighttime is my time for just reminiscing, regretting instead of forgetting with somebody else. There'll be no one unless that someone is you. I intend to be independently blue. I want your love, but I don't want to borrow. You have for today and to give back tomorrow. For my love is your love. There's no love for nobody else. There'll be no one unless that someone is you. Da, 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 da. I intend to be independently blue. I want your love, but I don't want tomorrow to have for the day. Give back tomorrow. Love me or leave me. Let me be lonely, 'cause there's no love
and gentlemen, according to the latest National Gallup poll, during the 1 week period ending November 15th, colds were reported in 1/3 of all the homes in America. And the number of those affected was 6 million more than in the month of October. And don't forget that colds will continue to be mighty common now for the next few months. So be prepared to get after aggravating cold symptoms promptly with Minute Rub. That's MINITRUB. For Minute Rub promptly helps relieve cold wretchedness in 3 important ways. First,
Minute Rub's analgesic or pain-relieving action soothes the discomfort and tightness caused by local congestion.
Second,
rubbing on Minute Rub stimulates circulation, helps relieve muscular pain, and brings a comforting sensation of peace to the affected area.
And third,
Minute Rub's active menthol vapors help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in your nasal passages.
And Minute Rub, you'll be glad to know, is greaseless. And it's stainless, too, so you don't have to worry about harming your clothes or linen. Ask your druggist for an inexpensive tube of this famous modern rub. You'll appreciate its feeling of brisk, heating warmth. For that means you've started to enjoy the 3-way release of Minute Rub.
Terry, don't stand there like that. Call me a red cap.
Call a red cap? What for?
Aren't you and Paul ready to leave yet?
Where are we going?
Oh, we're going south, Harry, down Tennessee way.
Well, looky here.
Right, back where I started from. And oh, boy, it'll be good to climb aboard that Chattanooga choo-choo.
Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo? Track 29. Boy, give me a shot. I can afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo. I've got my fare, just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore. Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your hand in a Carolina. When you hear the whistle blowing 8 to the 5, then you will know that Tennessee is not very far. Double over calling, gotta keep it rolling. Woo-woo, Chattanooga, there you are. There's gonna be a certain party at the station. Oh, yes, satin and lace. I used to call funny things. I'm gonna try until I tell him that I'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-choo me home.
Paul Lavelle and his little woodwinds are going to play one of his original compositions. Oh, Paul, have you got anything to say about the next selection?
Nothing much, Dinah. Just enough I wrote, nothing much.
Well, now, there's modesty for you. Just a number I wrote several months ago. Ladies and gentlemen, just in case you don't know, Paul Lavelle is a sort of musical triple threat. He composes music, arranges it, and then he conducts it. And if he's good, just listen to Paul Lavelle conduct Paul Lavelle's arrangement of Paul Lavelle's composition, Memoirs of a Dilemma.
Well, thank you, Paul. And now, for her final number, Dinah sings How Deep is the Ocean, which brings to a close her 15 minutes of little...
Oh, Harry, what did you go and do that for?
Do what, Dinah?
Mentioned 15. It just reminded me there are only 15 more shopping days till Christmas, and I
haven't got your shopping done. No, I know. Neither have I. So we should not only get going, but we should make every one of those days count. And if on any one of them, ladies and gentlemen, you wake up feeling headachy and miserable due to the need of a laxative, don't put off taking one because you're going to be busy, for then you risk feeling upset the rest of the day. Simply take sparkling Sal Hepatica. For this famous mineral salt laxative brings you quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And besides, Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica first thing tomorrow, and whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night. See how much faster you feel better when you rely on gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. Well, Dinah, are you going to sing a song tonight for some branch of the service as you have on past programs?
Harry, 2 weeks ago, I received a request from 5 boys stationed out on Tiny Wake Island, 4,000 miles out in the Pacific. I promised then I would sing their song for them tonight. In spite of all that has happened, I shall, and I hope they listen. Because if singing their songs and bring them a little bit of happiness and bring home a little closer, especially tonight, believe me, I'm mighty proud to sing it. So for our fellas out on Wake Island, 7,000 miles away from us here in New York, here's their song, How Deep is the Ocean. How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How many times a day do I think?
Another war bulletin. Canada has declared war on Japan. Keep tuned to this station for further development.
How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? I ever lost you. How much would I try? How deep is the ocean? How high is the
Dinah, I'm sorry, but it's time to go.
Folks, I sure hate to go because I love this thing. And if you like to listen, come and see us again next Sunday, won't you?
And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a cold,
Remember Minute Drop if you need a lot.
this is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company. In the event that there are any news bulletins concerning the national emergency during our session of the Goodwill Hour tonight, our program will be interrupted so that you may hear them. All right, now, Mr. Frank, our first case, please. It is the case of Mr. K.B. All right, your problem, please.
Mr. Anthony, I lost my father about a year ago, and I was left with a widowed mother who was stricken with a malady heart up until the time of my father's death.
I see.
About 2 months, about a week later, after we come to a shock, I met a young I reside, and through some means we fell in love. I was courting her for a while, and then I found out she was engaged to a man in the armed forces of a foreign nation
I see.
He corresponds with her quite frequently, and she too with him. Now the courtship is going along with her, and I'd like to know how I can stop her from writing to him. Of course, I love this girl very much. I wouldn't give her up. I have a job now, Mr. Anthony, and I support my mother on this $24 a week. So, now by going with this girl, I'm giving up all hope. My mother is very ill, and I'm going to sacrifice. So it's a question whether I stay with this girl under the conditions.
It's amazing. I see. So it's rather a question of whether or not the girl is with you, is she?
She is.
Does she want to stop corresponding with her former fiancé? And if you are, she doesn't. Then the question that you asked me, how can I stop her? Does she? Not well founded. She doesn't want to stop her.
No.
She's to be the judge of your opponent. You're not to force your will on anyone at all. In particular, a person that you claim to be in love with. Marrying with you who have hopes of marrying this young woman. Is that true? Before you're married. Well, look, my friend, you better learn before your decision that decisions of that kind must come from a person perspective. In other words, upon force your desires or will upon anyone unless they want to partake in that desire. It seems to me that corresponding woman, if she's desirous of, should be permitted with the gentleman that you speak of, should be permitted to do so. As a matter of fact, I doubt whether you have any right to even love with her. Now, I can understand that you're in love with her. But, and that's all, and I'm sympathetic. But the love woman, if it must be reciprocated by this young woman, of course it's not, then there should be no kind of at all. Funny story, I gather, that between some understanding might endure the fact that both of you. But the fact that you also tell me that she refuses to cease this correspondence because they think very highly of his other then I fail to see how you can call it for a romance.
This is her first love, and she's engaged him again, but she feels that she may never see me again, and she's keeping company with me with the hope that I may better myself in the conditions at home.
Well, I don't
because of my father's death.
At all relate to that situation. I don't think related to the important problem. I don't think the young woman should be discouraged from writing to the man that she's engaged to. I think she should be required big enough to understand that she has her moral support and concern corresponding with it. As far as you ask her to do anything, I don't think that you have the right to expect her to do anything like that. And besides that, my position as much admit that you're unable to provide your mother, young woman, and at the same time provide. I think you ought to look who was very ill, I understand. There's no reason, however, a young woman to do as she sees fit, and I'd like to. But don't, above all, go ahead.
I'd like the friendship to go further than that.
Well, I don't know that I wouldn't like it to go further than that myself, but that's a decision that must be mutually agreed upon between both of you. And remember one thing. Don't try to force your will upon this girl at this time, or at any other time in the future. The decision arrived at must be mutually beneficial. Otherwise, the decision would not be any good. That is, insofar as discontinuing her correspondence with the other man. That's what I mean. Do you understand me? Yes. That's my advice to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mrs. A.N.
Go ahead, please.
My sister died, leaving a baby, and she asked me to take this child and raise it up as my own. And here of late, the child has begun to ask me, am I her mother? So my sister told me to never tell her that I wasn't her mother. So I want to know, should I tell the child now that I'm not her mother?
I see. You say that your sister turned over the custody of the child to you short time before her death. How long ago was that?
5 years.
And you've had the child ever since?
Yes.
And one of the promises that your sister extracted from you at that time was that you are not to reveal to the child that you're her aunt. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. What about the father of this child?
The father has never seen the child. She's forsaken the mother before the child was born.
I see. Now, you've got this child, and the child is now about 5 years old.
Yes.
And she's beginning to question you, is
Yes,
she?
began to question me.
Brought about by what? Would you know?
I think it
Difference
must
in
be the
name?
neighbors, I think. Don't you know, must be talking to us.
And there's also a difference in name, I gather.
No, she goes under the same name.
I see. And some of the neighbors have suggested that this child is not yours, that you are not this child's mother, and she's questioned you, and now you ask me what to tell her.
Yes.
Is that right? Well, in the first place, I think the promise you made, I can understand the promise that you made at the time. I don't think it's a promise, however, that need be kept.
Yes.
If that's been disturbing you, you might forgive yourself if you reveal the truth to the child. The child should know the truth. And you might feel that your conscience might disturb you in the event that you disregard the promise you made to your departed sister. But I think you can be forgiven for that, because the promise must have been made in a very trying circumstances. I would tell the child the truth. Now, how that's done, of course, is another matter. That can be done very gently, kindly, and the child might be able to understand. I think the child is just a bit too young, however, to have the truth revealed to her. But I might suggest this. If you feel that you're not capable of telling her the truth very gently and understandingly, you might consult your spiritual advisor and have her or your physician or a close member of the family that you have a good deal of confidence in. But the child should know the truth. That's the important thing. And as to the means of revealing the truth to her, that's something that must be decided according to the intelligence and the ability of the child to understand. That's my advice in that situation. But above all, reveal the truth.
At this time, we pause for an important message from Roland Winters. And my message is for that girl who's so lonely and unhappy. Miss, is this what you're thinking?
Mary's having a party, but I won't be asked. I never am. Oh, why can't I be like other girls?
Well, that's too bad. But look, will you give me just 1 minute of your time? Let me explain something. If you're so unattractively thin, so listless and on edge, so pale and washed out looking, that it's hard to make friends and have good times, very likely you're simply not getting enough vitamin B and iron from your daily food. Scientists tell us that's what's wrong with thousands of girls like yourself. And men, too. You see, without enough vitamin B, you may not get the most good out of your food, or you may lack appetite, not eat enough to maintain normal weight and strength. And without enough iron, you may be weak, pale, and tired. But listen, nowadays you can get these vital substances in pleasant little tablets, ironized yeast tablets. That's why they quickly help thousands to gain glorious new strength and breath. 5, 10, even more pounds of firm, attractive flesh. Just think how wonderful it would be for you to be more attractive, more popular. So if you're thin, tired, and run down from lack of vitamin B and iron, then don't wait. Say to your druggist right away.
A bottle of ironized yeast tablets, please.
And now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Mrs. R.P.
All right, madam. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, when I was 15, I met a man 11 years old. I married 2 years later. We had 2 children. When I was 20, I contracted a serious disease in a Frankfurt sanatorium. My husband was afraid of this disease and didn't come to see me and hardly liked me. While I was there, I met a man 22 years older. His kindness made me fall in love with him, and he was me. His wife divorced him.
And the result was leaving you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, please.
And I got a divorce from my husband. We were married, and I know now that there was too much difference in our age. We're very unhappy. We have nothing in common. And I wonder, Mr. Anthony, if I should stay married to him, or should I separate, try to find happiness?
I see. Let me ask you a few questions, please. Tell me, at the age of 15, you met someone 11 years older, then subsequently, 2 years later, you married, and as a result of this marriage, 2 children were born to you before you were 20, or at the time you were 20.
That's right.
And then you took seriously ill, and necessarily had to be sent to a sanitarium. There you met another man whose kindness and understanding caused you to fall in love with him. You subsequently divorced your husband. Is that true?
Yes, exactly.
What happened to the 2 children?
They were their father.
I see. You were forced to give these children up, were you?
When I obtained my divorce.
I see. You were forced to give these children up. And you felt that sacrificing the love of your children would be all right in view of the fact that you thought that you might be compensated through the love of this second man. Is that true?
Right.
And to your great misfortune, you were found that is not so? Have you seen these children at all during that period of 10 years?
Oh, yes. Very often.
Very often. And they're happy with their father, are they?
They're happy with a combination of
did the gentleman that you married, did he have any children?
No, he did not.
And yet he was willing to sacrifice his wife so that he might marry you, with the fact that he felt that he was in love with you. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Were you finally cured of this illness?
Yes.
And your husband?
Yes.
You are, too. And now you ask me how you can possibly find happiness. In view of the fact that you've attempted to find happiness on 2 occasions and didn't succeed in either. Is that it? Well, perhaps there's a reason for it. And I think if we can discover the reason, we probably will know the solution. The reason that you haven't been able to find happiness is that you're always looking for something that's elusive, something that doesn't exist. Now, when you married your husband at the age of 17, you were not ready for marriage. You were not mature sufficiently to understand and know what marriage is. Therefore, you were seeking something to your immature mind that didn't exist, something quite elusive. Then you met a man years later, and you didn't tell me how much older he is.
22 years.
22 years older. At the time you were 20, you met a man 40. And then you thought that you found that elusive something, and you divorced your husband and gave up 2 children, God's greatest blessing, for the love of a man, or so you thought. Well, if you stop looking for elusive things, perhaps you will be happy. A woman like you can find happiness. And that happiness can be found in helping others. In other words, what I'm trying to tell you is that you're a bit too self-centered. That your happiness, that your well-being, your desires have always been placed far above those around you. And as a consequence, my dear, you've suffered. I don't want you to think that I'm unkind. I'm not. But if I must be unkind to point out to you your great failing, then I'm kindness itself in order to point out to you. Help others. You're willing to help others, no matter how small that help might be. That's the greatest thing that a woman like you can do. Because in helping others, you'll be helping yourself. I wouldn't try to have that in marriage if I were you. I don't think you'll find happiness there, because even if you do, you will then be building happiness upon the unhappiness of another individual. Again, that self-centered, little bit selfish situation. Do you understand? No, this man unquestionably loves you. You do love him in your own way. I don't think it's very wise. I don't think the marriage was a good marriage or a wise marriage to begin with. But he loves you in his own way. Of course, he's a bit too old for you. You want me to gather or want me to believe, and you feel that you might find a great contentment with younger people around you. Is that what?
That's right, yes.
No, I don't think you ought to break this marriage. He's doing the best he can for you. He's supporting you to the very best of his ability, isn't he? And he shows you the greatest amount of devotion and love that he's capable of. Do you think so?
Yes.
By all means, stay married to him. Don't cause him any unhappiness, and don't keep spending the rest of your life looking for something so elusive you can't touch it, see it, or feel it. Go out and then help others. Do for others what others have done for you. And in that way, you will find happiness within your heart, because then you'll be answering God's needs. That's my advice to you.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mrs. S.T.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I'm talking to a friend of mine. He was married very happily for... They are married 16 years. They were married happily for 12 years.
They were married, these friends of yours were married happily for a period of 12 years?
Yes.
But they are married 16?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
4 years ago, she had a child.
Uh-huh.
And ever since the child was born, there has been difficulty in the house. Mm-hmm. She had a nervous breakdown which left her mentally paralyzed.
Mm-hmm.
So now, all of a sudden, she decided to get a separation from her husband.
Mm-hmm.
She took the child out of state and filed a separation suit. Now, the men would like to know if If was tried the case, he most likely certainly would have to put an institution, which he doesn't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he really don't know what to do. Set aside the case. Or should he put 14 charges against him, which he doesn't like.
They're untrue? Is that what you mean?
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
I see.
90%.
All right, don't tell me what they are. Go ahead.
And he would like to know, should he fight the case and put her in an institution, or should he settle everything quietly and just leave her go on to the fever?
If I understand this problem correctly, it's simply this. Your friends are separated, and the husband feels that, and he knows, as a matter of fact, that his wife is mentally sick.
Yeah.
And he feels that if he contests this legal action she brought against him, it would be necessary for him to reveal a mental illness. Is that the point you make?
Yeah.
He doesn't want her to go to an institution?
No.
And therefore, the question has come into his mind whether or not to contest the action?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think that he's being kind by not contesting the action. If this woman is mentally sick, then she belongs in an institution. Whether the husband wants her there or not is another point. It would do her more good to be cared for medically, that is properly, than it would be for her to be permitted to go ahead with this action, no matter whether the action is an important one or unimportant. I think that the husband would be rendering his wife, who, according to your story, I gather that he's still very fond of her.
Yes.
I think he would be rendering her a great service if she were placed in an institution where she could receive the proper care. That would be his greatest service to her, and not the rather gallant action of not defending the suit that is being brought against him. If the woman needs medical attention in an institution, that's where she belongs, and that's what the husband should do, regardless whether or not he defends the action. That's unimportant, and you tell him that my advice is that you do place her in an institution if it's possible and if she needs the help. Now, Mr. Frank, before proceeding, I'd like a word with our listeners. Friends, the best recommendation for any product is the word-for-word testimony of its satisfied users. Here are two such letters of appreciation from among the thousands which we have received.
Mr. Joseph Musa of New York City writes the first letter. He says, Ironized yeast made a complete change in my life. I've gained 10 pounds in a few short months, and I haven't felt so well and strong in years. I claim that ironized yeast has helped me say this. And here is what Mrs. Lawrence Borst of Chicago writes.
I had heard so much about ironized yeast, but always had some doubt whether it would do everything that people claimed. But I decided to try it out, as I myself was run down and losing weight, and my 9-year-old girl was so pale, nervous, thin, and lacking in appetite. Well, to date, I have gained 9 pounds, and my girl 4 pounds. She has a much better appetite and looks and feels so much better. I've no more doubt about ironized yeast.
And friends, if you too need vitamin B and iron, or some member of your family does, ask your druggist for the one and only ironized yeast tablets tonight or the first thing tomorrow morning. Now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Mrs. T.R.
All right, madam, go ahead, please.
32 years ago, Mr.
Speak up, I can hardly hear you.
32 years ago, Mr. Anthony, I married a very fine, well-educated young man, a young lawyer.
A young lawyer?
Lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
In course of time, 2 children were born, a girl and a son whom he never saw because he died. I took those 2 children to Europe after I was not able to raise them myself. After 2.5 years, my father died, and I worked my way over to first-class stewardess to get the children back. When I came back, I found that I could not, as a governess, have the children with me, and so had to take a housekeeper's possession to bring them up. In 1917, I married again, also a very well-educated man. But somehow he didn't care for the boy. He was a very humble fellow because boys are mischievous. I took those 2 children and walked away. Went back to the town I came from and raised them myself. Now they're both grown up. The boy is a certified public accountant, has a wife and child, and the girl now is a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
She also has a small daily post. None of those children can help him anyway.
Now, just try to control yourself, please. Go
I
ahead.
have a little apartment I do want to keep. I don't want them to take that away too. But I don't know how to hold it. At the end of the month, I let it sit at the end of the month. Then I don't know where to go. I don't want to lose it. I have thought of putting a source of storage, but that would be next like 10 for storage fees if I haven't got, and I'm very homeless. I thought of renting it out all, but I'd also be homeless. It took me one place. That is the sale with some building. I don't know, just very much emotionally upset. I don't know. Can you let me?
All right, let me see. How old are you now?
60 years old.
60?
Yes.
Well, you've had what I might call a magnificent life. Even though you might be suffering at this very moment, your life has been a magnificent one and a noble one. You raised your children to the very best of your ability, and you gave them every care and attention. Now, tell me that mother could, under very trying circumstances. Tell me that your son is now a certified public accountant. Is he employed, is he?
Yes, he is.
Can't he contribute in some fashion to your sustenance?
He was at and saw me and saw that isn't very well, and he really can't.
You see, you're permitting, madam, I believe you're permitting this instinct of yours to work to your own detriment. Now, I don't know just what your son's income is, and I don't know how much he can for, but certainly, a mother like you, a mother who has done the things for her children, deserves some sort of help from those that can give it to her. And I think your son can give you some measure of assistance, regardless of how small it is. I gather from your story that your daughter is unable to do that.
Yes.
I understand that because her husband's income is rather small. But certainly your son should be able to do something for you.
He understands that he's separated from his wife, and he has 2 households to support. He has to pay his woman for somewhere, and then his wife, and the baby seems to be always sick.
Nice. So wouldn't it be advisable for you to live with your son and therefore avoid the upkeep of another household?
No, I've never met his wife. So they're married 8 years.
I see.
And she doesn't. I don't know.
Just a moment, madam. We'll continue with this case in just a moment. Right now, here is a news bulletin.
Canada has joined the Dutch government by exile. The Dutch East Indies and Latin American nation of Costa Rica are declaring war on Japan. President Roosevelt and his cabinet are in session at this moment, debating Japan's declaration of war on the United States. Washington is an armed camp with sentries in steel helmets guarding all officials in the world. A strict censorship has been clamped on all radio messages and cablegrams, and the War Department has taken over the issuance of Army news. Congress is expected to be called into session tomorrow, probably to declare a state of war with Japan. Secretary Hull says that he has received messages of cooperation from most South American nations, and it is probable that they will join in the war declaration tomorrow. The British government, against whom Japan also has declared war, has called a special session of Parliament. A British gunboat has been attacked in the harbor of Shanghai, and reports reaching the NBC newsroom indicate that British naval bases in the Far East are under attack all along the coast, also going to Hawaii and the island of Guam. The War Department says that 104 members of our armed forces have been killed and 300 have been wounded on the island of Oahu. This figure is admittedly only an estimate and does not include civilian casualties. The United States fleet has joined the United States Air Force in action against Japan. Our planes took off from Manila in the Philippines as the Japanese war began shortly after noon today, and tonight General Douglas MacArthur has warned all women and children in the Philippines to leave the coastal cities and go into the interior. Here at home, the cities on our west coast are in a state of armed emergency. Mayor Rossi of San Francisco has called for a cessation of all strikes. In Los Angeles, air raid warning sirens have been ready for immediate action. Secretary Morgenthau has closed the nation's borders to Japanese nationals. And the FBI is ready to round up all the citizens of Japan in this country. All servicemen have been ordered back to
and both Navy and Army officers will henceforth dress in uniform in public at all times. Recruiting officers of the Army, Navy, and the Marine Corps will open earlier than usual tomorrow morning. Reaction to the Pacific War has been swift. Political lines have been almost wiped out. Senator Wheeler of Montana, a leading isolationist, says we must do the best we can to lick Japan. And the Chicago Tribune, one of the leading isolationist papers, prints this headline for tomorrow morning: Our country, right or wrong. One of the immediate consequences of Japan's war declaration was the granting of a closed shop in the captured coal mines, meeting the demands of the CIO. And this assures peace in the coal fields, for coal is essential to defense. A bulletin just handed me. Berlin, Monday. Obligated under the three-power pact to go to Japan's assistance if Japan is attacked, Germany referred early today to hostilities in the Pacific as clashes. A special communique failed to clarify Germany's intentions. A Japanese-controlled radio station, a Shanghai broadcast, a Japanese report tonight saying a large number of Thai military...
You tell me that you're unable to continue as governess. Is that the point you'd like to make?
Yes.
And you feel that in the event you give up this apartment, you'll still be homeless, and there's nothing else that you can see in the immediate future. But wouldn't there be a possibility of you taking up home with your son, as I pointed out a moment ago?
No.
Well, tell me why.
Because the wife has TV.
I see. Well, but you tell me, however, that your son does not reside with his wife. Is that true?
No.
Just a moment, please. Never mind the reason. You tell me that your son does not reside with his wife. Your son resides alone. Is that true? Why then can you not take up home with your son and keep house for him? That would be a comparatively easy work for you, would it not?
Yes, but my son lives in New York.
I'm going to ask you, madam, not to mention names of places.
My son lives away from me and goes to college at night.
I see. That still does not make any material difference insofar as I can see. The place of residence that your son may maintain seems to be no bar for your residence with him. You're alone in this world. You're a woman of 60. You have no one but your two children. And in view of the fact that your son does reside alone and is unable to contribute toward your support, I think the ideal solution to your problem would be to live with him in the event that he cannot help support you. Failing that, there would seem to be nothing except to again take up work, which you tell me that you're not able at this time because of illness. Isn't that so? I think that your son owes it to you, madam, to provide some means of sustenance for you at your age. Would it be possible for me to speak to your son? Or would you rather not have that take place?
Well, my son can only take very little for the furnished room that he has. And he couldn't help me with it. He couldn't feed me.
I see. Well, are you capable of doing any kind of work at all?
Yes, I sew very well.
Uh-huh. And you feel that you could earn your livelihood by being a seamstress. Is that right? Is that right?
I wouldn't say seamstress. I cannot cut the clothing.
But you can sew?
Yes, I can sew.
Well, I'd like to help you, madam. Certainly, if anyone deserves help, you do. I don't know just what I can do for you. But I'm going to ask you to remain. Perhaps by that time, some help can be secured for you. But regardless of the help that we are able to extend to you, I mean material help, I still believe that you ought to make some sort of demand upon your son to provide for you in some measure, no matter how small that measure is. In other words, I don't think that he should be relieved of complete responsibility for you. I think he should be able to do something for you, and I'm going to ask you to remain at the close of this session. Perhaps I can be of greater help to you at that time.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mr. T.C.
All right, sir. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I was the only child of divorced parents. And my parents divorced when I was very young. I lived with my father about 8 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And through correspondence with my mother's book, I managed to come in with money that My mother sent me.
I see. This correspondence between you and your mother's people has been going on for some time, has it?
Well, for about, yes.
In other words, what I'm trying to determine is whether or not you've been in constant touch with your mother since the divorce of your parents.
Since I've been in high school.
I see.
I graduated.
Prior to that, you were not in communication with your mother?
No.
I see. All right, go ahead.
Now, both parents had married, and I found it difficult living with my stepmother. So, I thought it would be well to come see. Now, I find it difficult living with my stepfather because I can't fit into his life. He thinks differently and everything every way. And so 2 weeks ago, I moved to a room by myself, and I have a job here.
Okay.
And my superior told me that I could, I had a promotion coming up, and so I don't know whether to remain here and keep my job so I can go to college, or move back where I came from and work with my father's folks under that and just a meager sum, and take longer to go to college, or try to fight it out here and make up with my stepfather. I know I never can make up with my stepmother.
I see.
It's impossible.
Uh-huh. How old are you now?
I'm
18. 18. Well, you tell me that you came to visit your mother because you wanted to again establish a relationship between you after not having seen her many years. You've been a bit unhappy with your stepfather. However, you were able to secure a position that enables you to support yourself, and with advancement coming up. Is that right? That's right. And if you remain at this work, what work is that? A newspaper. Oh, you're working at a newspaper now. And if you remain there, you'll be able to go to college as you always desired to go. But you feel that your friends here, that's what I gather. You have the friends that you did have back home. Is that right?
Well, yes, Mr. Anthony. I haven't the same, ingenuity as you might say, as to take up friends as I did as I did.
I see. Well, I think the line of least resistance in your particular case would be to remain where you are. By your own story, you tell me that you believe it's going to be far more difficult for you to get along with your stepmother than it would be for you to get along with your stepfather. That's exactly what you said. Yes, if you can possibly resume the friendship that you thought you might be able to establish when you first arrived at his home, I would certainly suggest that you do so. Economically, you seem to be better off where you are, therefore I recommend that you remain where you are. The question of happiness, which is always a very relative question, I think can be solved by an 18-year-old aggressive young man, such as you are, in a very short time. The friendship that you might have with your stepfather, certainly the love and devotion that your mother is ready and willing to extend to you, will help you. You have friends among your acquaintances at your work, and you're going to go to college. All of these things will gradually tend to create a happier being as time goes along. It seems to me logical that you remain where you are, continue at your work, and to resume the friendship and again make up with your stepfather. That would seem to be the most logical thing to do, and that's my advice.
Before Mr. Anthony hears the rest of tonight's cases, a reminder to you, our listeners. Friends, invest your money so it will do you and our country the most good. Buy Defense Savings Bonds. You pay only $18.75, and by 1951 you'll receive $25. That means an actual increase in your investment of 33 1/3%. So buy as many defense savings bonds as you can. Your money is as safe as the nation itself, and you'll be helping to keep America the strongest nation on the face of the globe. See your postmaster or banker today. We pause for station identification. The original Goodwill Hour, conducted by John J. Anthony, author of Marriage and Family Problems and How to Solve Them, and founder of the famed Marital Relations Institute, now continues. as Mr. Anthony hears the case of Mrs. F.D.
Friends, before we hear the case of Mrs. Epstein, may I remind you that if there are any news bulletins concerning the national emergency during our session of the Goodwill Hour tonight, our program will be interrupted so that you may hear them. And now, madam, go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I married a widower about a year ago. 2 children. And when I first met him, I had my own apartment. And he said it was just temporarily that he would establish a home for me, the 2 children, myself and him. Now, this has been going on, Mr. Anthony, for some time. He hasn't made any kind of a move.
You've been married to him about a year?
Yes, just 1 year ago.
And he's taken up residence in your home?
Yes.
And he hasn't established the home that he had promised you. Is that it?
No,
all right, go ahead.
The children are at a boarding house not far away from where I live. And it seems he visits them every night in the week, leaving me alone. He promises to come right back, but he's gone to all hours of the night. Now, Mr. Anthony, I have to become a mother, and I'm alone most of the time. And I need proper care and proper food. And he's making a very good salary, and he could support us all very nicely. And I would like to know if I could talk to the children myself. You know, I would do anything to make that girl happy. She's about 15, and I would do anything in my power to have. I would treat her as a sister. The boy is 19.
Is this your first marriage?
Yes.
How old are you?
38.
38, I see. All right, go ahead.
And I don't know what to do, Mr. Anthony. I come to you for advice. I know you help so many other people. I'm sure you could help me. If I should talk to the children or not, he says they come first. Their first consideration.
Has he ever told you why he hasn't established the home that he promised you?
I did ask him. I told him so many times, Mr. Anthony, but he keeps saying that he wants to wait until he gets enough money to establish a home. But I can't go on this way because I'm alone every night in the week. And when my friends come, I'm so embarrassed that I don't know what to do because they always find me alone.
I see. Well, have you pointed all of these things out to your husband?
I did tell him time and time again, but he seems to give me the same story all the time.
He feels that his children come first. Well, you don't deny him. You don't want to deny him. Just a moment, madam. You don't want to deny him the companionship and friendship of his children, do you?
No, I don't.
But you do. You would like to have him return after his visits to them at an hour that you can have some benefit of his company. Is that your point? Well, you're asking very little, I imagine. I see no reason why your husband cannot grant the wish. It seems to be a desirable thing to do. You see, I believe, however, that you're placing too much importance upon the establishing of a home. The home that you have is a home. Does he carry that home? Does he provide for it?
He doesn't support me properly. No, not in the proper way.
He's able to support you better. Is that right?
Yes, he certainly is.
He's able to support you better, and he doesn't do that. Now you ask me, the question you ask me is whether or not you ought to speak to your children and ask them to help. I must interrupt. At this moment. We'll continue with your case in just a moment, madam, but right now, here's the news bulletin.
Washington, President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress at noon tomorrow. Keep tuned to this station for further development.
All right, now, you might go ahead with that. The question then seems to be whether or not to speak to your husband's children and ask them to help you in securing the cooperation of their father. That's about the problem. Is that right? Well,
I would like us all to be together, Mr. Anthony.
Have you talked to the children at any time? Are you friendly with them during this period of a year? Are you friendly?
Just the girl.
And what about the boy?
Well, the boy isn't so very friendly.
How long did you know this man before you married him?
Just a year.
A year. And during that period of a year, were you friendly also with the children?
No, I wasn't.
In other words, you might have reason to believe that they resented their father's marriage to you.
I think that might be the reason. Maybe he doesn't want to hate my feelings and tell me that. Because he always has a different excuse to offer me.
I see. Well, do you think that you could approach these children in a manner so sympathetic that they might be able to see your side of this problem?
You need to tell them about my condition?
Well, that's only one thing that you'd have to tell them. But, you'd have to tell them the truth. Tell them that you're in love with their father, that you hope to make good wife and a good home for him, but that you would like to also include them in your plans, that you'd like to have them, too, in your home.
I would like to have them. I think to make her happy. I feel like a sister.
Well, I think that might be advisable if you can approach them in a manner so that they might feel sympathetic toward you. Beyond that, I might caution you against one thing, and that is a rash action on your part. Don't do anything hastily. If you had contemplated breaking up this marriage or leaving your husband, by no means do that. I think that would be a great mistake. Perhaps your husband may realize his responsibilities as soon as he finds that he is again a father, and perhaps by that time he might be able he might still be doing something to relieve the tension between his children and you. And if he's able to accomplish that and the introduction of the new child into the family, perhaps some arrangements can be made. But if I were in your place, I think I'd talk to those children. I don't see how any harm can be done, and perhaps a great deal of good can come out of it. I would do that if I were in your place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony.
Mr. Anthony, before introducing the next case, Mr. Winters has some excellent advice.
Friends, if you're thin and run down, weak as water, nervous and irritable from lack of vitamin D and iron, you can say,
"Oh, what's the use? I guess I'm just meant to be skinny and miserable, and might as well make the best of it. All the same, I don't get much fun out of life."
Or here's what you can do. You can try ironized yeast. That's what Mrs. Mabel Lyle of Linden, Washington did when she was feeling nervous and run down from lack of vitamin D and iron. Listen to the letter she writes to Mr. Anthony telling of the amazing change ironized yeast has made in her.
Now I have a wonderful appetite, sleep like a tired youngster, and certainly don't feel so nervous anymore. I've gained about 10 pounds. When people remark how well I look, I always recommend ironized yeast.
Thank you, Mrs. Lyle. And friends, it's because we know of so many thousands of similar experiences that we urge you, if you're thin, nervous, and run down from lack of vitamin D and iron, to try ironized yeast. But be sure you get the genuine ironized yeast. Other yeast and iron tablets are not the same. So ask for ironized yeast by its full name and look for the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
Now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Miss L.W.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I've always wanted to be an actress, and thanks to the help of my parents, I had this dream realized this past summer. After 4 years of study...
You mean dramatic study?
Dramatic study. Mm-hmm. I went into summer stock, and my parents paid for it. I came back. I didn't get anything immediately, and I felt that I couldn't continue to take money from my parents any longer. And I got a job in the evening. I feel that I'm not happy at my work. It isn't what I want to do. But I don't want to give it up because my mother isn't a well woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel any money that I would be taking from my parents would also be taking money from my mother, bettering my mother's health.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to do. Give up my career and just forget about it? Or keep on with my job, or what?
And how old did you say you were?
I'm 19 years old.
19. You'll find that trying to secure theatrical work and maintaining your present work is too strenuous for you? Is that what you're trying to make me
all day long, I walk around to the different theatrical offices, and then I don't get home until about 11 o'clock at night.
Well, my dear, you want to be an actress, don't you?
That's right, and they say you have to suffer if you want anything that badly.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not happy with the work that I'm doing now.
But it is a means to an end, is it not? And that's it's a means of not taking money from your parents, something that's distasteful to you. Isn't that true?
That's right. It isn't as though we were in dire circumstances, but the money could be used to better my mother's health.
Mm-hmm. And you feel that no matter what work you do, you're relieving them of that burden.
That's right.
Well, suppose the work is distasteful for the time being. You don't expect to make, or you don't hope to make a career of that type of work, do you?
No, I don't.
You would like to make a career of being an actress. Is that true?
That's right.
Well, you're 19. You're young. And the career you've chosen for yourself is one that requires long uphill climb most often, unless you have very, very great talent. But if you feel that you've been trained sufficiently, if you feel that your life's work is in the theater, by no means give up that hope, that dream, or that desire. Keep at it. Of course, it's going to be difficult. It's difficult for most young people to get a start in any profession. But this profession you love. You want it, and you want it probably more than anything else that you can think of. The fact that the work you're doing now is a bit distasteful shouldn't dishearten you, because if you do, if you permit this to dishearten you, then what can we think of the heartbreak that you might have to undergo once you've... In other words, once you have reached the charm pinnacle, as it were, of the theater, once you've secured work in the theater and you love that work, that doesn't mean that these heartbreaks you speak of and think of are going to be any lessened. They will simply be transferred to another field. You might feel yourself now, during your youth, to being able to stand these shocks. I would continue the work that I was doing if I were in your place, and I still would continue to try to find a spot for myself in the theater. I think you can do both without a great deal of effort, that is, more effort that would be required in any other field. I think you ought to keep right on doing that, and perhaps through that means accomplish what you're trying to do with your life. I see no reason for you to give up your employment, and I certainly see no reason for you to give up the hope of becoming an actor. That's the way I see it.
Thank you very much.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mrs. S.J.
Mr. Anthony, my case concerns my mother-in-law. She's a woman of 81 years of age, and she's in the hospital with a stroke. Now, Mr. Anthony, my husband's two older brothers and I agree that when she comes out of the hospital, that we should put her in an institution where she will receive the proper care and medical attention. We figure that we cannot give her the help she needs home, being that we all have large families. Mm-hmm. And I have 6 children and a store to take care of and a sick husband. Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Anthony, anything you advise us to do, we will do.
In other words, what you're endeavoring to tell me is that there's divided opinion in the family as to whether or not your mother, did you say?
Mother-in-law.
Your mother-in-law should be placed in a home or in an institution after her release from the hospital. This woman is now 81 years old.
Yes.
And you feel that the attention and care she would receive in an institution would be far superior to that the children in the family can provide for. Is that true? Now, taking your story at its face value, in other words, believing that the children cannot provide the kind of attention a woman will require, there seems to be no alternative but to place her in a home. As a matter of fact, I have recommended that the care provided by immediate members of the family would be almost as good as could be provided in the hospital. Because I feel, and in a sick condition, more companionship, congenial surroundings find within the confines of the home and of her children. I believe it would serve the purpose of all the members of the family far better, including the mother, if the woman were placed in an institution. That's my advice.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Anthony.
Now, before considering the next case, Mr. Frank, I have a word for our listeners. Friends, the crying need of defense industries today is for men and women who can work long hours and at top speed. Yet thousands lack the required strength and energy. And if you're such a person, then what Roland Winters has to say may be of vital importance to you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Friends, if you're so all in, you can't keep going all out for defense, if you're miserably tired, weak, and on edge, gradually losing weight, then you'd better check up. Very possibly you're simply not getting sufficient vitamin B and iron. Listen, without enough vitamin B, you may lack appetite, not eat enough to maintain normal weight and strength. And without enough iron, you may be weak, pale and tired. But why go on with that deficiency when you can get these exact missing substances, both vitamin B and iron, in ironized yeast? Remember, too, you try ironized yeast with its definite promise. If it doesn't help you to eat better, to sleep better, to feel much stronger, more alive, if you're not convinced ironized yeast will help you gain just the pounds of new, firm flesh you need, if, in short, you're not 100% satisfied with the results, the full cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you by the Ironized Yeast Company, Atlanta, Georgia. Fair enough, isn't it? Remember the name, Ironized Yeast Tablet. Now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Mrs. P.C.
And may I take just a moment of your time, madam? A message has just been handed to me telling me that our wires are being flooded with help offered the case of Mrs. T.R., a 60-year-old woman who spoke here a moment ago, and all I want to say at this time is, God bless the collective heart of America. For even in trying times like these, their hearts, a people whose hearts go out to another fellow human being in need. God bless all of you. Now go ahead, madam.
Mr. Anthony, I've been married 23 years, and at the present time, I'm seriously thinking about giving up my home and leaving my husband and setting up a home for my two grown sons and myself. My husband gambled years ago several $100s. I had some money saved at the time, and I paid his debts for him. Then he lost his job, and we went through 7 trying years, during which time I worked to help keep up the home. And though we were poor, we were happy, and I never thought that we'd hear anything about loans again. About a year ago, we received a terrible shock when he again told me that he was in debt for several $100s.
And all these debts have been incurred as a result of gambling, did you say?
Yes, Mr. Anthony. There was no money here then to pay for these debts, and I have to pay them monthly, which is quite a hardship because he only earns $25 a week. About a month ago, a letter came to the house addressed to him, which I opened, and in it was a receipt for another payment on an entirely new loan.
I see. This was taken, this loan was secured without your knowledge?
All of them were. We never received a cent from them.
All right.
Now, Mr. Anthony, do you think I'd be doing the right thing while I'm still able to work to leave this man and set up a home for my two grown sons and myself?
I see. Your 23 years of marriage would then simply be cast by the wayside, and you were to attempt to establish a home for your sons and yourself. Is that right?
Well,
is that what's in your mind?
Yes, he's going to be.
And all because your husband has been pursuing a rather foolish course of living.
Yes, he can't seem to bring him to a senses each time.
I disagree. I disagree there wholeheartedly. I think the man can be made to understand what his responsibilities are. Now, that might not be possible by the members of his immediate family. It might, however, be possible by someone outside the family. Seek professional help in that regard. I don't know what good I might be able to do, but I certainly would be willing to help the family stay together if it were possible for me to speak to the husband. In other words, if you were to bring your husband here to me and let me see what is disturbing this man, because there must be something disturbing him if he keeps doing these things. It doesn't seem to be a logical action. There must be something disturbing him, and perhaps I might be able to determine what that is. But, however, let me caution you. I don't think that you could possibly find sufficient happiness to compensate you for the loss that might be incurred through this breaking up of the family unit. There is nothing, madam, that can replace 23 years of marriage. You've built up something in those 23 years that an attempt to tear down, even though they might not have been as happy as you would like to have them, an attempt to tear those 23 years down would probably react with greater unhappiness rather than the happiness you expect to find. Before you attempt any such rash action, my advice to you would be, bring your husband here. Let me speak to him and let me see if it's not possible to keep this family unit together.
I'll be very glad to do that. Thank you very much.
Now, our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mr. M.V.
All right, sir. Go ahead, please. Very young, mister. How old are you?
I'm going to be 16 years old.
You're going to be 16. All right, son. Go ahead.
A year ago, I graduated junior high school. And I had a very good average. But my ambition was to go to a vocational school.
But my parents refused to let me go and made me go to a plain ordinary general school. I've been going to the school for 1 year, but I lack interest in all my subjects. So I still want to go to this vocational school. But now that this vocational school is taking pupils, I want to go back to it, but my parents refuse to let me go. I want your advice, Mr. Anthony, that whether I should lose a year and go back to the school or still remain here.
I see. It's not really a question of your parents refusing to permit you to return to the school that you like. It's their suggestion that you don't. Isn't that what you mean, young man? They believe you ought to remain in your present school and continue your schooling from that point on. But you, on the other hand, would like to enter a vocational school where some vocational work will be taught you so that you might be able to go out in the world and earn your own living. Is that right?
But my parents, they want to send me to the school in order to go to college.
Yes, I understand that. That's exactly what I said. In other words, that they wanted you to continue with your schooling after you've completed your present school, but you, on the other hand, would like this vocational school so that you might be able to learn a trade or some vocation and be able to earn your livelihood. Is that right? Your marks, you tell me, not as good as they might be as a result of your not liking the work?
Well, when I graduated this junior high school, I had very good marks. But now I lack interest in all my subjects, and I don't pay any attention in class, and that's why my marks are...
Well, if I were your parents, I would permit you to go to the vocational school. However, you must be able to convince your parents that would be the logical course to follow. I'm going to offer you the same suggestion I offered the lady that spoke here a moment ago. I should like to speak not only to you, but to your parents. I think that after we've discussed the matter quite thoroughly amongst all of us, that we will be able to arrive at a proper conclusion as to whether or not you ought to continue in your present school or you ought to be permitted to follow your own inclinations and go to this vocational school. You see, in most of these instances, this is generally what happens. The parent doesn't believe that his child has a sufficient amount of intelligence to determine for himself. And therefore, they're always careful about giving you permission to go to another school. That's what it is. All right. Then I'm going to ask you and your parents to see me any day this coming week at your convenience.
Now, Mr. Anthony gives us his closing message, taken from his latest and greatest book, Marriage and Family Problems and How to Solve Them.
Looking forward. What a beautiful phrase that is. If we could all only have those two words as our guiding philosophy, hope and expectancy and a youthful spirit are all embodied in that phrase. But so many of us spend our precious store of hours looking backward, living in the past, using up our energies and abilities in futile reminiscence. Remember, my friends, faith is what you make it. If your love and faith and courage are strong enough, you can find, even in sorrow, a greater love, a greater faith, a higher courage.
Friends, have you ever... More men are shaving with Mole brushless shaving cream than ever before. And here's why. Mole speeds up shaving. You spread it over your face as fast as you can move your fingertips. And Mole leaves your face feeling fit and fine. It contains a special emollient oil, friends, which provides a thin film of protection for your razor to ride on. So join the thousands who get better-looking, better-feeling shaves with Mole. Ask for a tube or jar at any drug counter. Ask for Mole, spelled M-O-L-L-E. Mole. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
General Electric, makers of GE Mazda lamps. The lamps that stay brighter, longer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Because of the national emergency, the Hour of Charm will be interrupted to bring you the latest bulletins as soon as received. But now for the music of the Hour of Charm, featuring the All-Girl Orchestra with Evelyn and her magic violin,
and the voices of Vivian, Maxine, and the Three Little Words, all under the direction of Bill Stefano. A week ago, you heard the last of 10 charming co-eds in the General Electric Hour of Charm audition, a radio competition designed to find the nation's #1 co-ed singer and to give aspiring young musical talent the opportunity to be heard and judged by an important audience. During the past week, the members of the all-girl orchestra listened to recordings of the voices of every one of the 10 charming co-eds who appeared before these microphones. After careful deliberation, the girls are ready to announce the names of the 3 singing co-eds who will each receive $1,000 and who will appear next week on the Hour of Charm in the final competition for the $4,000 fellowship. So listen later in the program for the names of the 3 winners. Now, on with the music. You know, around about this time of the season, we begin looking for the new crop of songs for the coming year. The girls of the orchestra predict that these are the popular melodies that the country will be singing when 1942 comes rolling around. First, here's the choice of the Three Little Words, tropical magic from the picture Weekend in Havana. Sometimes you really go out on the proverbial limb when you predict a song hit. But here's a prediction we're all mighty proud of. And here's Evelyn to tell you why.
About a month ago, we introduced a song written by our director, Mr. Stacani. The song was Madeleine, and already it has justified our faith by making the hit parade. We all hope it will soon be the country's #1 song.
And now here it is, friends. Madeleine, presented by the choir and Vivian, the orchestra, and Maxine.
someday we'll meet once more. Once again, just like before. Play with me that we shall see that lovely line blue. Then night and day I'll come back to you.
Friends, you won't mind, I know, if I make a suggestion, so here goes. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring except Father. And Father was put to the side. He was down on his knees hunting for that pesky, burned-out bulb on a string of Christmas tree lights. Well, this year's going to be different, because Father went out and bought some of those new multiple Christmas tree bulbs, GE master lamps, of course. They last and last. But when one of them does finally burn out, you can find it in a jiffy because the rest of the bulbs stay lit. Yes, sir, those new GE master lamps save a lot of time and temper, and their bright, vivid colors certainly make your tree look wonderful. They are 2 for 15 cents. Or if you want those attractive luminous candle shapes, they're only 10 cents each. And there are other GE master Christmas tree lamps cone-shaped for as little as 5 cents each. Now, here's something else to remember. Whether you pay a nickel apiece for a cone-shaped GE master lamp or the slightly higher price for multiple bulbs, you always get big value in GE master Christmas tree lamps. They're made to stay brighter. They don't burn out right away, and the colors are beautiful. Wouldn't it be a good idea to look over your strings of bulbs tomorrow and then go out and get the extra bulbs or strings you need? Just make sure every bulb is marked GE master, and you can't go wrong. If the title of a song could make it a hit, this should be one of the big ones of the coming season. It's called All for Love. Now, after all, doesn't that sum up the philosophy of pretty nearly every popular song? All for Love.
Love has made me frantic. 1,000,000 times each night I do the name. No other kiss has set my heart aflame. Darling, here we are, with our two hearts blending. This is love that has no ending. Those precious dreams of me, I'll make them come true. And all for love of you.
violin.
Thank you. I think we must all have noticed that one of the most popular songs every season is a modern adaptation of an old melody. I believe this coming season will be no exception, and I think the song Minka, the popular American version of a plaintive old Russian folk song, will be a hit. I'd like to play my own arrangement of it for you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, more than ever, America realizes the importance of its defense program. In GE Mazda fluorescent lamps, fresh from the great Mazda research laboratories, America is finding a new, cool, abundant kind of light that's the beginning of a new age of lighting. For in these new lamps, science has produced a light source that not only gives 2 to 3 times more light, but light that is unbelievably soft and cool, the closest mankind has ever come to actual sunlight indoors. Today, America is finding this new and better kind of lighting a potent aid to defense production. Under this man-made sunlight, men and women can work faster with fewer mistakes and accidents, and they work with less fatigue, because eye strain actually does tire people out. In GE fluorescent lighting, research has made a significant contribution to defense, and you'll share in the benefits of research every time you buy a GE Mazda bulb for your home or a GE Mazda fluorescent lamp for your business. Those initials GE on every lamp are a pledge from GE scientists to give you more and more and more light for your money. Now to more Hour of Charm predictions of song hits for the coming new year. Yes, we're rather ambitious tonight. We're not only getting ready to find the nation's #1 co-ed singer, but we're also trying to discover the songs she'll be singing for you next year. This, we think, will be one of them. Is it taboo to fall in love with you? Played by the all-girl orchestra, sung by the Three Little Words. We interrupt the hour of charm to bring you a group of bulletins from the NBC newsroom in New York. Canada has just joined the Dutch government in exile, the Dutch East Indies, and the Latin American nation of Costa Rica in declaring war on Japan. President Roosevelt and his cabinet are in session at this moment, debating Japan's declaration of war on the United States. Washington is an armed camp, with sentries and steel helmets guarding all official buildings. A strict censorship is in place on all radio messages and cablegrams, and the War Department has taken over the issuance of Army news. Congress is expected to be called to a special session tomorrow, probably to declare a state of war with Japan. Secretary Hull says that he has received messages of cooperation from most South American nations, and it is probable that they will join in the war declaration tomorrow. The British government, against whom Japan also has declared war, has called a special session of Parliament. A British gunboat has been attacked in the harbor of Shanghai, and reports reaching the NBC newsroom indicate that British naval bases in the Far East are under attack, along with our possessions of Hawaii and Guam. The War Department says that 104 members of our armed forces have been killed and 300 have been wounded on the island of Oahu. This figure is admittedly only an estimate and does not include civilian tankers. The United States fleet has joined the United States Air Force in action against Japan. Our planes took off from Manila in the Philippines as the Japanese attack began shortly after noon today, and tonight General Douglas MacArthur has warned all women and children in the Philippines to leave the coastal cities and go into the interior. Here at home, the cities on our west coast are in a state of armed emergency. Mayor Rossi of San Francisco has called for a cessation of all strikes. In Los Angeles, air raid warning sirens have been ready for immediate action. Secretary Morgenthau has closed the nation's borders to Japanese nationals. The FBI is back to round up all citizens of Japan in this country. All servicemen have been ordered back to their posts, and both Navy and Army officers will henceforth dress in uniform in public at all times. Recruiting officers of the Army, the Navy, and the Marine Corps will open earlier than usual tomorrow morning. Reaction to the Pacific War has been swift. Political lines have been almost wiped out. Senator Wheeler of Montana, a leading isolationist, says we must do the best we can to lick Japan. And the Chicago Tribune, one of the leading isolationist newspapers, prints this headline for tomorrow morning: Our country, right or wrong. One of the immediate consequences of Japan's war declaration was the granting of a closed shop in the captured coal mine, meeting the demands of the PIO. This assures peace in the coal fields, for coal is an essential of defense. Keep tuned to this station for further developments. We return you now to the Hour of Calm.
Dorothy McVitie of Ohio State University.
Thank you, Evelyn. Friends, from the 10 who auditioned, these 3 charming co-ed singers have been selected by the members of the all-girl orchestra. Now, here they are once more. Phyllis Wilcox of the University of Indiana,
Marilyn Stiles of the University of Illinois, and Dorothy McVitie of Ohio State University. Congratulations to you all. I'm sure our radio friends will all want to be on hand next Sunday to hear you three charming co-ed singers compete for the $4,000 fellowship, which will be established by General Electric in the name of the winner at the university she represents. And to the other 7 contestants, we were proud to present you on the Hour of Charm, and the best of luck to you in your chosen musical career. Now, Vivian, won't you announce your presentation for tonight?
Mr. Scott, I'm thinking of how happy our 3 co-ed prize winners must be at this moment. And I'd like to sing the most appropriate song I know for them, The End of a Perfect Day.
Come to our hymn of the evening. You know, so many of our listeners have written us expressing their enjoyment of these hymns that the Columbia Recording Corporation asked the all-girl choir to record them as sung on the Hour of Charm. 8 hymns are now on record, put up in an attractive album. Many people are giving these albums away as Christmas presents. You can get the albums from any Columbia record dealer in your city, and we're sure they'll be appreciated as gifts.
To the Lord our God. God bless our native land. Firm may she ever stand through storm and night. When the wild tempests rage, ruler of wind and wave, do thou our peace by thy great hand. God bless our native land. Firm may she ever stand through storm and night. When the wild tempest rage, ruler of wind and wave, do thou our cause reclaim by thy great power. Not for this land alone, but to God's mercy song, from shore to shore. And may the nation see that men should brothers be, and forward harmony the wide world o'er.
Sunday when we again present the Hour of Charm under the direction of Phil Spatalny. This is Richard Stark speaking for General Electric, makers of TV Mazda lamps, and bidding you good night and good sight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of Bromo Quinine Cold Tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Friends, when you're the victim of a cold, remember this. Bromo Quinine Cold Tablets are made exclusively to help relieve the usual distress of cold. They're not a cure-all. They're made for one purpose, and one purpose only. To help relieve the common miseries of a cold. The ache, the pain, the fever, and nasal stuffing. That's why they do such an effective job. Give yourself the advantages of specialized medication. When a cold attacks, take Bromo Quinine Cold Tablets as directed, and only as directed. Now, here we are again in our habitual armchair in front of Dr. Watson's fireplace, waiting for the good doctor to put down the evening paper.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Manning. I didn't see you come in. I was reading about your latest American gang shooting.
Yes, crime seems to be riding high, wide, and handsome in most of our big cities, I'm afraid. What a pity we haven't got Mr. Sherlock Holmes on the job.
This is just what I was thinking.
Of course, on the other hand, these gangs of racketeers have sprung up since he retired. Perhaps he wouldn't know how to handle it.
Rubbish. I can remember just one case we handled back in '94. It was concerned with Giorgiano, the worst gang leader New York ever had. We didn't call it racketeering in those days, but it amounted to the same thing. Kidnapping, blackmailing, bombing, terrorizing innocent people. By during the course of that particular case, Giorgiano had one man taken for a ride, would you call it, sir?
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Why don't you tell us about it?
Well, it's a bad story. Let me see. It was in November in the year 1894. Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Vegas.
Well, I thought you said this story was about the head of a New York gang.
Yes, so I did, Mr. Manning, so I did. Don't you interrupt. Even famous gangsters have been known to travel about from time to time. Well, as I was saying, Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Baker Street, and our housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson, ushered in a friend of hers, a landlady who kept lodgings in Great Orm Street. Holmes invited her to sit down. The poor woman was obviously harassed and kept sucking away at the fringe of her cape.
Mrs. Hudson tells me that you've been having some difficulty with the lodger, Mrs.
Warren,
Oh,
that's
thank
my
you,
name,
thank
sir. No, Mr. Holmes, you couldn't call it difficulty I'm having. And there was a lodger that was easier to do for. It's just that I don't see him from one weekend to the other.
Oh, come now. That's nothing to be uneasy about. My best Mrs. Warren, if I were your lodger, there would be many occasions when you wouldn't see me for weeks at a time. I work a good deal at night, you know, and do my speaking by day.
No doubt, Mr. Holmes, but this is different. He never goes out, not even at night. I've waited up to find out. I never see his face, not even when he pays his bills. Not a sign of him ever seen for the last 3 weeks.
And how do you know he's still there?
Like he's trying to get away from something? Oh, it frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep for fright.
When did this lodger first come to you?
3 weeks back it was. He asked me terms and I paid 50 shillings a week. You see, there's a fine sitting room and bedroom all complete like at the top of the house.
Yes, indeed. Go on.
Well, Mr. Holmes, he said to me, I'll pay £5 a week if I can have it on my own terms. He took a £10 note out of his pocket then and there and gave it to me 2 weeks in advance. Then he says he's to be left entirely to himself and never for any excuse are we to disturb him.
So he took the rooms and hasn't been out since?
Oh, yes, sir. What?
But I thought you said that he...
Just what it was, sir, that first night. He went out and returned very late. He was all in bed, but I heard him walking up the stairs. And his door shut and latched. The whole kitchen locked. And I ain't seen him since.
But his meals? How does he get his meals?
Well, when he rings, I take a tray up and leave it on a chair outside his door. Then when he rings again, up I goes and takes the tray away empty. If he's wanting anything else, he writes it on a slip of paper and puts it on the train.
I see. Have you brought any of those bits of paper with you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. There's been 3.
Good.
Here they are.
Uh-huh. Print today? Most interesting. Written with a broad, pointed, violet-tipped pencil and printed.
Well, what do they say, Holmes?
The messages are quite laconic, my dear Watson. Soap, Daily Gazette, and match. They open up a very pleasing field of intelligent speculation. Suggestive, Watson, very suggestive. The gentleman...
Anything very unusual about those papers?
No. They're printed. The gentleman doesn't wish Mrs. Warren to obtain a sample of his handwriting. And here, look. On this lip, after the soap, a corner has been torn away. There is evidently some mark, perhaps a thumbprint. It might give a clue to the man's identity. Furthermore, the person is undoubtedly a foreigner.
Oh, and how do you deduce that?
When he writes match, not matches. You must look the word up in the dictionary. This table is the singular, of course. Now, Mrs. Warren, what did your lodger look like when he came to take the room?
Youngish he was, Mr. Holmes. Not over 30. Middle-sized, dark, and he had a beard.
Spoke English?
Yes, sir, he spoke English well enough, but with an accent. He was a foreigner.
What I tell you, Watson, what I tell you. Did he give his name?
No, sir.
He had any letters or callers?
No, sir.
Where did he retire when you or the girl go in to do his in the morning?
We don't go in, sir. Just for himself.
Oh, I see, yes, interesting. And you say nothing has come out of that room? Absolutely nothing?
Just 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end. They was on the tray this morning.
You brought them with you?
Oh, what I did, sir. Mrs. Hudson told me as how you said nothing was too small to take notice of.
Mrs. Hudson was right.
Yes, sir, here you be.
These matches were used to light cigarettes.
Steady. How can you tell what the matches were used for?
Quite obvious, my dear. Wasn't quite obvious. The shortness of the burnt end. At least half a match is consumed in lighting a pipe or a cigar. Hello. Well. This cigarette is certainly remarkable. Yes, Mrs. Warren. The gentleman who is now living in your rooms is not the gentleman who engaged them.
No, Holmes, you can't tell us that. You can deduce that from the cigarette. Well,
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. Notice the size of the thing. I believe you said the first gentleman had a beard, Mrs. Warren.
Yes, sir, a black beard it was, and a flowing moustache.
Yes. Now, take the cigarette. Only a clean-shaven man could have smoked it down this far. Why, Watson, even that person you call a moustache would have been singed.
That's not very funny. Perhaps he used a holder.
Impossible, my dear fellow. Notice the way that it's matted at the end. No, it's a different person entirely.
How could he have got in?
Well, he went out the first night, Mrs. Warren tells us. But did the same man return? I think not. I think it was the second chap who came back. The one for whom the first man took the room.
Perhaps they both returned. Possibly that there are 2 men in those rooms.
Excellent, my dear Watson, excellent. You're coming along. Now, tell me, Mrs. Warren, how much does the fellow eat? Would it be enough for 2?
Oh, no, sir. He eats so little I often wonder if he can keep life in warm.
Well, that settles that.
Oh?
Now, Mrs. Warren, there seems to be nothing more to be done for the moment. I hardly think the situation is dangerous, at least not for the present. But keep us informed of any further developments.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I feel easier in my mind already. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Not at all.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Mrs. Warren. Look here, Holmes. You're not going to go puttering about in this affair. The man is probably just a harmless eccentric of some sort.
You never know, Watson. You never know. Whoever he is, he's living in terror.
Huh?
Terror of what, I wonder?
Oh, rubbish. Besides, who's going to foot the bill? What do you expect to get out of a case like this?
Education? Look, the pursuit of knowledge, Watson, is my great hobby.
Pursuit of knowledge of the foot. Curiosity, that's what it is. Plain, unadulterated curiosity.
Oh, possibly, Watson, possibly. Education, pursuit of knowledge, curiosity. That's they all amount to the same thing.
Where are you going to look for your education in this case, if I may ask?
In the Daily Gazette, my dear fellow, in the Daily Gazette. A newspaper is often a very storehouse of knowledge.
Every time I look at you, you have your nose buried in a copy of the Daily Gazette. Why the fondness for that yellow rag?
Yeah. The Daily Gazette is the paper Mrs. Warren's mysterious lodger asked for, remember?
Well, what of it? What can you discover from a common newspaper? The answer is nothing. Nothing at all. Here it is 4 days since we heard of that mysterious gentleman, Mrs. Warren. What have you unearthed? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No, you're wrong as usual, my dear Watson.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin from the NBC newsroom in New York. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress at noon tomorrow.
turn you now to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
My chief is enemies to the hiding place of the mysterious lodger. How would you go about keeping in touch with him?
Just about now.
Through the papers, my dear fellow, through the agony columns. And since Mrs. Warren's lodger received only one paper, the notices must appear in that.
Of course, I see now, but how can you tell which notice is the one we're after?
By elimination, Watson. By elimination. Take this paper, for instance. The edition which appeared 2 days after the lodger took up his residence with Mrs. Warren.
The agony column, huh? Let's have a look. Dear me. What a collection of groans, cries, and utter nonsense.
Oh, perhaps, my dear Watson, perhaps, but nevertheless, an invaluable hunting ground for the searchers after education. Well, go on.
The first one reads, surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart. That's very certain. Listen to this. It's the lady who fainted in the Brixton
Yes, disregard that. The lady doesn't interest me.
Here's another. Every day, my heart longs.
Oh, bleach, Watson. Unmitigated bleach. Go on, please.
Well. Be patient. We'll find some means of communication. Meanwhile, what's this column? It's signed G.
Sounds more plausible, eh?
Are there any others?
Yes, 3 days later we picked up the trail again. Here it is. There, that one.
And making successful arrangements, patience and prudence, the clouds will pass. G again.
Yes, nothing for 2 weeks after that. Then comes something more definite. Here.
The park is clearing. If I find chance to signal, remember code. A1, B2, and so on. You'll hear soon. Oh, what's for G? By Jove. Things are warming up.
Oh, see who that is, will you, Watson?
Oh, sure. I'm sure he wanted his money. Thank you so much.
Well. What is it?
It's the afternoon copy of the Gazette that has just arrived. This is how they got
Oh,
it up.
good. See if there's anything in it.
House of Parliament in heated session. Actress has pearls still.
Oh, come on, give me that paper.
Look, I don't do that. Snatching a paper out of a fellow's hands like that. Nice manners, I must say.
Here we are, Watson. Here we are. High red house with white stone facing, third floor, second window left after dusk. G. Ha. That's definite enough, Watson. That's definite enough. Hello. What's that? Look out of the window, will you, Watson?
See your friend, Mrs. Warren. I say, she must be excited. Her hat's on the side of her head, and she's puffing like a steam engine. There's Mrs. Hudson. Just let her in.
Yeah, something's happened. We weren't there. Confound it, Watson. I hope nothing did it. Come in.
Oh,
Mrs. Warren, what's up?
oh, Mr. Holmes, sir, I come as best as I could.
Well, here, take a chair and get your breath.
Oh.
No, wait a minute. Sit down.
Oh.
That's better. Now then, what's happened?
It's a police matter, that's what it is. I'll have no more of it, and I won't. I'll pack him on bag and baggage. I'm at the end of my patience, I am. When it comes to knocking my old man about...
Mr. Warren,
well, treating him rough anyway.
Who did that?
Well, that's what we want to know. It was around 11 this morning. There was a fog, you remember? Well, I sent Mr. Warren around to get me some money in for the stew we was to have for lunch. Well, he says he got no more than 10 paces down the road when 2 men come up behind him, threw a coat over his head, and bundled him into a cab that was standing beside the curb. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and he don't come back. And there am I and me stew left waiting for the onions. Well, at 2 o'clock, they come up a stew anyhow. And you know what a stew is like without onions.
Yes, it's like tea without...
Yes,
without milk.
I like mine.
Well,
tea without milk is about that. That's one of the most...
Go on, Mrs. Warren. Go on, never mind.
Yes, well, at 3 o'clock, my old man comes home, all black and blue, and his coat tore. At first, I think he's been in some pub. He's got a weakness for a drink now and then.
Yes.
And pretty soon, I see he's not drunk, just dazed, and he tells me he's been driving around for 2 hours with a couple of men threatening him, and finally they opened the door and shoved him out. And when he comes to, he found he was on Hampstead Heath, so he took a bus home, and there he lies now on the sofa, moaning and groaning.
Indeed, most interesting. Did he notice the appearance of the men? Did he hear them talk?
No, Mr. Holmes. He's clean dazed. He just knows he was lifted up as if by magic and then dropped again.
Just by magic?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And you connect this attack with your lodger?
Well, sir, we've been living there 15 years now, and no such happenings ever came before. I've had enough of it. Money's not everything. I'll have him out of the house before the day is
now,
done.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Warren. Wait a minute. Don't do anything rash. The matter's becoming more and more interesting. It's clear that these men mistook your husband for your lodger, and the heavy fog this morning, and when they discovered their mistake, they released him.
They threw him out, they did, on his ear.
Yes, well, wait a minute. The important thing is that your lodger's enemies have found him. They're on his track. They'll be back. I suggest you return to your home at once, before anything serious has a chance to happen.
just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the mystery of Mrs. Warren's lodger. Ladies and gentlemen, in every American city, town, or village, you'll find a group of people who are worthy of the highest praise. The American druggists, men and women who are always on the job to serve our needs day and night. This evening, we have a very welcome guest, a druggist from the city of the famous Mardi Gras, colorful New Orleans, Mr. Wally Schweikart of the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy at Carrollton and Jeanette. Now, here's what happened the other day when a friend of mine visited the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy.
Mr. Schweikart, you certainly have a fine modern drugstore. How long have you been serving this neighborhood?
About 25 years.
Well, sir, it's a long time. Say, what were those big buildings I just passed on the way out?
Why, the famous Tulane and Loyola University. And we're proud to have some of the students among our best customers.
And I suppose you have an occasional professor stopping in, too, huh?
Yes, we do. College students and professors buy medicines just like anyone else.
And that brings up a question I'd like to ask. What do most of your customers buy when they want to relieve the usual symptoms of colds?
Bromoquinine cold tablets by a big margin. We recommend them, and both Mr. Schaefer and I have used them to help relieve the common miseries of our own colds.
That's just the way it happened, isn't it, Mr. Schweikart?
Yes, that's right.
It's been a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Schweikart, and your statement bears out the results of a coast-to-coast survey conducted by one of America's leading research organizations and taken among over 2,000 American druggists just like yourself. It was found that more than 87%, that's about 9 out of every 10 druggists, recommend bromoquinine cold tablets as an effective aid in the relief of the usual cold symptoms. And in addition, the majority of these druggists said the bromoquinine cold tablets were their largest selling tablets made exclusively for the common distress of cold. Friends, when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get the preparation your druggist probably recommends. Time-proven bromoquinine cold tablets and take only as directed. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets.
Very tidy indeed. Starched curtains, polished doorknobs.
I do my best, Mr. Holmes. Now, where do I put my key?
Those windows on the top floor where the lamp is lit. Those are the lodgers' rooms, I take it?
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the key. Slipped inside the letter number bag. Will you come in, gentlemen?
Holmes? Oh, the door's open. Come on in. I say, why are you staring at that house across the street?
You see it, Watson? You see it?
Of course I see it. I'm not blind.
High red house with white stone facing.
Of course. The message.
Yes. Watson, that is undoubtedly the signal station. Notice the to let sign in the window? An ideal spot, my dear fellow. An ideal spot.
I dare say we're supposed to be gone inside. We're keeping Mrs. Warren waiting.
Right, Watson. Practical as usual. Well, Mrs. Warren, what now?
I don't rightly know, sir.
Well, suppose we begin by taking a look at this mysterious lodger of yours.
Well, how are you going to manage that if he keeps the door locked?
When do you take his next tray up to me, Mrs. Warren?
Usually I do see around 4:30.
4:30, eh? It's almost that now. Is there any chance, another room with a door opening onto the corridor?
No, sir, that is... Oh, wait a bit, sir. There's a cupboard. A big cupboard almost opposite his door, it is.
Excellent. What you and I will secrete ourselves in that cupboard while Mrs. Warren fixes the gentleman's tea tray.
Very good, sir. I'll do it right away. It's the top floor, Mr. Holmes. You can't miss it. The cupboard door is the first one to the right, at the head of the stairs.
Good, thank you. Come on, Watson.
Do you think it's nice, spying like this?
Watson, you've too many scruples to be a first-class detective. Oh, come up the stairs. They creak like a rusty thing.
Well, now what are you doing?
Removing my shoes. You've got to follow my example. That way you'll have a much better chance of being undetected.
Very well, but I feel like a criminal myself. Oh, not a... I can't get the shoelace undone.
Well, for goodness sake, break it. We can't sit here all night.
Oh, all right. Oh, there you are.
Come along now. Quiet, be quiet. You sound like the charge of the light brigade.
I'm not making any more noise than you are.
Now. Cupboard door. Yes, so.
What? What you said it was a large.
Smoke of paint, please, Julia. Close the door. Open the crack. There's enough to see through.
I can't see the best thing put together like this.
Well, you're not supposed to. I'll do this, Mr. Brand. Better get myself. Ah, here comes Mrs. Swallow now. Stop that noise, Watson. You're pumping like a grappler. Yes, here she is. Slipped on chair. Going away. At the door now. Slowly. And a big by thunder. Well, I dashed.
What is it, Holmes? What's happened?
Something I did not foresee. Follow me downstairs quickly, Watson.
My own excitement. Who was it? Who opened the door?
Remember I deduced the substitution of lodgers, Watson? Yes. What I did not foresee was that we should find a woman, no ordinary woman, Watson.
No, of course not.
Dark, young, handsome, with a face etched with terror.
Terror? Do you think she saw us?
I think she suspected our presence.
Well, what do we do now?
We'll put on our shoes. They're going to spend the next few minutes on the front doorstep.
Why?
You remember the message said that G would communicate with the lady at dusk today? Please keep an eye on the window opposite.
Yes, but that's
It's almost dark now. Come along.
Holmes, we've been here for half an hour. My fingers are practically numb. Perhaps your friend has seen us and been scared off.
No, this doorway's too dark. It's more likely that something has happened to prevent his coming. Hold on. There's a light over there now.
Yes, I can see a shadow. Look, there he is. Pale face. Pressed against the pane.
He's got a candle peering across. Once they're sure she's there. Have you seen his flash? A single flash? It's A. Take the message, Willie Watson, so we can check up on each other.
Oh, I will. T. That is S-T-H-at.
Wait a minute. There's down. Another T.
That must be the beginning of the second word.
Now E. Then comes an N. Long one this time.
It's another T.
An A. It's not. Well, surely that's not all.
At 10 Tower. At 10 tonight. Why break off? I had it. T-A, initial.
Let's go again.
Why do you got a race like that? I can't keep up with it.
The same message over again. Curious, Watson. Attenta.
Must be in cipher home.
Not a very obscure cipher, Watson. It's Italian. Attenta means beware. It must be urgent.
Very good skin.
Still the same message. Attenta. Hello. She's broken off. The light's gone out.
Someone's broken a window.
What's that? Quick, Watson. We must get in there. Something violent is happening.
The doors are locked open.
Come on, Ben. Keep your revolver handy. Dark, I can't see a face. Here, up the stairs. Hello. There's a candle where he dropped it. Too warm. Light a match, Watson. That's better. Let's look around a bit.
So quiet. It's uncanny. Where could he have gone?
There's a broken window. And here, look here, Watson. Blood. A trail of blood. Some heavy object has been dragged along the floor. Use this cupboard door. Open it, Watson.
Is it open? Oh, very well. Oh, look. On the floor, a man.
On his back and covered with blood.
Look, there's a knife. A knife sticking straight up.
Driven blade deep into the body. A terrific blow. Give me that candle. Let's have a look at it. Yes.
There. Look at the red circle drawn on the floor under his head. A halo in blood. Holmes, what are you doing with that candle?
Finishing the message. I think it will be helpful. Let's get to the root of this mystery. I must find out how he got there.
You mean this man? Then you recognize him?
Naturally, Watson. It's Black Georgiano, the head of the most terrible band of criminals in America.
Like Georgiano. Gee, Georgiano. Then it must be he who sent the message. What's he doing over here in England?
That's the question you must ask a lady from across the street. We should be here in a moment. I signaled her to come. Here she is.
Carissimo, I have a come. Ah, Sue, what is it? What have you done with him?
You must prepare yourself for a nasty shock, madam.
My husband, what has happened? What are you hiding from me? Who is that on the floor?
I beg of you not...
Oh, let me see. Georgiano. He'll nearly kill him. He's dead.
Please don't be so upset, madam.
But it is wonderful, marvelous.
What?
You are the police. You have killed him. Oh, I'm so happy. You have killed him.
He was dead when we found him.
How so? Then it was my Jenna who killed him. My wonderful Jenna. He has done it to protect me. He is splendid. He is magnificent. But where is he? Just now he sent a message for me to
It
call.
was I who sent the final message. Your husband disappeared out of the back window, if I read the signs correctly.
But I ran away. Oh, my husband, he did it to protect himself. To save me. No one could blame him. You could not arrest him for that. No. Now that your Jenna is dead, we fear nothing. We are free.
Perhaps you'd like to tell us about it. I may be able to arrange matters with Scotland Yard.
Well, Jenna is my husband. Gennaro Luca. I am Amelia Luca. My husband and I, we live in New York. We are happy until my Geno's brother, he meets this Giorgiano. He was a devil. A monster. There is no judge in the world who would punish my husband because he killed him.
Yes, I understand he had rather an unsavory character.
He was a fiend. He makes the young Italian men join in his society. Gennaro's brother was one of his men. He cannot break away. He must do the most terrible thing. And then one night he say no. And he shot him. Shot in the back.
In the back? Quite a sportsman, huh?
Quiet, Watson.
After that, this Giorgiano, he say my husband must join his gang. He began to make love to me. He is terrible. I'm so afraid.
So you ran away?
Yes. One night we go on a boat for England. But we know Giorgiano will follow us when he finds out. My Jenna, he hide me where I will be safe. He knows Giorgiano will come. And he waits for him outside. Tonight he arrives at last. But my Jenna is ready. He is prepared. To kill him. Oh, he is a hero, my Gennaro.
I don't know what the British point of view will be, but I imagine that in New York, this lady's husband will receive a pretty general vote of thanks.
Oh, I think we can arrange the British point of view, Watson. Scotland Yard has been on the lookout for this Giorgiano since they heard he had landed. Mr. Luca has just taken a little bit of work, that's all. And now, Mrs. Luca, if you'll come with me, I believe we can arrange matters satisfactorily.
Gracias, senor, gracias. I'm so happy.
Well, it's been an interesting case, Holmes, but I still can't for the life of me see what you expect to get out of it.
Education, Watson. A little more education. Always seeking knowledge at the old university.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Ladies and gentlemen, when colds are prevalent, act wisely. Don't neglect the cold. Rest and avoid exposure. Remember, if neglected, even a so-called light cold may lead to more serious illness. But if a cold attacks with its headache, pain, nasal distress, and fever, take bromoquinine cold tablets. They go right to work to help relieve the usual miseries of a cold. They're specialized medication, and they work internally. They bring prompt relief, grateful relief, and they are time-proven. They're known and sold everywhere to help relieve the common discomforts of cold. Yes, you can take them with confidence. So when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get busy and take bromoquinine cold tablets. Use only as directed, and be sure to get the real thing. Look for the letters LBQ on the tablet, and always ask for them by name. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you an adventure that took me on a wild goose chase halfway across the continent of Europe. A case which Holmes solved by opening a coffee.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Red Circle, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Miser, musical interludes composed and conducted by Lou Crosslock. This program is presented from Hollywood each week at this time by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, prompt relief for cold distress. This is not Manning speaking. Christmas seals are the stamps that help fight tuberculosis. Your contribution to the health and strength of our nation. Buy your Christmas seals today. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting
Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations from coast to coast now present a summary and background picture of the Japanese declaration of war against the United States. Robert St. John of the NBC Foreign Staff will first bring you an up-to-the-minute summary of the latest news developments, and John W. Vandercook a picture of the Philippines and Hawaii where today's attacks occurred. NBC will install its microphones in the House of Representatives tomorrow at 12 noon to bring you President Roosevelt's address to the joint session of the Congress. The President is expected to speak at 12:30. To tell you what is happening in our capital tonight, first here is Borkridge speaking from the newsroom at the White House in Washington.
Talking from the newsroom of the White House executive offices. I've just come back from the front porch of the White House itself. Been talking to cabinet members and the members of Congress. They came out after this meeting. You know, the cabinet members went in first, the members of Congress next, while the President presented the information which he had assembled, and he outlined the message which he will deliver to Congress tomorrow at 12:30. That is the announcement that Senator Connolly, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, made when he came out. He was the first one. He came out as we crowded about him there on the porch. Across the road, the sidewalk in front of the White House had been blocked off, but on the other side, crowds had been standing for an hour. There, down at the munitions building, the streets are blocked off there. The infantrymen are parading with bayonets fixed. And here the police are keeping the people back. They're interested. They're quiet. They're a very, very solemn crowd. I had the same feeling here about the feeling in the atmosphere. It's really a feeling of relief. It was the same thing that came in Berlin to those nerve-shattered people when war was declared there. When the war of nerves is over, and that's what the Mikado and his ally Hitler have been conducting for the past month, when that is over, the people who are not actually participating in the physical struggle have a certain sense of relief. And that has come out, I think, in some of the things that the men said very informally when they came out of the White House. For instance, there was Senator Austin of Vermont. He said that when he went in. He said, now I guess there'll be a vacation in politics. Eaton of New Jersey said, well, we'll go to war in the constitutional way, and this ought to unite the country, if anything will. And one of them added, I've forgotten which, this ought to start the workshop moving. Of course, we spoke to the other leaders when it was over. Senator McNary, leader on the Republican side, said, the Republicans will go along with what is done. Sam Rayburn, Speaker of the House, was asked, would there be a declaration of war? That is, would there be a demand in the President's message for that? We asked everyone that. Well, Rayburn said he didn't answer exactly. Somewhat evasively, he said, I think there is one thing in which there is complete unity. We asked Joe Martin, the Republican House leader. Well, he said, this is a serious moment. There is no politics here. There will be none. Well, Saul Bloom came out then, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in the House, Foreign Affairs Committee, and we crowded him right into his car asking, does this mean there will be a question of whether the President will ask for an actual declaration of war? And all Bloom would say, don't ask me that. Wait until after the President has spoken tomorrow. That's the feeling. It's a feeling of relief. It's a feeling that the country is more nearly united. That's all, and thanks very much.
That was Borkridge in Washington. Here in the NBC newsroom, a bulletin we've just received from Singapore, dated Monday. An air raid on Singapore shortly before dawn caused flight damage and a few civilian casualties. And now here is Robert St. John.
Japanese bombing planes roared out of the sunrise over the Pacific early this morning and began without warning war on the United States. Those planes spread death and destruction over the U.S. territory of Hawaii. Japan acted exactly as her Axis partners had acted so many times before. She attacked without a formal declaration of war. She attacked at dawn on Sunday morning. Now, it's almost evening across the Pacific. In the 10 hours since that first bombing, much has happened. During those 10 hours, Japan has formally declared war on both the United States and Great Britain. Canada has declared war on Japan. The Netherlands East Indies have declared war on Japan. This news reached us in a dramatic telephone conversation between the NBC correspondent off there in Batavia and the NBC newsroom. The declaration called upon the people of the Dutch island to wage an all-out war against the entire Japanese empire. About the same time, Costa Rica declared war on Japan. A Japanese fishing boat anchored off that Central American republic was seized. Japanese natives were promptly arrested. And just a few minutes ago, Nicaragua declared war on Japan. And now comes a bulletin from Mexico City. The Mexican Congress will meet in an emergency session tomorrow to
to consider a declaration of war against Japan. 10 minutes ago, word flashed across the wires that President Roosevelt will address a joint session of Congress at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, without a doubt, to consider a declaration of war against Japan. The President met for hours late tonight with his cabinet, a secret emergency session. The War Department estimated 104 dead, more than 300 wounded, among the Army men alone, on the island of Oahu, one of the Hawaiian group. This does not include any civilian casualties, which may run into hundreds. Early afternoon reports from the White House that the Japanese also bombed the Philippine Islands have not yet been confirmed from Manila itself. Neither is there any confirmation of a British report that Wake Island, owned by the United States, has been occupied by the Japanese. Nor is there any confirmation of a rumor that Japanese troops have landed in Thailand. At the Chinese port of Shanghai, the Japanese Army and Navy just before dawn surrounded the international settlement. Notice was served on the commander of the U.S. gunboat Wake that war was on. About that same time, a British gunboat anchored nearby suddenly blew up. No harm has thus far befallen any of the Americans or British in the international settlement at Shanghai, as far as we know. All of them have been ordered to remain in their homes. From Maine to California, from Iceland to the Philippines, the United States Army and Navy at this moment are on their toes, ready for action. This very instant, U.S. warplanes and warships may actually be in action. The Panama Canal Zone is on a full wartime footing. All Japanese are being arrested. Aircraft patrol the skies. The cabinet is in an emergency session. The whole canal zone is blacked out. The streets dark, deserted. Here in the United States, the entire nation has become suddenly solidified. Northeast, southwest, all sections have sprung into action. All military and naval personnel were ordered to the colors. Army, Navy, and Air Base recalled men on weekend leave. All furloughs were canceled. A steady stream of soldiers and sailors poured through the streets of large cities, heading back to their posts. From Maine to California, armed guards patrolled industrial plants. Details of watchmen were increased. State police and local officers aided in the precautions against sabotage. The chairman of the House Military Committee said it would take only an hour or two tomorrow to approve legislation so the National Guard and draftees in the Army can be used outside the Western Hemisphere. And now, here is John Vandercook with further comments.
The reckless Japanese aerial attack on Hawaii this morning is still, from the tactical point of view, very hard to understand. Obviously, the high-flying Nipponese attack bombers took off from one or more of Japan's several existing great floating anti-aircraft carriers. Therefore, the bombing, though it has been severe, must be strictly limited in its possible immediate scope. That being the case, what in this incredible move have the Japanese attackers then hoped to accomplish? The dispatches tell us that Pearl Harbor, Hickam Airfield, and the city of Honolulu itself, with its 100,000 population, have all today been under scattered bomb attacks. That is a great deal of territory. Pearl Harbor is not a place like the Rock of Gibraltar. It is a location, and a darn big one. Originally, Pearl Harbor, before the Navy got to work on it, was a kind of great salt sea marsh, threaded and interlaced by innumerable winding inlets and arms of the sea. The United States, as very few people remember, has had the possession and use of Pearl Harbor and the lands around it for far longer than Hawaii has been an American territory. In that period of almost 50 years, the channels of the big Pearl Harbor salt marsh have everywhere been dredged and deepened. Immense dockyards and repair slips for even the biggest vessels have been installed. Not in a solid lump, but literally miles from each other. All the gray painted paraphernalia of what has been called and is the most powerful maritime fortress in the world is widely scattered between the green, twisting shorelines and islands in Pearl Harbor and the network of crisscross water highways. Hawaii's Pearl Harbor is thus a system, a locality, and incidentally it is a good 12 miles west along the seashore beyond the city of Honolulu. One need have no fear that such a giant establishment as Pearl Harbor could possibly be put out of business swiftly by even the most powerful aerial attack. Hickam Field, which lies between Pearl Harbor and Honolulu, has been another Japanese target. Hickam Field, where the U.S. Army Air Force in Hawaii is based, too, cannot easily be put out of service. It is dead level, and it is huge. I have stood not at one edge of Hickam Airfield, but in the exact center of it. And even in the blinding clarity of the Hawaiian sunlight, I've been unable to see either side of it. Hickam Field is singularly well built. A stone foundation, carefully graded level and topped by ashes, has been surfaced with a solid platform of concrete and asphalt, for not acres, but for square miles. The plane hangars and barracks, fortunately, are not piled all together in one place but are scattered. There seems to be only one possible interpretation of the fact of the Japanese attack. Perfidious, sublimely confident, yet sublimely afraid Japan has, under Axis guidance, sought to create a terrible distraction, to trip America and Hawaii's defenses in a vast confusion. But Hawaii, for years, since long before the war, has been ready. The major part of the whole United States fleet now floats on what must be mockingly called the Pacific Ocean. For even longer years, and this fact, too, is not generally known here on the mainland, the biggest single concentration of United States regular Army troops has been barracked and is trained for action on that same island of Oahu. It is early, but one safe prediction can be risked. In whatever action comes, Hawaii will give a noble accounting of itself. One thing, though, must be stressed and well remembered through all the months to come. Wherever military action may take place, whatever countries may declare or not declare their belligerent intentions on each other, there is today in this world but one war, a single war, with the United States and Britain and their friends on one side, against Japan, Italy, and Germany on the other. Such a war cannot be waged peacefully, for it is all one piece. Clearly, the Japanese aggression against Hawaii must bear the blessing of Adolf Hitler, for the Axis works together. Hitler apparently has made Tokyo believe that Russia is or will be beaten. That done, the Nazi Germans somehow, someday, must end this world war their way, first invade and take England. That is the great plan. For that battle won, the east flank of the United States will then, the Axis knows, at once be very dangerously bared. In that broad scheme, the Japanese attack on us must apparently therefore be regarded not as a new front, but as an attack on our rear. One of its main purposes undoubtedly is psychological. We have been slow here in becoming fully aware of what, in terms of its effect on us, has been going on in Europe. Hitler, I think one can say positively, hopes that the American people will now forget Europe even more. Nazi U-boats have failed to stop the movement of American war supplies on the Atlantic. So the Axis now hopes that Japan's attack on us may have just that effect. Distracted in the Pacific, the Axis war planners dream that we may now focus all our attention there. That stabbed in the back by Tokyo, we may face round completely. With Europe dropped in our minds to second place, the Axis wishes that the American Navy, American transport, and cargo ships, with their war cargoes, may all be drawn into the Pacific. That is the only way in which Hitler can win the Battle of the Atlantic, or consolidate his conquest of the continent of Europe. If, in crushing Japan, the United States will weaken herself and drain off much of our strength and of our materiel to the west, then Hitler will have won a tremendous trick. Happily, that strategy is an open secret. And now, here is Robert St. John again with a short bulletin, which he has just brought in.
Here's a bulletin from Singapore. It's been officially announced that the Japanese landed in North Malaya. The invaders are being engaged. There are also reports that a Japanese aircraft carrier has been sunk. But these are roundabout, unconfirmed reports that come to us from London and Panama. Now, about that Singapore bombing, it's reported now that only 2 bombs fell in the center of the city, although others were heard to explode elsewhere in the island. Now, back to John Vandercook.
One point occurs to me, Mr. St. John. Japan now is at war, technically, with more than 1/2 the total population of this globe. Against 450 million inhabitants of China, against 500 million inhabitants of the British Empire, against 137 million inhabitants of the United States of America, against 60 million people in the Dutch East Indies. Now, those are impressive figures for a nation of 70 million islanders in the West Pacific Ocean.
Thank you, gentlemen. You've heard a summary of today's events and comments on the future from John W. Vandercook, Robert St. John, and NBC's observer in the nation's capital, Baucus. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Japan declared war on the United States without warning. Warplanes bombed Manila and Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. The National Broadcasting Company, since early this afternoon, when it flashed the word of this war attack, has been broadcasting numerous bulletins and eyewitness accounts. NBC's own foreign news staff in the Far East, in Europe, and in South America have been radioing or broadcasting the latest news reports as they occur. The NBC newsroom, with its services, the AP, UP, and INS, is constantly interrupting all programs and will remain open on a 24-hour basis
to bring you the latest news of the war. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The National Broadcasting Company will broadcast this important message. And now NBC's famous commentators have been gathered at San Francisco, Chicago, Washington, and here in the newsroom in New York to discuss by two-way radio the latest news. In New York, we have H.B. Kaltenborn, William Hillman, and Max Jordan. In Washington, Ernest K. Lindley of Newsweek, Morden Beatty of the Associated Press, and Wilfred Fleischer of the Herald Tribune, formerly of the American published Tokyo Advertiser, and perhaps Borkage in Washington. In Chicago is Edward Tomlinson, NBC's South American expert. In San Francisco, up and close, Far Eastern Affairs commentator. We'll have a moment or two from each of these gentlemen, and then we'll have our roundtable discussion. First, Mr. Kaltenborn, will you start it off?
The thing that impresses me most is the comprehensive character of the Japanese attack. Certainly, it was not to be expected that Japan's plans would be as far-reaching as they have been demonstrated to be. We may not even have all the reports in, but listen to the number of different points against which Japan has already launched attacks. She traveled a distance of 2,000 miles to reach the Hawaiian Islands. She bombed the Pan American Air Base at Guam. She has attacked, according to the word that has just come from the White House, Davao, on the island of Mindanao in the Philippines. She has attacked Baguio, the military camp in the northern part of the island of Luzon. Japan has conducted an air raid on Singapore. She has landed 10 ships at Dutch Borneo and has landed a force there and is attacking by land, by sea, and by air. Those ships that were reported by the President as coming into the Gulf of Siam have landed troops in North Malaya, and presumably they will endeavor to strike towards Singapore. All these things, in addition to an air raid on Hong Kong made from a Japanese base within China, carried out within the first 24 hours of Japan's attack.
Thank you, Mr. Kaltenborn. Excuse me, we'll come back in just a moment. You want to go along now to have a word from Borkage in Washington.
Please, Sergeant. From Washington, I've just returned from the White House, where, as you know, the Cabinet and congressional leaders have been meeting with the President. You've been informed in general of what happened there, but I have the official statement as the White House has given it out, part of which I'll read to you. Besides the fact that the President gave the information that he had up to this time to them and verified, such that he has verified and what was merely classified as rumor. The statement says this. The President told them, that is the Congressman and the Cabinet, of doubtless very heavy losses sustained by the Navy and also large losses of the Army in the island of Oahu. He also gave the news concerning the bombardment at Manila, which has just been referred to by Mr. Kaltenborn. This is an important point in the statement. As you know, the legislative leaders approved of the request of the President for the joint session and the address at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. Now, this is what the statement says, and I'm quoting directly. It should be emphasized that the message to Congress has not yet been written, and its tenor will, of course, depend on further information received between 11 o'clock tonight and noon tomorrow. Further news is coming in all the time, and of course we're reporting it all the time.
Thank you, Borkage. We'll call in now Edward Tomlinson in Chicago.
My field, of course, has to do with Latin America. And I think the very fact that two of the first countries to declare war on Japan are Latin American countries suggests how they look upon this conflict. Of course, first of all, the real danger, the first great danger in this hemisphere is sabotage of the Panama Canal. This would be both important to Japan and to Germany. Naturally, supplies going from the eastern coast of the United States will play a tremendous part in the Pacific conflict. Then also, if Hitler could possibly bottle us up in the Pacific, that would give him an easy hand over in the Atlantic. Then there are two other dangers I think that should be kept in mind. That is sabotage in western South America. Sabotage of mines that produce some of the most important strategic products for this country. Copper in Chile and Peru, tin in Bolivia, tungsten in Bolivia. And keep in mind that there are thousands of Japanese in every one of these countries up and down this tremendous Pacific coast of Latin America. I think it's well to bear in mind that 8,000 miles
of Latin America border on the Pacific Ocean. From Mexicali, Mexico, to the Straits of Magellan is 8,000 miles, air miles. And then, too, on the Atlantic, it's to be remembered that it is 7,500 miles from Miami, Florida, to Buenos Aires. It's also well to keep in mind that this is tremendously important to Hitler. His plan from the very first, naturally, has been to engage us in the Pacific so that he could have a free hand in the Atlantic.
Hello, Ed Tomlinson. If you can hear us, excuse me for interrupting. We'll get back a little later. We want to have just about a minute from each of the gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to call on Max Jordan here in the NBC newsroom in New York.
Those of us who witnessed the Nazi aggression in various countries in Europe are not surprised by what has happened this afternoon. It's Hitlerism, true to form. But Tokyo has acted more clumsily than Berlin, I think. They cannot really have been at ease when they struck this morning. Obviously, they were acting under pressure. Let's not forget that Captain Fritz Wiedemann, Hitler's confidant, has arrived in Shanghai only a few days ago with latest instructions from Berlin. From Hitler's point of view, Japan's entry into this war could no longer be delayed. Unrest all over Europe is growing. The Russian campaign is a failure. Oil supplies are dwindling fast. Relief is urgent. And relief can only come, from Hitler's point of view, if America's industrial aid to Britain is curtailed. For in the end, it is industrial, economic power, and resources which will win this war. By forcing Japan to attack the United States, Hitler has hoped to distract attention from the Atlantic. It means diversion, a splitting of the Democratic Front, as the Nazis see it. But they are mistaken. The Red Army, no doubt, would strike against Japan from the rear. Japan cannot win.
And now down to Washington for a word from AP's Morgan Beatty.
The attacks on Hawaii and other Pacific outposts are a mere curtain raiser for the Battle of the Pacific. That's the war the strategists have been planning for 50 years or more. In all probability, the first attacking Japanese forces are suicide squadrons in the strategist's way of looking at things. The large section of the Japanese fleet was held elsewhere. It would never have been able to escape detection by our major fleet units if it had been sent out. The Hawaiian attack came from dive bombers. That is significant. Dive bombers have short range. The Japanese craft are probably similar to or copies of the German Junker type. That means they have a range of no more than 500 to 600 miles and carry about 2 tons of bombs. The most important strategic factor in the Japanese strategy is the complete cooperation with Adolf Hitler. For years, ever since the Japanese seized Manchukuo, the Germans have been getting closer and closer to this power in the Pacific. It was a natural thing for these have-not nations to get together. German technicians have been putting up synthetic oil plants all over Japan. They have shown the Japanese how to make and use ersatz material. But what we didn't know until now is the extent of their military cooperation. The bold stroke against Hawaii has more than a tinge of German strategy about it. And the sinking of American transports looks like joint submarine actions between these powers.
How about just a word, Mr. Fleischer, from Mr. Beatty, from Mr. Fleischer, seated alongside you.
Yes, sir.
The Japanese chose national suicide when they launched into a war against the United States. Japanese leaders and the Japanese people know they have no chance to win such a conflict with their meager resources pitted against the great resources of this nation. They chose this course because they refused to surrender their doctrine of conquest. They had the choice of knuckling under by a slow process under economic pressure or of fighting. They recklessly chose war in what is probably the most defiant undertaking in modern history because they do not possess the strength which Hitler had when he unloosed the present European war. The Japanese cannot count on Germany's active assistance in this war by virtue of the Axis Pact. For that pact only compelled Germany to come to Japan's help in the event of Japan being attacked by the United States. In view of the flagrant Japanese aggression against America, there can be no question of Germany having to come to Japan's assistance. Whatever part the Germans may play will not be because of any commitment. It seems likely that President Roosevelt's peace appeal to the Japanese emperor never reached the emperor, and certainly was not known to the Japanese people. That was the case when President Roosevelt sent a message to Emperor Hirohito at the time of the bombing of the Panay, a message which was never published by the Japanese press.
Right, Mr. Fleischer, and now just a minute, if you please, from Bill Hillman here in New York.
Well, gentlemen, my feeling is that Japan's attack represents a major change in Hitler's general plan of war. It means that Japan is being used as a spearhead, as a sort of an advance attack on the American arsenal. After all, America has become the main stumbling block not only to Japan's desire to dominate the Far East, but Hitler's aim to conquer Russia, Britain, and the world. As Hitler finds it more and more difficult to knock out Russia and to defeat Britain, it's essential that supplies to these two countries stop. Both are being sustained by America morally and by supplies. Therefore, says Hitler, let's cut that supply line. He cuts this line by egging Japan onto war. It is my feeling, based on some knowledge, that Japan hesitated for a long time until Germany would give some concrete evidence that she was going to back Japan. How has she done this? There are two very important factors which I'll state briefly. The German air attacks in Russia have not been on a scale as large as in previous campaigns. Has Germany sent any airplanes to Japan? Furthermore, submarine sinkings in the Atlantic have been small recently. Has Germany sent submarines and war vessels to Japan? It appears that she has, in an effort to bolster up Japan's attack on American supply lines to Britain and to Russia.
Right, Bill Hillman. Now, just a minute, if you please, from Ernest Lindley in Washington.
Three points seem to me to be worth underlining. The first is that war could come in no other way which would have so surely guaranteed the maximum of national unity. The Chicago Tribune, Senator Wheeler, and other spokesmen of isolationism are saying now that everything must be subordinated to victory in this war. Politics has vanished in Washington tonight. The second point is that even though war has come, invaluable time has been won by the prolongation of the negotiations until now. We and our associates in the Pacific are in incomparably better position to meet the attack than we were 2 or 3 or 4 months ago. Those of us who have followed the negotiations by keeping in touch with our own high officials know that the President and Secretary Hull never went on the assumption that the Japanese were bluffing. They always hoped that they would back down, reconsider, but they were prepared to meet us if necessary. The third point is the question about the President's address to Congress tomorrow. It will ask Congress to recognize a state of war, but will it be merely a state of war with Japan or with the entire Axis? Donald Nelson, Executive Director of Staff, went on the air tonight and we said with the White House approval, so announced, and pointed out that although the attack physically came from Japan, it was an attack from the Axis. Senator Pepper and other people who represent the administration very clearly indicate that the President would like to do it all up at once and get a single declaration of war.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindley. Now we're back in the newsroom. We have 15 minutes, and we'll ask you 8 gentlemen to discuss the questions among yourselves and all of us. First, here is Mr. Kaufman.
Well, I have this question in my mind. We all of us seem to agree that Japan is going to be defeated. She's committed national suicide, that she's stuck with a problem she can't solve. But we haven't had any explanation as to what our strategy is going to be to accomplish that purpose. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Beatty, who's been in touch with the leaders of our Army and Navy, as to what he can tell us about what our strategy is likely to be to meet this very broad-scale attack, which Japan has delivered at 6 different points here on the opening day of the war. Mr. Beatty.
Have extended their supply line beyond the point to which that fleet they've got has been organized. For instance, they have a hemisphere over there extending from Sakhalin Island inward to Lake Baikal in Russia and down to Canton, China. And that fleet has been organized to defend that hemisphere. They've gone almost 1,000 miles beyond that now into Indochina. So the natural strategy in answer to that situation is to cut that supply line so they cannot do as much damage in Burma as they would like. And along that line, you will see, just now we had a bulletin from Singapore saying that the Japanese troops have succeeded in landing in northern Malaya. Well, you see, their effort there is to get at that oil in Burma. Does that take care of
Yes.
it?
I also have in mind that 500-mile strip in the Yellow Sea between Hong Kong and Tahiti, where it would seem to me we have an excellent chance of cutting Japan's supply lines, linking up with all these forces that have now deployed in the South Pacific. To me, that's the most surprising thing, that Japan has dared to put so much of her strength into the South Pacific so far from her bases. I want to ask Bill Hillman whether he can talk a little both on this strategic question and perhaps say a few words about the competitive strength of Japan and the United States.
Well, Mr. Kaltenborn, I'd rather stick to the strategic plan for the moment. I think the essential thing is to defeat the Japanese Navy. Most of the discussion so far, most of the indications were that we would cut supply lines with the Japanese. I think the Japanese are aware of that. I think the main problem is to get the Japanese fleet out to fight. Now, it's very significant that the attacks on Hawaii and the Philippines apparently have been made by small suicidal units. Is the Japanese fleet to come out? Some way must be devised to get them out, to lure them out, because if Japan is going to play the role that Italy, that is, their fleet, the Italian fleet has stayed in Mediterranean waters very close to their own shores and not dared to challenge the British, and when they did come out, they were always smacked very hard. Our purpose is somehow to lure the Japanese fleet out. Otherwise, no matter how many supply lines we cut, it's going to be a long war until we smash that Japanese fleet.
Gentlemen, may I ask you to keep your responses as short as you can, and I'm advised that Upton Close has just joined our round table. So out there in San Francisco, Mr. Close, would you care to add your late reactions to the situation? Go ahead, please. Hello, Upton Close in San Francisco. Go ahead, please. Well, it seems Mr. Close isn't with us for the moment, so Mr. Kaltenborn, will you carry on?
Yes, I should like to get from someone in Washington, either Lindley or Bowkage, what they feel about the competitive strength of the United States and Japan in this new war in the Pacific.
This is Lindley. Of course, our Navy is a third to or more stronger than Japan's, but a good part of our Navy is now in the Atlantic, especially a lot of the destroyers and cruisers that are very useful for convoy purposes and might be needed now to keep open our long supply lines to the far Pacific. Likewise, in the air, undoubtedly we have superiority in number in our new types and quality, but a great many of our planes are elsewhere or have gone across to the British and to the Russians. I might point out that South Pacific area, as Mr. Kaltenborn indicated, is particularly suited for the use of air power. As long as you can keep bases in the Philippines and Singapore and the Dutch East Indies, you can crisscross that area with air power, and that combined with submarines ought to be able to do considerable damage to Japanese supply lines.
Thanks, Mr. Lindley. I'm going to ask Mac Jordan, who's sitting at my side, whether he can give us a word about what the likely reaction in Europe is going to be to this new development.
I think, Mr. Kaltenborn, that the sequence of events that you and I and Bill Hillman and all of us have witnessed from the very beginning in Europe is now very logical. It started with the anti-Comintern Pact 5 years ago. Once more, I should like to stress the fact that Japanese aggression is the ultimate consequence of this evolution, which has now led to a point where strong Nazi pressure seems to be determining the issue. Hitler is hard-pressed on all fronts. He needs relief. Otherwise, he would not have taken the chance of letting his Axis partner in the Far East lead the attack, thus losing the opportunity of denouncing the United States as the aggressor. This is another proof of his desperate strait. But all of this means that the Axis is now exhausting itself in a supreme tragedy of worldwide terroristic intimidation. The strategy will fail, and that's why I think that the people in Europe today will be elated by the news that has come from Japan.
This is Bill Hillman interrupting here, and I understand Upton Close is on at San Francisco, and I'd like to ask Upton Close, who's a very sharp authority on the Far East, just what he feels is the main strategic problem. I think everybody's asking, as Mr. Kaltenborn asked, what can America do to not only to take not only in a defensive way, but what can she do in the offensive to meet this Japanese attack?
Well, thank you, Bill Hillman. The main defensive problem divides into two parts. The first part, of course, is to cut the Japanese lines of communications in the south of Hong Kong. And there it would seem that the British and we certainly have the Japanese on the hip, so to speak. We have them at our advantage. But after all, that's only taking care of the South Pacific. The big problem to end the war is what we do about Japan front on, and we can't tell what to do about that till we know where Russia stands, Bill. Russia is at the key point in this thing. Yesterday I met Litvinov as he landed here at Treasure Island, and I asked him point blank what would be Russia's position in case America and Japan got into war, and he completely evaded the issue. He gave me to wonder just what's up. Now, you know, I remember having been in Manchuria when the Japanese leaped upon China in 1931, and I found out afterwards that Mr. Stalin knew in advance of that Japanese action. The Japanese had told him what they were going to do and the night they were going to do it. But they had never told us, or the British, or the Chinese. And I looked in Mr. Litvinov's eye yesterday. I wondered whether he knew before he arrived here yesterday what would happen today. But anyhow, our strategy against Japan proper must depend upon whether or not our planes from our new air bases in the Aleutian Islands can plan to shuttle back and forth over Japan, reloading in Vladivostok on the other side, and attacking the Japanese naval bases first. Possibly, if that don't work, let's depend on that, Bill.
Hello, up and close. Hello, up and close. I wonder whether Wilfred Fleischer, who was formerly of the Tokyo Advertiser in Tokyo, could have something to add to that. Fleischer?
Well,
he ought to.
I think we shouldn't overlook the effect that the bombing of Japanese cities would have on their population. I believe it would sow widespread panic among a people who have never tasted invasion or war at home. I think the Japanese cities are very vulnerable to air attacks. They have no adequate air shelters, if any at all, and there's been a shortage of water, which would make it very difficult to extinguish any fires.
Yeah. This is Lindley. Bill and Wilfred, we just have a dispatch in here. It came into the North Hollywood NBC listening station. It's about the first indication we have of how this thing's going over in Japan. And that interests us old-timers like Wilfred and myself. It runs this fact. Premier General Tojo tonight promised the Japanese people victory in the war with the United States and Great Britain. The broadcast heard by NBC's West Coast shortwave listening post. Tojo declared Japan is fighting for self-existence. He used heartening words to his people. In 2,600 years of history, Japan has never lost a war. I hereby promise you that final victory will be that of Japan. We have nothing to fear in this war. And he said the kingdom of the Mikado had made every effort to settle the Pacific problem peacefully and failed, and declared then the rise or fall of East Asia depends upon this fight. Japan cannot help from fighting when we know we are actually on the crossroads of our future. The speech is heard by the boys at the listening post. It did not include any detailed reasons for the war on the United States and Great Britain. Tojo seems to have confidence.
Up and close.
Yes,
we've been a pretty well-behaved group so far, but I want to venture to differ on one decisive point from several of my colleagues, and that is this. I do not believe that Hitler was primarily responsible for Japan taking the I think that it would help Hitler. I'm inclined to think that that point can be debated. After all, Japan's Nielsen value was practically as great as her military value. Now, what do you fellas think about that?
I have ideas on that. Yes. I've been trying to get in on that, too. Of course, I listened to these boys say that the sudden attack without a declaration of war is a typical Hitler strategy. I'd like to point out that the Japanese invented that strategy, and Hitler learned it from them.
Quite right. That's absolutely right. That's Bill Hillman. That's absolutely very pointed.
Well, and I'd like to point out one more thing, Bill, before I'm cut off here for good, and that is that I believe that once Japan is in a full naval war with the United States, Hitler will write Japan off as a complete liability, of no further use whatever to to Hitler. I think you'll find that Hitler will now begin to try every possible means he has to woo the Chinese, whom he believes are good fighting stuff. If he could get them, they'd be some use to him. Japan's now tied up for good. She's no good. She's just a liability. She's in the red.
Here's a point, Mr. Kaltenborn, that I'd like to make.
Would you identify yourself, sir, please?
This is Borkage talking in Washington. You know, Bismarck spoke about the imponderables of war, and I have a feeling there's something more in this philosophy than we've discovered. You notice in that statement of the president that it was stated that what went into that message might be changed by information received between 11 tonight and noon tomorrow. And I must want to say this. In wartime, secret documents are open. I talked yesterday with a Japanese official, as the understanding was, which was off the record, but I believe now it's on the record. And that man, frankly, admitted to me that Japan could not win. So I think there may be a card up someone else's sleeve. Let's look for an imponderable somewhere. That's all.
Right, Borkage.
May I have a word?
I'd like again to call attention to this thing I've been talking about all day, and that is that the Japanese civil government, as represented by its ministers, its ambassador, and its consular officials abroad, was not any more aware that this was going to happen than was our own Navy or government.
Did you want it, Mr. Lindley?
A complete coup sprung by the military and a small section of the Navy on us and on their own government. Just exactly as the thing was pulled off on China in 1931.
Just time to say goodbye, so word from Mr. Lindley if he wants it in Washington.
I've just going to say the feeling is here. I couldn't reduce it to statistics, but we've been moving at half speed on defense and everything else. And if we move that up to full speed, we might have enough of a margin to take care of Japan handily as well as the Atlantic Ocean.
Amen.
All right, I guess that's amen all around, gentlemen. Do you want to add a word, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Hillman? How about Mr. Beatty down there in Washington? We haven't heard much from you.
This is Beatty. I'm at it. That is, the purpose of our fleet out there is to destroy the opposition ultimately, but there may be a little sparring before we get down to that point.
I'd agreed on that point, Phil Hillman.
And there are nods all around, and I think the clock says it's time to conclude our conversation. Sorry, Ed Tomlinson in Chicago, we didn't get a chance to visit you again. NBC's famous commentators have been gathered in front of microphones at San Francisco, Chicago, Washington, and in New York to discuss by two-way radio the latest news and its implications. May we remind you that we will remain open on a 24-hour basis to bring you the latest developments in the war, and again that President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m., half an hour after noon Eastern Standard Time, and National Broadcasting Company will bring you this important message. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Here is the news. Japan's long-threatened aggression in the Far East began tonight with air attacks on United States naval bases in the Pacific. Fresh reports are coming in every minute. The latest facts of the situation are these. Messages from Tokyo say that Japan has announced a formal declaration of war against both the United States and Britain. The Japanese air raids were made on the Hawaiian Islands and the Philippines. Observers' reports say that an American battleship has been hit and that a number of the Japanese bombers have been shot down. A naval action is in progress off Honolulu, and American transport with timber on board has been torpedoed in the Pacific, and another cargo ship is reported in distress. President Roosevelt has told the Army and Navy to act on their secret orders, has called a meeting of ministers, and is preparing a report for Congress. In London, Mr. Wynant has seen Mr. Churchill, and both Houses of Parliament have been summoned for tomorrow afternoon to hear a statement on the situation.
In this nation's capital, the Japanese attack on Hawaii and the Philippine Islands and the torpedo assault on 2 American cargo ships in the Pacific have come with an electrifying shock. There are crowds right now gathered in front of the White House and the State Department and the Japanese embassy. They are sober, quiet crowds. There is more excitement among a crowd of 150 newspaper men jammed within the lobby of the White House Executive Office. For a comparatively few feet away, the President is dictating the first draft of a message to Congress. That much is announced at the White House. And this means that a joint session of Congress will be held probably as early as tomorrow, at which the President will announce the Japanese attack upon the United States and ask for a declaration of war.
We will hope later to be able to bring you direct reports from both Honolulu and Manila.
To recapitulate, the White House reported today Japanese air attacks on the Hawaiian Islands and Manila in the Philippines. Here in the studio with me is Major George Fielding Elliott, Columbia's military expert, who will analyze now these latest developments in the Far East. Major Elliott.
The Japanese appear to be taking the offensive in an effort to delay and impede American operations in the Far East. Apparently confronted with a situation in which there was no escape except war, the Japanese have attacked the main American naval base in the Pacific at Pearl Harbor on the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands. This attack is by air and can only come from aircraft carriers, since the Japanese do not have any bases close enough to the Hawaiian Islands from which to launch land-based aircraft. This is a very great risk for the Japanese to place aircraft carriers within reach of the very powerful naval patrol bombers and the long-range Army bombers on the island of Oahu. It is a risk which would only be assumed as a very desperate measure, one which may well result in the loss of the carriers that are making the attack, but may also gain for the Japanese important time to carry out operations in the Far East because of the damage that they may inflict on the naval base and shipping in Oahu, and thus delay the proceeding of the United States Pacific Fleet to the Western Pacific. That is probably the Japanese object, and we don't know yet what success they've had in carrying it out. They're expecting to take heavy losses, and these losses may be expected. The question is how much delay they have purchased for the carriers that they have risked.
We have been on the telephone with our station in KGMB, which is in Honolulu, and they report to us that the attacking planes number between 50 and 100, that the air raid is still on, and that the anti-aircraft fire can be heard in a steady drone as the attacking planes come in. We received a bulletin just a little while ago which reported that there have been some of these, what Honolulu calls unidentified planes shot down. And this latest report now from KGMB is all that we have to the moment. We will continue to receive reports from there, also from Washington, on the developments in our relations with Japan, the relations which will tell very shortly the story of what is to happen in the months that are to come. And Columbia will bring you important news bulletins during the broadcast of the New York Philharmonic Society, which follows this program, and will also bring you a summary of all developments at the intermission time.
From Washington, the recruiting office of the United States Navy announces that all recruiting centers will be open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. You've been listening to Elmer Davis, Albert Warner, Bob Trout from London, and Major George Fielding Elliott with a review and analysis of the Far Eastern situation. The Wrigley Company has told us that we may interrupt their program at any time to bring you the latest bulletins. But now, we return you to our regularly scheduled program.
This is CBS in America calling Honolulu. Go ahead, Honolulu. This is CBS in America calling Honolulu. Go ahead, Honolulu. Go ahead, Honolulu. We should like to now try to call in Manila, the capital of the Philippine Commonwealth. Go ahead, Manila. This is CBS in America calling Manila. Go ahead. We regret that we are unable to contact either Honolulu or Manila. We return you now to William L. Shirer in New York.
a long one down to around the 3-yard line. Ward Cup takes it. He's cutting up to his left. He's over the 10. Nice block there by Lehman. Cup still going. He's up to the 25. And now he's hit and hit hard about the 27-yard line. Bruiser Kennard made the tackle.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
Between Americans, starring Orson Welles.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The Gulf Oil Companies and your good Gulf dealer are proud to present a dramatic picture of this, our America. Here is your host, Roger Pryor, to tell you about it.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome you tonight to one of the most timely programs ever heard on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Our production of Norman Corwin's script, Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. Broadcast at any time, we believe this program would make every American's heart beat a little faster. Make him hold his head just a little higher. But since the tragic and foreboding news that came today, this program, Between Americans, now becomes an American odyssey. In just a moment, our story will begin. But first, here's Bud Heaston.
Right. And here's an easy way to change from a pessimist into an optimist. If you're wondering now how long you may have to keep your present car, and wondering, too, if it will last, if it will stay in good condition, just look on the bright side of the picture. Remember, when you give the wearing parts of your car good protection, that helps it stay young and act young a long, long time. So give your automobile the modern method of lubrication, Gulflex registered lubrication. Here's why. First,
expert Gulflex operator works from a master chart of your model car, thus protects each wearing point in the chassis and body.
Second,
the Gulflex man uses not just 1 or 2 greases, but 6 special lubricants, especially developed by lubrication authorities.
And third, here's proof of how good these lubricants are.
In recent tests by Gulf engineers, Gulflex chassis lubricant, for instance, stayed in the shackles 30% better and lubricated nearly 100% longer than the average of competitive products tested.
So get Gulflex registered lubrication, a much better than usual grease job at no extra cost. Remember, too, that your good Gulf dealer is also ready with splendid motor oils and gasolines, such as Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the extra value gasoline that has been especially designed to stop harmful pounding and hammering inside your engine. Make it a habit to stop regularly at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, your headquarters for making your car last longer.
And now, Oscar Bradley's music introduces Orson Welles, who will talk Between Americans.
This program is Between Americans. That's where the title comes in. We hope you like it, but you don't have to. At any rate, nobody's going to make you stick around and listen to it. That's one of the advantages of being an American. Now, tonight we're doing something quite foreign to the type of thing usually presented by the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Instead of telling a story about 5 or 6 people, we're telling a story about 100 million. This happens to include you, listener, whatever your name may be. As a matter of fact, names don't bother real Americans very much. Not when we've got states named after French kings and English queens are lifted right out of the Latin language like Montana, or out of the Spanish like Nevada, and towns. You know, if you were to hold a convention of all the people who live in foreign-sounding American towns, we could fill quite a sizable stadium. Among the delegates registering on the first day would be...
Me, I'm the delegate from London, Minnesota.
I'm in from Dublin, New Hampshire. Flew in this morning from Cairo, Illinois. Huh? Whose turn, me? I'm from Canton, Connecticut.
I'm from Paris, Texas.
I came all the way from Shanghai, West Virginia.
Warsaw, Georgia. I'm the delegate representing Moscow, Kentucky.
My town is Toronto, Kansas.
As for me, Lisbon, Maine.
Delegate from Madrid, Alabama reporting.
I'm from Stockholm, South Dakota.
Drove down this afternoon from Bombay, New York.
Hitchhiked here from Baghdad, Florida.
All right, delegates, now that you've registered, you may all be seated. Now, that's all the preliminaries there's going to be tonight. We're through with the introductions, the overture, and the official registration. So now we can get down to the text, which is, roughly speaking, this. Today, particularly, people are thinking about their country pretty hard. Some of them for the first time in their lives. People are wondering where we're headed. Men are being called on to get ready to defend America. A lot of them are thinking in terms of what is there to defend? Well, now, America means a lot of things to a lot of people. Most of them are solid patriots, only they don't know it. They don't have to wear a red and white and blue button in their lapels to prove it. They don't have to agree with or even listen to people like this.
My fellow citizens, in this great state of Flail and Plethora, we can pick the dog squirtle your taxes. Our great country is cribbly bolted up and can wackle tabblewick, and your Langanoi Rillera, Harrington forever!
We got a good hunch most people prefer the quiet kind of speaker, like the fellow who got up on a platform in a Pennsylvania town one day and said,
"The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here."
That was the Gettysburg Address he was referring to. As a matter of fact, he didn't get such good reviews the next morning. Take, for example, the write-up he got in the Harrisburg Patriot.
We pass over the silly remarks of the president. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that they shall no more be repeated and thought of.
If you think that's bad, listen to what the Chicago Times had to say.
The cheek of every American must tingle with shame as he reads the silly, flat, and dishwatery utterances of the man who has to be pointed out to intelligent foreigners as the President of the United States.
Of course, the rival paper in Chicago took the opposite point of view. Rival papers often do.
The remarks of President Lincoln will live among the annals of man.
That paper gave it 4 stars, and they were right. The Gettysburg Address did survive. But that business of calling a president a ham is really something to be proud of. I mean, the right to print a piece saying a president makes us sound like dishwater. Nobody dragged the editors off to jail, even if they were wrong. That's important. Comes under the heading of free press. As soon as anybody starts gagging the press, any press, watch out. Americans don't like that. And by the way, we got a nerve to be calling ourselves Americans all the time when we're really only United Staters. We're a little selfish about that. It's America down there in Chile, too. All the way down the spine of the Andes. If any of you folks are hearing this down around Mexico or Honduras or Salvador or Argentina, or even if you're an Eskimo in the Arctic, we hope you'll overlook our calling ourselves Americans as though we were the only ones in the hemisphere. We do that just because it's so much easier to say than anything else, and also because it sounds so good. By the way, before we leave the subject, what about the original Americans? The Indians? There's a forgotten race for you. How about the Indian on the nickel and the buffalo who roamed the back of the great American jit? Seems a shame. No 2 ways about it. We have forgotten those 100% Americans who went down to quarantine to meet the Mayflower. We don't see them around in person very much these days, but their ghosts are still with us. Maybe the red men are forgotten. Maybe not. But between you and us, it's said that near Boonesboro, Kentucky, on certain nights in November, by the light of the waning moon, some very peculiar ghost meetings go on in the woods south of the river. Also in certain parts of the Alleghenies, between the hours of sundown and the coming of the morning mist. Yes. If you happen to be listening to this in a car, driving along Highway 99 in Wyoming, that man you passed walking down the road a few miles back wasn't a man at all. Seriously, they were brave people. The Indians fought a losing fight against great odds. Wanted nothing more than to keep their land and their way of life. Fighting the fight so many people of all races have had to fight since. The fight to keep free and independent. The fight to stop men from the outside who want to civilize somebody their way. You ever ask yourself what America means to you? Does it mean 1776? Columbia, the gem of the ocean? Big business? The Bill of Rights? Uncle Sam? Chances are it means none of these things. Chances are it means something very personal to each of you. Something close to your heart which you'd miss like the very blazes if you were stranded abroad. Might have nothing at all to do with quotes from Madison or acts of Congress. It might be just the feeling about the crisp autumns in New England and the smell of burning leaves. It might be the memory of the way they smooth off the infield between the games of a doubleheader. It might be a thing as small as your little finger. You ever been abroad and run out of American cigarettes?
Hey, speak English, mister?
No, senor. Solo hablo español.
Well, anyway, do you carry cigarettes?
Ah, cigarrillos. Sí, tenemos bastante aquí.
No, I just want cigarettes. Here, I'll take these. How much?
20 centavos.
Yeah, keep the change. Hey, got a light there, senor?
Sí, como no, senor. Un momento.
Hey, what is this? Soft, cold soup? Tastes like an old shoe. Here, you can smoke the rest of them. Phooey.
There you are. America might mean a tight-packed cigarette, which tastes good. Might mean the way a hot dog man slaps mustard on a Frank. Might mean going with your wife to the movie on bank night. Or taking your girl to the annual barn dance and social at Tuckerman's Barn. Plenty of you listeners know what I'm talking about. You hear people speak of home defense? This is the home to be defended. This square dance down the Glen a piece, in old man Tuckerman's barn. This is the America of all the couples dancing there tonight. That's what the nation means to Butch and Fred and Jenny and Elvira. And this is America to all the boys and girls from Malvern County and their folks at home waiting for them. What do you suppose America means to that auto repair man in the grease-caked dungarees who works in the garage in the corner of Willow and Elm Street? It means, quite likely, crawling under the 1936 Buick and dragging an electric light bulb on a long extension after him.
Hey, Joe, hand me that wrench.
What wrench?
The wrench at your feet. I got to finish this prentice job.
Why don't he sell that jalopy and get a new boat?
Hey, you want to talk us out of business? As long as he keeps his car, we get a repair job once in a while.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Sure. That's America to Pete and Joe. Piston job, transmission job, valve job, jack it up, change the tire. New fan belt, check the pump. On Saturday night, take the girl down to Joyland Dance Park. Means repairs to those boys and cans of oil. and carburetor mixtures. And to Jack Prentice, who owns the Buick that Pete is fixing and who lives down on the beach near the Coast Guard station, America means the sound and the sight and the smell of high tide under the full moon, with occasionally the melancholy note of the bellboy drifting up when the wind's blowing in from the ship channel. Means the age-old sound of the sea. The same sound folks are hearing this very minute up around Penobscot Bay and Winthrop Beach and Chincoteague Inlet down by Calabogue Sound and on Boca Chica and then clean over to the other coast by Guadalupe and Carmel. Yes. Wind and wave and sand and rock and riptide and undertow. That's America to Jack Prentice and the hundreds of thousands of folks settled on the coastlines between Eastport and Key West, Point Isabel and Birch Bay. America is all things to all the people. Prairie to Nebraskans, coal to Scranton miners, cameras and raw celluloid to the picture boys in Hollywood, the stink of crude oil to the men who work the wells, relief checks to the unemployed, a mic and a stopwatch to a radio production man, a BMT Express to Brooklyn office workers. Sure, that's the way it goes. Or isn't it? What does this country mean to you? It might mean anything. Anything at all. It might mean a course in highfalutin poetry at Harvard.
Today, gentlemen, we will consider the influence of Whitman on the development of poetry in America. And by 1870, after 12 years of incessant attack against squeamish over-refinements, Whitman really began to create an active distaste for literary affectation.
Or else it might be an argument between two baseball fans as to which is the better team, the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Yeah, but look! The Yanks are a bunch of old men and cripples.
Yeah.
They won't last. I tell you, they won't last. Wait till it gets good and hot around the middle of July.
Yeah.
Wait till doubleheaders begin piling up.
What are you talking? Listen, DeMayor's is having the best season he ever had. He's an old man, huh? Keller hitting a dozen homers. I'd like to be a cripple like that. New home run record for the club. Won't last, huh? Who's the Red Sox got as good as DeMayor's? Name one guy. Name one.
Who? Ted Williams.
Oh, good hitter. No getting away from that. But you say he's better than DeMayor? Wait a minute. Do you say...
Or it could be a poker game in Charlie Ferreter's law office upstairs over the 5 and 10 cent store on a rainy afternoon. Or a meeting of the Kiwanis Club in the Mansion House on Thursday. Or the news store. Or a great symphony concert sent out over everybody there, playing the music of all the world's great composers, regardless of their race or nationality. For instance, something by a great German Jew named Mendelssohn. Something you couldn't play in certain countries on the other side. Now let's stop a minute and figure this out. Is it an accident that makes just being a citizen in this comparatively young country so attractive to so many people? To the world's greatest skater from Norway? To the world's greatest mathematician from Germany? To the world's greatest orchestra conductor from Italy? Is it an accident that 1,000 million people all around the world would give everything they own to be in your shoes? A free citizen of this country, right this very minute? Is it the weather here? Let's ask some of the natives. You from New York, how's the weather out your way?
Oh, I like it all right, only the summers give me a pain, sticky and hot. And then we usually get a stretch of terrible overcast weather around April and November. Sometimes 10 days go by without the sun coming out once.
And you, miss, from Miami, Florida.
Oh, our climate's fine. Except you have to watch out for sunburn.
A gentleman from Kansas?
Summers get pretty hot. Winter's pretty cold. Tornadoes raise a ruckus every once in a while.
Los Angeles. You?
Ah, wonderful climate. Magnificent.
Don't you ever get tired of all that sunshine?
No, sir. Not a bit.
Never rains?
Well, a little precipitation maybe, but no rain.
No earthquake?
No, just little ones. Are you interested in some real estate?
No, thanks. And you from San Francisco, how about it there?
Best climate in the world. Top.
Lots of sunshine?
Lots.
Lots of fog?
Lots.
All right. Then it's not the weather which makes us so attractive. Is it maybe our wine, women, and song? Let's ask the experts. You there, expert on women.
American women are beautiful, certainly. But we've never produced any classic or historic beauty. We've no legendary figure to compare with Helen of Troy, or with any of the Greek or Roman Venuses, or with Egypt's Cleopatra. As far as fiction is concerned, we can offer nobody to stand up against Italy's Juliet, or Germany's Isolde, or France's Roxane. Certainly not Scarlett O'Hara.
Certainly not.
No, indeed.
All right, that's fine. Thanks very much. Now, what about our wines? Is that what makes America so attractive from the outside looking in? How about it, wine expert?
American wines are excellent, but then, of course, meaning no offense, have you ever heard of French champagne, Burgundy, Liebfraumilch?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can it be our song? Maestro.
America can well be proud of its composers and of its wealth of folk music. But the fact of the matter is that we have yet to produce a single world-great symphony, whereas Finland has produced 7, Germany and Austria 100, the Russians about 12, the French 2 or 3, England 2 or 3, Bohemia...
Not song, then. Neither wine, women, nor song. So what is it, then? Well, it's this. Come right down to it. It's the spectacle of nearly 150 million people trying to live up to the expectations of a handful of great men who lived and died 150 years ago. Men who were so fed up with the kind of government they'd been getting, they sat down and wrote a new constitution for themselves and their children. A democratic constitution that's been added to, but never been topped before or since.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press.
Or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
The right of trial by jury shall be preserved.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Or on account of sex.
Those are pretty good sentiments to be kept alive and flourishing in the world today. Of course, there are other things that makes our union a good one to belong to. It's a beautiful country, even though it has a lot of incorrigible badlands and corrigible slums. Aren't many countries have as much in them to look at and wonder about as this one. This can be a rather fierce country, too. Ever see the way its mountains frown down sometimes? Know what they're frowning at? Some rumors they heard about petty intrigue, about political bosses and shysters and fakers and grafters and men who make a business of gypping the people. Ever see the way the sky suddenly gets black and the thunder roars and the lightning starts throwing itself around? Ever see a storm whipping it up across the Great Lakes? That's how the American winds feel about anybody who denies anybody else a fair trial, or free speech, or the right to assemble, or the right to worship as one sees fit. Well, then, in the final analysis, there can be no analysis. Many great thinkers and poets have attempted it, but the country's too big for any one man. There's Walt Whitman and Carl Sandburg and Tom Wolfe and They all felt the magnitude and magnificence of the nation that got put together piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. They felt it and wrote about it in unforgettable ways. But still, it's bigger than any of them, or any of us. Whitman hit it on the nose when he said it was bigger than the president and the cabinet and the District of Columbia. It's not Park Avenue, or Broadway, or 42nd Street, or the Loop, or the Golden Triangle. It's other things. Many, many, many other things.
Mill towns. Steel towns.
Tobacco towns. Mining towns.
Oil towns.
Cotton towns.
Farmhouses.
Railroad sidings. Statues on the common.
Tourist houses on the edge of town along the state highway.
Swimming holes. Gas stations. Strollers on Main Street.
Kettles of sorghum molasses.
Sunday papers. Season tickets to concerts.
Auctioneers. Night courts. Radios. Parades. Toothpaste. Shaving cream. Dogs. Cats. Skyscrapers. Subways. Cornfields. Offices. Hotel rooms. Airports. Hospitals. Factories.
Oh, we could go on for weeks with this, never come any closer to a working definition of America, or to any real understanding of its total meaning. Look, how can you add up all the red and yellow neon signs, the smell of all the eggs and bacon frying in the morning, the bargain specials, the lessons learned, the cows let in from pasture, the mileage clocked up on automobile speedometers, the rainfall and the snowfall, and the wind drift? It's much too big for you, or me, or any of us who happen to stand alone or in small groups. It's much too great for any person or any party. Too much loved by all its people. Loved in spite of and because of its faults and virtues and its past mistakes and future promises. America is not a map, a poem, an almanac, a mural, a building in the heart of Washington. It's a territory possessed by people, possessed by an ideal. Well, that's all, listeners. Just wanted to talk between Americans for a half hour of a Sunday evening. No big finish here. No brass section bringing down the curtain. Just a little music to follow a friendly little chat. Good night, Americans.
You've just heard Orson Welles talking between Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles has just spoken to you as one American to another. And incidentally, do you remember when Orson mentioned the hundreds of thousands of Americans working in those oil towns and gas stations? Well, those Americans make up a great industry that's a vital part of America, the oil industry. There are about 400,000 gasoline dealers helping traffic flow along the highways, making possible business trips, visits to your friends, the stores and movies, pleasant rides in the country. That's only part of the oil industry's contribution to making the American way of life the grand thing it is. And to keep it that way, to safeguard our way of life, well, the industry's helping there, too. It's supplying fuels and lubricants for factories busy turning out materials for our defense. In addition, the oil industry is supplying all the gas and oil needs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And for the vastly augmented Air Force planned in the future, Gulf and other oil companies are building enough 100-octane aviation fuel plants to take care of the increased demand. That's only a glimpse of what the oil industry, of which Gulf is a part, means today to the American people and the American way of life. Next week, we really have a show that'll put you into a great humor. The RKO hit My Life with Caroline, starring those top favorites, William Powell and Ann Sothern, with George Barbier. Music by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good golf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Orson Welles appeared tonight through the courtesy of Lady Esther and is currently making the magnificent Ambersons at RKO. Don't forget our date next week when the Gulf Screen Guild Theater brings you William Powell, Ann Sothern, and George Barbier in My Life with Caroline. Bud Heaston speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, by air, President Roosevelt has just announced. The attack also was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu. We take you now to Washington.
The details are not available. They will be in a few minutes. The White House is now giving out a statement. The attack apparently was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu. The President's brief statement was read to reporters by Stephen Early, the President's secretary. A Japanese attack upon Pearl Harbor naturally would mean war. Such an attack would naturally bring a counterattack, and hostilities of this kind would naturally mean that the President would ask Congress for a declaration of war. There is no doubt from the temper of Congress that such a declaration would be granted. This morning, Secretary Hull talked with the Secretaries of War and of the Navy. Now the two special Japanese envoys, Admiral Nomura and Special Envoy Caruso, are at the State Department, engaged in conference with Secretary of State Hull. Their appearance at the State Department on this Sunday afternoon emphasizes the gravity of the Far Eastern situation, where hostilities now seem to be actually opening over the whole South Pacific. And just now comes the word from the President's office that a second air attack has been reported on Army and Navy bases in Manila. Thus, we have official announcements from the White House that Japanese airplanes have attacked Pearl Harbor in Hawaii and have now attacked Army and Navy bases in Manila. We return you now to New York, and we'll give you later information as it comes along from the White House. Return you now to New York.
Here is a flash just received in our newsroom. Dateline, Washington. United States Army transport carrying lumber was torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. Details on this news and other news that has been coming in on the Far East situation will be given to you at approximately 3:35 during the intermission of the New York Philharmonic concert. We return you now to the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, by air, President Roosevelt has just announced. The attack also was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu.
The Symphony No. 1 in F minor by the modern Russian composer Shostakovich, performed as the opening work on this afternoon's Philharmonic program, Artur Rudzinski conducting. Japan has attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and Manila, the Philippine Islands, from the air. The attack is developing. Today, Deems Taylor's usual commentary will be replaced by a further report on the Far Eastern situation. We pause now for 15 seconds. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is WCCO, studios in Minneapolis and St. Paul. The Twin City temperature 37 degrees.
This is John Daly speaking from the CBS newsroom in New York. Here is the Far East situation as reported to this moment. The Japanese have attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and our defense facilities at Manila, capital of the Philippines. The first disclosure of this news was made by Presidential Secretary Stephen Early by telephone at approximately 2:25 in Washington. I read the text of this historic announcement at a little after 2:30. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor from the air and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu, the principal American base in the Hawaiian Islands. That was Secretary Early's message. Short while later, he dictated another message. A second air attack has been reported. This one has been made on the Army and Navy bases in Manila. And here's a last-minute Associated Press flash from Honolulu. A naval engagement is in progress off Honolulu with at least one black enemy aircraft carrier in action against the Pearl Harbor defenses. Secretary Early informed all correspondents and then rushed to the White House to be with President Roosevelt. As the announcement was made, the two Japanese envoys, Ambassador Nomura and Special Emissary Kurosu, were at the State Department. Columbia's correspondent in London, Bob Trout, heard the news for the first time from our report from New York. Up to that moment, or very shortly before then, the British capital had not been informed of the Japanese attack on the Hawaiian Islands and on Manila. In view of Prime Minister Churchill's recent pledge that a British declaration of war on Japan would follow almost immediately upon the outbreak of war between Japan and the United States, a British announcement is expected soon. Columbia's correspondent, Ford Wilkins, was put on the air in CBS's regular 2:30 news program on Sunday afternoon from Manila. He was cut off the air suddenly while he was talking about air raid shelters, possibly because of censorship. In communication with Columbia's radio station, KGMB in Honolulu, we heard here in New York that the Pearl Harbor base had been attacked and anti-aircraft fire was heard. A telephone message to the United Press from Fort Schaefer in Hawaii said that 50 planes attacked the island of Oahu. The planes were officially described so far as unidentified in these messages, although later reports that have come in from the press associations definitely identify at least two of these planes as carrying the emblem of the rising sun, the emblem of Japan. The Pearl Harbor attack, reported by KGMB in Honolulu, is said to have been carried out in other messages by 50 to 100 planes, and a half an hour ago it was said to be still continuing. The smoke of anti-aircraft guns rose over the Pearl Harbor Navy Yard. Heavy smoke also drifted up from Hickam Field in the Pearl Harbor area, apparently from fires, and witnesses said fires broke out on Ford Island. The main targets in this action by the Japanese appeared to be Hickman Field, which is the Army field, and the great naval base at Pearl Harbor, and several planes were reported shot down. Also, we've had a report from Honolulu that policemen and firemen were ordered in a radio broadcast to go to Army and Navy posts immediately. Major George Fielding Elliott, when this dispatch originally came in, pointed out that this may indicate that some of the Japanese resident in that area are being aids in this action by the Japanese against the shore areas, and the firemen and policemen may have been called up to stop any abortive revolutionary action in that area. Here's the first Associated Press dispatch from Honolulu. At least two Japanese bombers, their wings bearing the insignia of the rising sun, appeared over Honolulu at about 7:35 a.m. Honolulu time today and dropped bombs. As I told you a little earlier, these are the two planes of the reported 50 to 100 which have been definitely identified as wearing the insignia of the rising sun. Unverified reports said that a foreign warship appeared off Pearl Harbor and has begun firing at the defenses of that mighty fortified post. Reports also say that the Japanese bombers scored two hits, one at Hickman Field Air Corps Post on Oahu Island, and the other at Pearl Harbor, which set an oil tank afire. American anti-aircraft has set up a terrific din, and the sky also is filled with American battle aircraft. We have just heard that the Press Association dispatches, of course, are pouring in here. We've had a Washington bulletin received just a few minutes ago that disclosed an American Army transport, which was carrying lumber, was torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. And we've just heard by telephone that Albert Warner in Washington has news of a State Department announcement. For that report from Albert Warner, we take you now to Washington.
A statement has just been issued now by the State Department from Secretary of State Cordell Hull. It runs as follows. On November 26th, the Secretary of State handed to the Japanese representatives a document which stated the principles which govern the policies of the government of the United States toward the situation in the Far East, and setting forth principles for a comprehensive, peaceful settlement. At 1 p.m. today, this State Department statement continues, the Japanese ambassador asked for an appointment for the Japanese representatives to see the Secretary of State. The appointment was made for 1:45 p.m. The Japanese representatives arrived at 2:05 p.m. They were received by the Secretary of State at 2:20. The Japanese ambassador handed to the Secretary of State what was understood to be a reply to the American document of November 26th. Secretary of State Hull carefully read the statement presented by the Japanese representatives and immediately turned to the Japanese ambassador and with the greatest indignation said, I must say in all my conversations with you, the Japanese ambassador, and this is Secretary Hull speaking, I must say in all my conversations with you during the last 9 months, I have never uttered one word of untruth. And then Mr. Hull, referring to the Japanese note just handed to him, continued, in all my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was so crowded with infamous distortions and falsehoods on a scale so huge that I never imagined any government on this planet was capable of uttering them. The contents of the Japanese note is not given. Apparently it follows the example set by Hitler in the case of his own aggressions, in which he charges the victim of aggression with all sorts of faults. And now we have word that Secretary of War Stimson has just issued an order to all military personnel in Washington and throughout the country to report for work Monday in uniform. Then from the White House comes word that the Army has received news of signals of distress believed to come from an Army cargo boat 700 miles west of San Francisco. Presumably, this is another ship. Previously, we had word from the White House that an Army transport carrying lumber was torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. Now, here are some of the first comments that we have gathered from congressmen. Veteran Senator Glass of Virginia says, I suppose that this means war. And ironically, he added, of course, we're not going to surrender immediately without any effort to repel the attack. Senator Charles McNary, the Republican leader of the Senate, said, I am amazed at Japan. I thought they had better judgment. I deeply regret the turn of events. Now the nation must unite in giving her a beating for her stupidity and aggression. That was from Senator McNary. Senator Hill, the Democratic whip of the Senate, says this, the United States ought to use every means, every power to lick the Japanese, to lick them thoroughly and completely, and to do the job in the quickest possible time. Except for the bare announcements from the White House, there has been no further word. It's quite obvious that the American Navy and Air Force are taking counteraction against the Japanese. Once attacked, you do not stand on ceremony. The President has ample authority to send the Army and Navy into action when this country is attacked. Presumably a naval blockade of Japan has already been ordered, and other hostilities than the Japanese air attacks will be reported. In a case of this kind, with open hostilities and the United States clearly the target of offensive action, it can be expected that the President will go before Congress. There he will explain what has taken place, and unless unofficial speculation is wrong, he will ask Congress for a declaration of war. There is no doubt what Congress would do. It has been notable all along that congressional sentiment is much more united on the subject of Japan than it has been on European developments. But more than this, the United States itself is now the subject of definite attack. Let alone past sentiment, this would be enough to bring a united opinion in Congress. We return you now to New York.
That was Albert Warner's report from Washington on the latest developments in the Far Eastern situation with a report from the State Department. One mystery in connection with the announcement from Washington arose this afternoon when Ford Wilkins, the CBS correspondent in Manila, reported by telephone to Columbia at 3:30 o'clock that there had been no bombing of Manila. However, the INS has reported that the American naval base at Cafidi Island off Luzon was subjected to an enemy attack this morning. Army and Navy authorities commanded all forces to their stations and told them to resist the attack. There were no immediate reports on the damage. Now, Major George Fielding Elliott is here beside me again. And, Major Elliott, we have a question which I believe needs answering. Do you see any grand strategy in these Japanese attacks upon the Hawaiian Islands and upon the Philippines?
The Philippines, and that refers particularly to the naval and air base at Manila, stands between Japan's home bases and the operations which she is conducting in Indochina. Therefore, the Japanese would like, of course, to eliminate this base if they possibly could. And it seems to me quite possible that the attacks on Hawaii are intended to cover a Japanese attack on the island of Luzon, and particularly directed at the naval and air base at Manila, in order to clear their lines of communication into the South China Sea, delay the arrival of the American fleet there. One interesting point is the fact that two apparently separate attacks by Japanese submarines upon American vessels between San Francisco and Honolulu have been reported. The Japanese have approximately 25 long-range submarines of the so-called I-50 class, which are capable of crossing the Pacific and returning without refueling. Apparently, therefore, these submarines, which would take about 10 to 12 days to get on that station from the nearest Japanese naval base, have been on their way for that length of time. And this throws a very curious light upon the Japanese request of a week ago for 2 additional weeks of negotiation. All this planning, all these attacks have been prepared over a long period of time. Certainly at least 2 weeks has elapsed since the original Japanese decisions were taken because of the location of the ships and comparatively slow ships such as submarines on this line of communications. I have one more item which may be of interest. We have just been informed here officially that the present reaction of the British government is officially this: to call attention to the Prime Minister's statement in his speech in the House of Commons some time ago that Great Britain would be at war with Japan 1 hour after Japan attacked the United States.
And now you've heard Mr. Warner's report of the War Department order in Washington ordering all military personnel in this country into uniform. The Army's order affected not only the thousands of officers on duty in Washington who have thus far performed their functions in civilian clothes to avoid a militaristic appearance, but all officers in every corps area, the United States possessions and outlying bases. And here is a bulletin that has just come in from the Press Association's dateline Los Angeles. Rear Admiral Charles H. Blakely broadcast an order today for all officers and men attached to the 11th Naval District to report to their ships or stations immediately. Washington is expected to blossom out tomorrow as a city of uniforms because huge numbers of officers have been pouring into the city for months to perform the Army's overhead functions. Early said that so far as the President's information went, attacks were still in progress at Manila and in Hawaii. That is, of course, Stephen Early, Presidential Press Secretary. In other words, he said, we don't know that the Japanese have bombed and left. He went on to say, as soon as the information of the attacks on Manila and Hawaii was received by the War and Navy departments, it was flashed immediately to the President at the White House. Thereupon, and immediately, the President directed the Army and the Navy to execute all previously prepared orders looking to the defense of the United States. The President is now with the Secretaries of Navy and War, and steps are being taken to advise the congressional leaders. Also, we received a report earlier from Washington that any news of the Far Eastern developments would have to come from the White House. Navy officials, when queried for news, made that statement. Congressional leaders immediately were advised of the crisis, too. Attachés of the Japanese embassy began burning secret documents in the embassy yard. The group of newspaper reporters and photographers stood by, watching, and after a few minutes, they were ordered to leave. The embassy doors were closed. There was no disorder. Columbia, of course, will interrupt any of its regularly scheduled programs to bring you bulletins and important developments on the news from the Far East as it develops in Washington, and as we receive reports from our correspondents, the press associations, and affiliated stations from the danger zone. W.L. Shira will be on the air at 5:45 over most of these stations. John Daly speaking.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WCCO, Minneapolis. The United Press announces that it is ordering into operation on a 24-hour schedule all of its leased wire circuits throughout the country. The order was given to the American Telephone and Telegraph Company shortly after 2 p.m. to see that all newspaper and radio clients of the United Press, regardless of their normal hours of service, were hooked into the UP wire system immediately for continuing service until further notice. Now we take you back to the symphony concert by the New York Philharmonic Symphony Society.
Go ahead, Honolulu.
The island of Oahu in the Pacific, one of the most thickly populated islands of the Hawaiian group, was attacked by Japanese planes this morning, starting at about 8 o'clock. No one would believe when reports emanated from the 2 radio stations here that the islands had been attacked. But when bombs began falling in various parts of the city and in different Army and Navy posts and bases, people knew Japan was endeavoring to eradicate America's outpost in the Pacific. Now, here's a report that I've gathered from different reporters of the Honolulu Advertiser who've been out endeavoring to get information concerning the Japanese air attack on the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands. The first information in Honolulu that planes of Japan were attacking the islands was about 8 o'clock this morning, Hawaiian time. The first group of Japanese airplanes attacked Ford Island at Pearl Harbor, the Navy's mighty fortress in the islands. Roy Batusik, a local attorney, was up in his private plane flying over Cocoa Head when he said 1 or 2 Japanese planes gave him a salute of machine gun bullets as they approached the city. The plane was slightly damaged, and Mr. Batusik made a landing. After machine gunning Ford Island, the first Japanese planes moved to Hickam Field. Observers said considerable damage was done to planes and to Hickam Field. There is great activity there now in clearing the field of debris. At Pearl Harbor, where is based the Pacific Fleet, 3 ships were attacked. The Oklahoma was set afire. All lines of communication seem to be down between the various Army posts and Navy aerodromes and Army airfields. There has been no statement made by the Navy. The Army has issued orders for all people, the civilian population, to remain off the streets. The first raiders carried torpedoes and did their damage to shipping in Pearl Harbor and off Honolulu. Everyone here in the islands were taken by surprise by the attack, and even yet it's difficult for some people to believe that our air raid on these beautiful islands has actually happened and that lives have been lost. Several planes have been shot down, and anti-aircraft gunnery is very heavy. It is thought that the planes came from the south in the direction of the island of Kauai. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, Hickam Field, and Wheeler Field, several squadrons of Japanese planes came in from the south over Diamond Head, dropping bombs and incendiary bombs over the city. One bomb dropped in front of the governor's mansion at Washington Place and killed 1 man. Another dropped by the Honolulu Advertiser, nearly hitting several people and almost reaching its mark. At Pacific Heights and Dowsett Highlands, beautiful residential districts, there was heavy bombing. 1 woman was killed in Dowsett Highlands. The governor has proclaimed a state of emergency. Traffic is almost at a standstill in parts of the city. However, the traffic to and from Waikiki seems to be normal. When Japanese planes appeared over Waikiki, there were many people out in the streets and watched the bombing there. 1 man at Waikiki was badly injured when a bomb dropped in the heart of that beach resort. The Japanese planes seem to have come over the city and the environs with no intimation whatsoever that these were Japanese planes. And it was a very difficult for people here to believe that these were Japanese planes. Here's a report that just came from Hickam Field. There were 350 men killed in a direct bomb hit on the barracks at Hickam Field. Then at Bellows Field, on the other side of the island, on the windward side of the islands, the field was bombed very heavily. That's all the news from Honolulu now. We'll be back with more news at a later time. This is KGU in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Here's the whistle. Merle Condon comes up. He boots it. It's a long one down to around the 3-yard line. Ward Tuff takes it. He's cutting up to his left. He's over the 10. Nice block there by Lehman. Tuff still going. He's up to the 25. And now he's hit and hit hard about the 27-yard line. Bruiser Kennard made the tackle.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Stay tuned to WOR for further developments, which will be broadcast immediately as received. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Stay tuned to WOR for further developments.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special broadcast.
Here's the bulletin. Washington. The president decided today, after Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor and Manila, to call an extraordinary meeting of the cabinet for 8:30 p.m. tonight, and to have congressional leaders of both parties join the conference at 9 p.m. And now we take you to Honolulu.
We have witnessed this morning the battle of Pearl Harbor.
Brings you a special defense message from Mr. Lin Yu Stambaugh, National Commander of the American Legion, concerning the Legion's stand in the present crisis. Commander Stambaugh arrived in the nation's capital a few hours ago by plane and will speak to us from the NBC studios in Washington. His subject, the Legion again answers the call. Mr. Stambaugh.
Thank you, Don. Tonight, the United States is faced with war. United States territory has been invaded. Bombs have been dropped on United States military and naval establishments. American citizens and American soldiers have been killed. War has been declared on our country by Japan. At this time, I speak with quiet pride for the more than 1 million men and women of our country who are members of the American Legion. As their national commander, I speak in their name. And when I say that in this black hour of crisis, the American Legion answers the call. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, I landed by plane at Washington Airport with other Legion officials. Our first act was to call the White House. The American Legion, in that telephone call, assured the President of the United States that although most of us have been in civil life since the end of the First World War, the President of the United States is still our Commander-in-Chief. At the same time, assurances of the American Legion went to the Secretary of War, Mr. Henry L. Simpson, and to the Secretary of the Navy, Colonel Frank Knox, that the Legion is ready to place its entire resources at the call of our country. We are ready to a man and to a woman to serve where our efforts are most needed. We of the Legion represent the men and the women who put forth the manpower and the willpower that won the last war. Since that time, we have constantly asked for and encouraged a strong national defense ready at all times to repel any enemy. Ours has been the one voice which refused to be stilled in all the years since 1919. We sponsored the National Defense Act of 1920, the act under which our country finally began to opt to build its defenses only some 2 years ago. We urged compulsory military training more than 20 years ago. We did not urge these things because we wanted war. The Legion has always wanted peace. Now, war has come. And now that war has come, now that war has been forced upon us by brutal invasion of our territory, the Legion still wants peace. We now know, however, that the only way to get this peace is to accept the challenge with which we are faced and to decide the issues of that challenge once and for all. This will require, first of all, national unity. A unity of thought, a unity of ideals, and a unity of effort. In pledging this unity for the American Legion membership, I believe that I can make the same pledge for every patriotic American. I believe that I can pledge every American to a phrase in the preamble of the Legion Constitution, a phrase which declares that might shall not be the master of right. This means that we, as Americans, must temporarily and voluntarily put aside some of the rights which we hold most dear, in order that we may protect that more precious right of Americanism. In fact, from this day until our danger has been finally erased from the earth, Americanism should be the only ism which any patriotic American can uphold and at the same time uphold the security and freedom of our nation. All controversy as to why we have been placed in our present situation should be forgotten as we follow the lead of our government. Perhaps even more important, all ambitions of labor and of industry to make gains as a result of this emergency should be gladly set aside. At this time, none of us should consider himself as an individual in the ranks of either labor or industry. Now that war has been forced upon us, we are Americans and Americans only. Americans who know no right but the right to protect the homes and the land that a good and just God has given us. It is for our land and for our homes, our families, and all the institutions which we have enjoyed. It is for these precious things that all our energies should be gladly offered. With this in view, with our existence at stake, no patriotic American has the right to strike, whether he be striking against capital or against labor. No longer can any patriotic American ask himself how much he can gain as an individual. First of all, he must ask himself how much he can sacrifice in the interest of us all. That should be our national watchword. Sacrifice for country, rather than gain for self. If any American doubts that he will be called on to make sacrifices, let him consider this fact. We are now opposed by brutal powers who are devoting their entire economy, their entire substance, their entire manhood to the accomplishment of world conquest. This world conquest is being aimed at a single achievement, an achievement so simple that any child may understand it. This achievement is the establishment of a principle of slavery through force. The powers which now oppose us place no value on human life. The lives of their own people hold no value to them. They are willing to sacrifice countless lives of their own people. We may be sure that any sacrifice of American life will bring them only gratification. As National Commander of the American Legion, I speak for a membership which has seen war. I speak for men and women who know what war means. I know myself, for I saw it overseas in the last war. Speaking for the Legion membership and for myself, I feel it my duty to tell you this fact, that human life means nothing to the power which this day has launched upon us the brutality of war. In short, we must be prepared to sacrifice not only individual gains, we must be prepared to sacrifice life itself. Yet I speak also for every member of the Legion when I tell you that we go forward without fear, knowing the things which face us. We Americans are ready to meet them. We are ready to meet force with force, and with all our efforts dedicated to the task of making that force ever greater. If we of the Legion can bring you any lesson from what we have seen of war, it is this. There is no bravery greater than that which is armored with the spirit of right and of justice. We Americans have the spirit of right and of justice as our armor, and for that we may well thank God. Yet in saying that we do not fear, we can also say that we do not underestimate the power of the enemy who faces us. We are faced with an enemy who has been at war in training for war for many years. The totalitarian powers long ago converted their entire nation into schools for war. They prepared for war while we Americans lived in peace. Every American knows these things about the enemies who face us. We know that they are without humanity and without mercy. We know all these things and more. But one thing we know above all. We know that Americans have never refused a challenge to protect their liberties. All of you, within the sound of my voice, know that we shall not begin to refuse to accept that challenge now. And you know, as I know, that Americans go forward without fear, despite the magnitude of the task which confronts us. In speaking for the American Legion, I am sure that every loyal American now listening will join with me when I say to the enemies who have invaded us, on this day, you have made the gravest mistake in all your history. Yes, I am sure that every loyal American now listening will join with me in that statement. More than that, I am sure that every loyal American will join together to prove that statement. Up to now, our country has engaged in a defense effort greater than any in its history. But from now on, that defense effort of our recent past will seem puny indeed. For now, at last, Americans are fully aroused. Now at last we are united by attack from without, by a common enemy, an enemy who has boldly sent over his bombing planes, his submarines, and his warships, and unleashed a bloody attack without any warning and in all violations of international law and the law of humanity.
We interrupt for a special bulletin. A telephone bulletin from an NBC correspondent in Manila informs us that the Pan American base in Guam has been bombed. A telephone bulletin from an NBC correspondent in Manila says that the Pan American base in Guam has been bombed. We continue now with Mr. Lin Yu Sambo's talk.
Whatever may have been our disagreements in the past, now at last they are settled by the one common goal of protection for our entire people. In guaranteeing this protection, the American Legion calls on every American to volunteer his best efforts toward the one goal of vanquishing this enemy who has dared to attack us. Let us prove to him the gravity of his mistake. Let us all help to convince this enemy by means which he can understand that this country will not accept dictation of the rule of force. Tonight, we cannot say what thoughts were in the minds of the Japanese warlords when they craftily decided to force this country into war. Perhaps they thought we would back down. Perhaps they hoped for a Munich of the Pacific. Perhaps they hoped we would prove as docile as the Chinese, who for years now have seen Japanese bombing planes roar over their cities, and who have been unable to reply because they lack the equipment. We do not know what prompted the Japanese warlords to make their gigantic mistake. We do know that they have challenged every right which Americans hold dear, that they have challenged the ideas and the ideals on which our country was built. We do know that if this challenge is not answered, and answered in terms of force, we will voluntarily abdicate our right to call ourselves free. We do know that America cannot exist except as a free nation, and we do know that the day has not yet arrived when Americans are unwilling to fight for America. Thank you.
You have just heard an address by Lin Yu Sambo, National Commander of the American Legion, speaking over the combined NBC network from the nation's capital. Commander Sambo's subject was, "The Legion Again Answers the Call." This is the National Broadcasting Company.